when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back.
Hello.
Ain't a contradiction.
Welcome, welcome. I think some of you guys miss me.
Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I
What's
saying?
up, Zay?
All you faggots, God blessed you with ears, but
I've had
idiots
more
never
messages in the last 3 days than I've had since I started the channel. Where you at? We missed you. What's going on? What are we supposed to do when we go to bed? Where you been?
Headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on.
Make sure you share it, guys, because we are on the backup channel. I received a strike today for a video I did in October, so we'll see how that works out.
I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried.
How's everybody doing?
Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies.
Everybody keeps asking me why they're banned on Telegram. We had an issue a couple times with like the Telegram getting raided. And a lot of people probably got banned accidentally, trying to get all the racial slurs and pornography and all kinds of different shit off the Telegram. If that happened, I apologize, but I can get you back on.
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid in a state of panic. case, I step back, I'm hell-bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best.
Yeah, it was alright. Stressful for me, but it was alright. Mariah and the kids probably had fun.
Cause no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights. But out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the move so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But
A good great time.
Someone they always say that the strong survive. How do we know
I've been
too
waiting.
young to die? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you. And I can't deny.
I got a special video for you if you haven't seen it yet. Some people got to see it on Travis's stream last night, but a lot of people still haven't seen it. So share the video. We got about 2 minutes left. We'll get started.
Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days.
Let's change the music around here. I'm slacking over here. What are you guys doing? You're supposed to remind me. It's time to change the music.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rock. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome.
Stage is set. You better buckle up, cause
It's only been 3 days. How much practice do you need?
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox.
All right, guys. Without further ado, we have a brand new official world premiere. You may have seen it before. I showed a couple people and we put it on Travis's stream. You may have seen it last night. But this is the official world premiere of the original music by Jay Reese, Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, Grifter Edition, remixed by one of our fans, a viewer of ours, BT, and then starring the three little froggies, Doug, Mike, and Jeff B. Here we go. Original video.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
And
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
And yeah. Woo, woo. And
Mars in the house.
hey. The song, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom.
Here we go,
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
it's some off.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement.
You better buckle up.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
Oh, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. Again, that was Jay Reese's music, of course, and that was BT took them slamming the desk, them coughing, the words they used, everything. That was probably the greatest piece of musical collaboration I've ever seen. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm Will Bird. Welcome to the Cold Beer Confessional. We are back after a break. We'll watch the music video again probably later on the show. When everybody gets here. But that's amazing. He sent it to me for free. His name's BT. He's got it on his channel. I asked him if he'd mind if I uploaded a copy of it to my channel. I'll probably get struck down for it, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Thank you for joining us. We've been off for 3 days. We're back now. I did not have enough service to do anything. I tried to go live. It took over an hour to upload a 5 or 6 minute, or no, it wasn't even that, like a 30-second video to YouTube of me singing Despacito with an app I found. It was just rough. Sorry I didn't have the service. Couldn't be on anybody's show. I tried to call into Travis's show. I couldn't hear them. The whole time I was on, I was having to listen to YouTube with a 30-second delay. The whole thing was horrible. But thank you for sending me that. Thank you for all the guys who sent me messages out there and stuff. And believe it or not, people still donated, like, while I was gone. There were people donating on the GoFundMe. There were people donating on the GoFundMe, people sending buy me coffees and stuff. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But now we're back. We're back at it. We are on the backup channel because I got a strike for a video I did in, like, I don't know, October or December, sometime last year. I did a video and I got a strike from it. So we were on the backup channel, but here we are, and we'll see if we can make the best of it. The first big piece of news I've already seen in the chat, 107, Michael Jaco. Let's hop into this interview and let's check it out.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by the amazing 107, and we're going to disclose lots of good information. Juan, how have you been?
Hey, pretty good, bro. How you doing?
I need to check that then, Lynn. Thank you.
Looking forward to today. I just got this feeling that, things are coming to a head. I think that as we move forward, we're going to see some pretty amazing things.
Them boots.
Well, let me
Apparently, he was staying at a hotel. Is that the same hotel we were staying at, Mariah?
Let me kind of start where I've ended the last few broadcasts and lead into the rest of this. And so if folks would just bear with me for a second, let me, it may sound like I'm advertising or something. What I'm trying to do is is put you in the mindset.
So speaking of, Mark, you wouldn't believe how many people thought I was actually lip sync. That was an app. I thought most people would know that was an app. Like, that wasn't me I just took a picture of myself, and then the app did everything else. So it's an app called Wombo, WOMBO, Wombo.
Of where this conversation in the current moment maybe started beginning of this year, and then take you, and even stuff from last year, but then take you to where we're at.
Oh, happy birthday, Mason.
As you know, Michael, in the first edition of my book, I had put beside every single page, and remember, this went to print. I apologize. They changed the direction on the runways here at the airport. They weren't coming off my direction.
Did you guys see the other day? Last time he was talking to Jaco, he was like, oh, the other day Monkey Works was tracking one of my planes, and it was right after the time Monkey Works came out and said that he was tracking a what did he say? He said he was tracking a wealthy Republican, blah blah blah, and he wasn't going to reveal his name, which is not at all 107. But then right after that, he comes on Michael Jaco and he's like, "Oh yeah, Monkey Works was tracking one of my planes the other day," and I was like, "Oh no, don't tell anybody." Like, and Jaco's just like, haha, and that was it. Like, I think he just made all that up. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's an insurance investigator from the Northwest. I don't think he's out here fucking running airlines.
Before we started, and it must be that time of day where they change directions because wind direction changed. So we might get a jet every once in a while. But in my book, I put a Q beside every page number in the book, all the way through the book. Okay. And the reason I did that is because, and by the way, I'm citing some books for folks, so I cite them in a few different places, and that's...
You got to watch this one careful. We're looking for a cut. We are looking for a cut in this video.
Kind of the routine, but anyway, every single page has this cue. And of course, what it relates to is that I said from the very outset back...
I'm going to look up that one too, Huntsman. I gotta get dancing.
July of last year, I said, election 2020 will equal mega to the third power over corn. Well,
election 2020 will equal mega over the third power, or mega to the third power over corn. That's his saying that's going to make him famous. Mega to the third power over corn. What a douchebag.
Equals M3, which is cubed over corn.
So Mustang Medic isn't making any friends, but I appreciate him trying to stand up for the truth, talking about how he needs to verify sources. He doesn't put it out there, blah, blah, blah. Because Mustang Medic used to be grifting along with the rest of them. He made that first video that made him famous, where he saw the buses pulling up and there was people walking. He made wild claims about it. And there were people that ran with it, and he never corrected it about, oh, that was the lawyers coming to arrest him. There was 2 lawyers for every corrupt politician and 1 assistant. That's why they walked in 3s and crazy stuff.
What's the corn?
So I'm glad he's doing what he's doing now. I really appreciate it.
Corn is all of these players hidden in plain sight that are really doing work for the black hats behind the scenes.
I don't like watching interviews with him because he doesn't shut up. Like, he powers through an interview like it's all about him, blah 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 blah. Like, I didn't even like watching Liberty's video with him just because of the personality type he is or whatever, the way he communicates. But he even pressed Jeff. Mariah's breath always smells like buttered corn. Always, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When we send operatives off to be trained to work undercover for 3-letter agencies, we send them to the farm. And once they're trained and able to work undercover, whatever mission there might be, we call them corn.
Oh, one more thing. Speaking of Jaco, I've always heard Jaco say, my time at the CIA, when I worked for the CIA, when I was part of the CIA, when I was hired by the CIA, when I put in my time at the CIA. Just a few days ago, one of his videos, he suddenly started saying, a contractor for the CIA.
Why? Because you
Weird.
is a farm product. And so we got these corn, and I've used the example of Zuckerberg, for example. He didn't invent Facebook. Facebook was invented, developed, perfected over at DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project. And so our taxpayer money is what made Facebook. It was handed off by someone. Some fucking one.
Some fucking one. What is his deal? What?
Somebody.
He's like a character, or how? Some fucking one
that decided to make him king. Think about that. All this drama we're having right now over First Amendment rights.
Maybe, Michelle.
Using platform.
I thought maybe he got the feeling that someone was I either thought he's trying to distance himself and pretend like he is not a CIA, former CIA, current CIA, blah blah blah, or he got word that someone was really checking his background pretty hard and he wanted to clarify and be like, no, look. When it all comes out in 6 months, he can say, no, look, I've been saying contractor for the CIA. I never said I was a CIA asset. I said I was a contractor.
And technology that we as taxpayers.
He told on he said on one of his shows that this is a while back, an old video, but I'm almost positive this is word for word basically what he said. He doesn't even remember his time at the CIA. That he recovered all of that in a dream he had. He couldn't even remember being a CIA employee. He recovered it all from a dream, and it came back to him, and that's how he found out and remembered that he worked at the CIA. Thank you, Sid World.
Paid for, and now it's being used against us. How's that work? And who has the power to decide which guys
He's absolutely not a general
with the billions? And then why is Zuckerberg et al., everybody over at Facebook, so adamant about this cancel culture thing to shut us down? Who's behind that? Who paid for it? Who put the players in place that are being used against the rest of America? Remember, the Constitution is the contract between the American citizens and our elected leaders and those that are appointed by them. We're not their slaves. They work for us. And somebody along the way
work for okay.
decided that they were going to flip the roles a bit. So we have a whole bunch of these people that are corn.
First of all, Michael Rogers is an admiral, not a general. Second of all, that's not 107. 107 is Wayne Willett. We've got his picture.
Also hidden in plain sight, not just in the United States, but around the world. And they're managing us, and they're
welcome everybody. Welcome.
Us, and they're trying to own us. They are tyrants. Now, when I wrote what I wrote, election 2020 will equal mega to the third power, which is cubed over corn.
I honestly hope that if he's running around saying he was part of the CIA, I know his SEAL stuff, like his military service. I know that's accurate. To as far as I could find out, he's accurate with what he's saying. At the time he was in the Navy SEALs. CIA, I haven't had much luck finding a lot of information, but I haven't really tried hard either. But I hope he was actually with the CIA and didn't just make it up and say he recovered it from a dream.
we got up to election 2020. It happened. Famously on your show, I said, look, Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated.
Right.
You lost, people went crazy, to say the least.
The formula is his formula for taking back America. Instead of E equals MC squared, so E equals MC2, he has E equals M over C, and M is to the third power. And he's talking about, if we're going to win the election, it equals M to the third power, MAGA to the third power over corn. And now he keeps trying to relate that. He's very weird about how he tries to explain that he's wrong. He's still claiming that he didn't lose his bet when he bet that Trump would be president in April, because he's now saying, well, when you're president for life. And just because they impeached him, he wasn't impeached because he wasn't convicted on the criminal side. He wasn't impeached. So he's still president forever. So technically I'm right. He was president on April the 3rd. So the same thing with his E equals MC squared, or E equals M to the third power over corn. MAGA to the third power over corn. He's trying to say, oh, well, see, corn is our operatives, our agents after we train them out of the farm. I didn't mean corn like the heartland of the U.S. coming out to vote. That's not what that's what I said originally, but that's not what I meant. What I actually meant was, he's very weird. He can't admit when he's wrong. He's like a narcissist.
They threw up breakfast, and they were franking. They couldn't hit the switch fast enough to cancel Jayco. That one guy, he's really pissing me off now. Okay. Then doubling down, I said and I said it for almost a year before the inauguration, even for the election, that anybody that voted for the Democratic candidate, and later when the nominee became Biden, I said anybody that voted for the Democratic candidate and then later Biden by April 1st would be the fool, because Trump would still be president. Mm-hmm. And, that's the way it was. Now, I didn't say Biden wouldn't be. I said it on your show. Biden's going to get inaugurated. But at the end of the day, a president is a president for the rest of eternity once they've been elected, unless they have their presidency, they get demoted, get their rank taken away. If in President Trump's case, he had been impeached. But while the House of Representatives voted for impeachment, that's like an indictment. He's not impeached just because the House of Representatives votes for it.
Yes, he is. So the way the Constitution reads is that the House of Representatives has the sole power of impeachment. So when the House of Representatives votes, he's impeached. He'll go down as impeached twice. Just because he wasn't convicted of any charges or brought up or punished for those impeachments doesn't mean that the House did not impeach. It's kind of a weird system. You could really abuse it, and some people think they did. By this, definitely, I don't think I think they went a little hard on it. If it was up to me, but some people think it was justified. I don't, but he was absolutely impeached twice. Just because he wasn't convicted and any type of punishment carried out doesn't change the fact that the House has the sole power of impeachment, and the House twice voted to impeach him.
It has to be perfected with the Senate agreeing with that, and then he is technically impeached, removed from office, removed with his rank, etc.
So there's two things. There's impeachment for, in our Constitution, there's impeachment for, and there's convicted of. So if you break down the Constitution, it says something like, how does it go? So there's three reasons that the president can be removed from office, and it would be, I think it's the president, vice president, or any civil service, like a politician, I guess, elected official. It says they shall be removed from office when impeached for and convicted of. So he was impeached for, he just didn't get the and convicted of. So the impeached for stands, and it'll always stand.
President Trump was never impeached. He was never impeached. He wasn't impeached.
Yes, he
They
was.
voted for impeachment.
Uh-oh. What happened? What happened here? What happened here?
Oop, lost that signal. So one of the things that he's talking about is President Trump seems to be
So if you have the reason it's kind of a flawed system is if you have a really polarizing candidate, or I guess a sitting politician, you could convince the House several times, especially if they have a large majority, to vote impeach. We might have someone who's impeached every week. You know what I mean? But if it's not convicted, then there's no punishment. There's no conviction to it. It could be abused, and I think it kind of was with President Trump, but it's over with now.
still on the chess piece board.
He's still on the chess piece board, but we lost him. Where did we lose Mr. Saban?
And I even saw a video where he came down. This is a place that Juan and I both like to stay, and that's Trump Towers in Las Vegas.
The first time he was impeached, Lisa, he was impeached for what had to do with all the Russian collusion and shit that they were claiming took place and that there was evidence of, and they just couldn't show you yet, and then they never showed you. And then the second time around, it was for the stuff that happened around the insurrection. Where you at, Juan?
Juan's car there, and so he's a very nice car.
Oh, I've seen Juan's car there. It's a very nice car. He has the nicest of all cars. Let me build him up a little bit.
So I saw this video where Trump came down.
I'm looking for Juan, not 007.
And basically, I saw. Let's get Juan back in here.
Juan. Oh, there he is. Why are we looking at his hand? That was a weird cut. Why was that weird cut there?
Everyone and telling them.
What the hell? Why are you cutting like that? Hold on.
That's Trump Towers in Las Vegas. I've seen Juan's car there, and so he's a very nice car. So I saw this video where Trump came down. He was like, being nice to one of his friends, and basically, I saw. Let's get Juan back in here. Juan, I was just talking to
Juan. I was just. That's a weird cut right there in the middle. Maybe this will help. This will help fill in part of it. See what we got here.
Juan, I was just. You there yet?
Oh no. What happened? Wait, Juan, you're not supposed to be there. Wait, we're supposed to see your boots. Wait, that's not your boots. What is that? That looks like your face, sir. That looks like your face. I'm not It's weird. Seems like there's a difference between your face and your boots, and you've miscalculated here somewhat. By the way, you are not this guy. I don't care how many people try to say you are. This is not you. That is not you whatsoever. That is someone else. That would not be you. Stop trying to say he's Admiral Rogers, especially when you have to come in and call him General Rogers. Dumbasses. Anyways. Juan had a miscalculation. Juan got a phone call during the middle of the interview. Juan tried to take that phone call. They hung up on him. And then he come back and showed us all his beautiful face.
Juan, I was just...
For the second time. This is twice he's been outed. Same guy. A few years older. Shittier lighting. Same guy.
You there yet?
Oh, no. Juan. Now, the worst thing you could do right here, Juan, the absolute worst thing that could possibly happen here is Jaco freeze up like a little bitch and then start to giggle while you panic to cover the camera. Admiral's not a general. It's the same level of rank, but Admiral is not a general, or they would call him the same thing.
Yep. Juan.
oh, it's the same pay grade. Oh,
Talking to
no.
one, I was just
Oh, Jaco's fucking laughing. Jaco's fucking giggling over here watching Juan struggle. Look at him. Oh, one more time for the people in the back. Don't freeze. Don't panic. Don't laugh at him.
one, I was just. You there yet?
Oh. Look at him. Look at him laugh.
Talking to one, I was just. You there yet? One, I was just. You there yet? Yep. One, I was talking to one, I was just.
I love it.
You there yet?
Love it.
Yep. One, I was talking to one, I was just.
Oh man, I can't believe he panics and Jaco laughs at him as well. That.
Yep. One, I was talking to one, I was just.
Mm.
You there yet? Yep. One, I was.
Oh no. We can close that one. All right, back to the video. It's weird they edited this part out. Why did they come back and touch this up for Wayne to get him out of there?
Trump came down. He was like, being nice to one of his friends, and basically, I saw. Let's get Juan back in here. Juan, I was talking to.
Look at that weird cut.
And telling them.
So all he did was take a kind of a still frame of his hand and like freeze it over. It's overimposed over the camera, and then he lets it play once it catches up, I guess.
Now I saw.
Mike Penny tried to say that still wasn't him and said his face doesn't match his legs and boots. He literally flips the camera in the middle of the interview.
President Trump in Las Vegas, and not me personally, but I saw a video of him in Las Vegas where he came down and he's got a detail, and it looks like someone is.
So rear admiral is the lowest rank of admiral. So in the Army, it's brigadier, major, lieutenant, and then general. Be my little general. And then in the Navy, oh God, it's rear admiral, lower half, and then it's rear admiral upper half, which it would be 2 stars. Then vice admiral, and then admiral.
Carrying a bag.
I think
could be anything. Could contain the nuclear codes, whatever.
I can't believe they just tried to gloss over this.
Where Trump came down, he was like, being nice to
They literally pulled the video everywhere, edited it, and put it back up.
one of his friends, and basically, I saw. Let's get Juan back in here. Juan, I was talking to everyone and
while he's talking, he flips the camera around. That's absolutely right.
Trump in Las Vegas, and not me personally, but I saw a video of him in Las Vegas where he came down and he's got a.
Jaco just put some screenshots on there.
Like someone is carrying a bag, which could be anything. Could contain the nuclear codes, whatever. But I've been part of details, very, very.
I have heard not many people access to Navy SEAL documents only. Well, it's not super hard to prove that somebody's a Navy SEAL just because the community's so small. If you pull, most people don't know what they're doing when they get a military record, which you're not supposed to do unless you're next of kin or blah, blah, blah. But if for some reason you had access to military records, you're not looking for like a Navy, like it to just say Navy SEAL. You're looking for like courses completed that would add up to Navy SEAL. So you're looking for like BUDS to be completed, their foreign language course to be completed, their specialty course to be completed, and then deployments like in and out quick that look like they'd be a Navy SEAL. So a lot of people when they see military records, they'll like scroll down it and they'll be like, this doesn't say that he's a Ranger, but they need to look at the unit they're assigned to, the units they've been through, and the schools that they've completed. But I would say a lot of that. You're probably true. A lot of people that do stolen valor instantly claim Navy SEAL. That's a big thing. Navy SEAL. Oh, I was a SEAL. That happens a lot. Ranger too. A lot of people claim Ranger that aren't Ranger. I've seen that a lot personally. People saying Ranger. Not a whole lot of Navy SEALs, but it happens more if you're like somewhere near the coast or near a naval base or really just near the ocean anywhere. You'll get a whole lot of Navy SEALs, and then you'll just get random homeless people too that'll scream Navy SEAL all of a sudden.
Very high level details for.
By the way, hold on, I'll show you. The last time he was busted for all this, he was the same dude. He just looked slightly younger. Let's see if I can grab that. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Cancel that. There's another, right here's the other one. One original. Do this. And then go over here. This is the first time he was busted. His hair was darker. He had a beard. It's still the same dude. It's that guy versus. Let me save this one. Save images. 1, 2. So he clearly he shaved here. It looks like his beard may be like a 5 o'clock shadow. There's a little bit of white there. But that is this guy, a little bit younger, darker hair. This guy, a little bit older, lighter hair. Same guy, 100%. Nose is the same, forehead's the same, everything's the same. So this is the first time he was busted and identified as Wayne Willett. This was when he was on the Guerrilla Economist or whatever, back after the Phil McConnell show. This is when he was still calling in as Mr. W, or in the transition. He was calling in as Mr. W, then he just suddenly went to calling in as 107. But still, he was claiming to be a government insider, had this inside information, blah, blah, blah. Then when Trump came up, suddenly he claims to be like best friends with Trump. It's still the same dude, just a little bit older. He's an insurance investigator. I shouldn't have said adjuster. If you Google his name and then court documents, he'll come up on a lot of court documents for Aetna, the insurance company, for people who claim disability. So what he does is he like hides in his fucking car and takes pictures and shit. And if you're claiming disability because you're having trouble walking and you're out pushing a lawnmower around the yard, he's going to take pictures and then he'll see you in court and then they'll try to sue you for disability fraud, insurance fraud. If that's what he does for a living, or used to. I think he's retired now. You'll also see a court case that he is literally named in, and in parentheses it says W, the intelligence insider, and then in parentheses after that it says 107, and he's named in a little harassment lawsuit from a reporter that worked. I think she's from Canada, but anyways, Phil McConnell was attacking this woman, and she was a reporter, and she sued basically for like slander and harassment, and he was named as a witness to come in. And not only did they name him Wayne R. Willett, they also put his aliases on that he was on the show. So I mean, that ought to be evidence for most people, but we have people like Mike or the hardcore people out here. It's like, nah, that's not him. That's someone else. The legs don't match. The legs don't match the body. Haven't you ever seen like kind of a fat guy on little legs? They don't look like they fit. It looks like he's riding a chicken around, and his legs are tucked up. This is definitely not. It's definitely not JFK Jr. This is Wayne R. Willett, and he has court cases that follow him around with his name, his aliases on one of them, but his name a lot on them. He's also been in some trouble himself with losing custody and some allegations. Somehow, this guy 107 is also apparently tied up in the case that you guys might have heard about a few years back, called MAGA Mom, I think's what it was called. But the woman who had her children taken from her by DCS, and she was plotting with other QAnon supporters, because she was a QAnon supporter. She was plotting with them to kidnap her child back. And one of the people she was in contact with that was giving her advice on how to do this and when to do it and that she should do it, basically, was 107. Was 107. So you got to watch out for that. But by the way, guys, I dropped the links in the chat bot going. If you want to support the show, you guys know how to. We still got the GoFundMe going. We've got the Cult Club. We've got Buy Me a Coffee. So let me start the GoFundMe blocks. But I didn't shout it out at the first. I meant to. I was too busy with our new music video. But thank you for that. Let's watch some more of this, then we'll move on.
For a very long time, and that was like a premium detail. It wasn't like a bunch of guys.
By the way, someone go ask Mike Penny if that wasn't 107, then why didn't they just leave it in and be like, oh, that's weird. Some random guy neither one of us know popped up on screen, and it looks like he's holding your phone, and then he turned your camera around to look at your boots. Strange.
Guys put together contractor dudes. That was like some of my caliber guys, down there.
The bot's not working
in a big level. So anyway, you can continue again. Hopefully we keep the signal.
Yeah, that was. Thought I had incoming called off, and I didn't. I apologize to you and your audience. So the key thing in all of this is that all the way.
I thought I had a call coming, but it turns out I didn't. I apologize to your audience. Okay. Yeah, bro, we got you.
President Trump's still president. He may not be the president, but he is still a president. Biden, anybody that voted for him, is becoming more and more obvious that they were the fool. So I don't know if I lost or not, but technically, and I've paid one bet that I had. Others have said, okay, hold on, I'm going to wait and hold judgment. Now, we've got all this speculation. What's going to happen? The Kim Clement stuff where, two presidents. All the vote fraud stuff that's coming out right now, where there's these questions, was there in fact mischief during the vote? And it's becoming more and more blatantly obvious to anybody that cares to, look, that there is anomalies coming to light literally at this point daily. Just this morning or yesterday afternoon, Pennsylvania decertified Fulton County's vote machines. Now, that doesn't retroactively affect the 2020 vote, but it does say that those machines cannot be used in the future until they are fixed or corrected, because they found issues within the machines. That's just one county. Of course, they haven't been changed since the 2020 vote. So the question is, if they had to decertify them now, were they technically not in compliance back at 2020? In meetings I had in DC a few weeks back, and even stuff that happened in the last few days, one of the interesting things is the people around President Trump, when I was meeting with certain people that meet with him weekly, they were complaining that, and these are elected officials, they were complaining that President Trump just won't let go of the 2020 election. And so it's hard for them, because they're trying to get him to just let it go. Let's fight for election integrity and look to the future. And their complaint was that President Trump just won't let go of 2020. And to me, that's exactly what I want. I don't want, if there's been a bank robbery, just because the bank robbers got off the property, to give them a pass. That's not a negative, it's a positive. Remember, President Trump said, I will never, ever, ever give up on you.
Yep.
He's here.
I will never, ever, ever give it.
Around President Trump always.
Man, I mean, I hate to say it, but when President Trump come out and said, you're special, we love you, go home, that was basically give it up. He basically quit fighting after that. There wasn't much fight left in him. He wasn't standing up. You know that we have people sitting in fucking cages right now because they thought they were showing up and doing what President Trump wanted. And he told them, "We love you. You're special. Go home." Come on now. I would never, ever, ever give up on you. Okay.
All the way back, December 28th.
He doesn't fucking know
They
you.
were fussing and moaning that he had to do this, he had to do that, he had to do the Insurrection Act. They gave him all sorts of legal options. What's now known, which wasn't known publicly then, was that President Trump was aware that there was an active operation to try and use that January 6th date as an excuse to start what would end up a civil war in America.
Mhm.
In spite of the fact that it was in his best interest and his family's best interest to sign the Insurrection Act, retain power, slow this whole thing down. Had he done that, you'd have ended up giving these people fuel. He'd have even got his own people.
So he did this to protect you.
This fight.
He knew it'd be harder on him and his family and make him a laughing stock and cost him a shit ton of money and credibility and blah, blah, blah. But he did it to protect you because he loves you and you're special. And he wanted you to go home. So that makes sense.
They wanted to occupy Congress and literally hold it hostage with, people occupying it like it was an advanced version of the Malheur Reservation. Go occupy Congress, don't let anybody do anything and stop everything. But that would have degenerated across the country over time. And by now, we almost certainly would literally be in armed conflict, civil war in America, one side versus the other.
Yeah.
So President Trump did not take those actions, understand
Battlestar Galactica.
And by the way, had he done that, we would not have gotten.
I swear, I think, man, Jaco starts interviews strong and he finishes interviews strong. I don't know if it's like his attention span. Maybe he's got ADHD, ADD, ADL, whatever. All the stuff that Hurston's got. But man, he leaves. He goes somewhere in the middle of the interview. I just don't know where he goes to, but it's somewhere.
This moment that we have right now to review the votes, because we would have been in such chaos, we wouldn't have had enough civil order, most likely, to go in and look at these machines the way that's being done right now and begin to methodically dissect what happened in 2020. Now, those people that want to go to the future, just drop 2020 and forget about it. And before we move forward, I just want to remind people, in the second edition of my book, which came out late March, early April, the second edition, I put, whereas in the first I had the president on the back page of the book, the second edition, I put Melania Trump on the back page of the book.
Yay.
And that's her dress. Notice a few things. Look at that. It starts dark and it goes to light.
Oh, dark to light?
Bigger.
Maybe? Is that what's doing?
How about that?
Dark to light. Okay. And why is that relevant? Again,
You think that the president has to concede or he never leaves office? I hate to tell you, that's wrong. That's 1,000% wrong. He never has to concede, ever.
those cubes.
And he
that's
probably won't.
every page of the book.
He's that type of guy.
Okay. Election 2020, not 2022. Election 2020 is equal to mega cubed over corn. All of these people trying to shut us up, that own the social media, that control the news networks, that are having the political conversations. We're being shut down.
Oh, no. Now we're doing Kid on the Side of the Road, 20 packs. You guys need a 20 pack of his book?
Presidency.
Awesome.
Melania was sending messages in semaphore. She was the Flagstaff. Semaphore is the language of flags.
Oh,
Ships
God
use
damn.
flags to communicate ship to ship.
She's not wearing flags to communicate from ship to ship. Get out of here.
if you transmitted, you would give away your position and then somebody could break the code potentially. So you communicate to other ships in the fleet visually, and they would go out over the horizon, ship to ship to ship with the communication.
No,
So
they didn't.
every
She's
time
not. I mean, they did, but she's not.
it was a coded signal to everybody involved. Now that brings us to the current moment, because if all of her dresses were signals. that
Sorry,
she-
I got to update the coldbeer.live to come to this YouTube channel instead of the old one while we're suspended.
Then the last dress she wore would have been arguably the most important dress of all.
Mhm.
And so the last message before we sailed into the night, into the dark, into the storm was, it's still all about election 2020. A lot of people want us to get into 2022, 2024. Is he going to run another time? Are we going to, get election integrity 2020, 22, and 24? Excuse me. That's not where we're at. It's still about 2020, and Trump hasn't let up on that. And he's made sure everybody involved knows he hasn't let up on 2020. So with that in mind, what's going on now?
Mhm.
At this exact moment,
Nothing. I mean,
all
the stuff that's going on in the States, but I honestly think it's going to be too little, too late.
Release data and show it to elected officials.
And they're saying now that because they feel like it's biased the other way, they automatically are going to have to audit the audit. And then there'll be an audit of the audit of the audit of the audit. And then there'll be an audit of the audit of the audit of the audit. And then we just keep going through this. It'd be awesome.
This isn't a free for all. Not anybody can go to this presentation that he's doing up in South Dakota. It's for elected officials and media people by invitation, including, people on the other side, including, communist Chinese media people, if they want to show up. It's open to them to come in and be shown what we have in the digital data, what's been uncovered, because remember, he has a lawsuit against Dominion vote machines. So he has all this data and he has the technicians, and they're working through the details in that right now to allow these elected officials come in, see it for yourself. Here's how they did. You can go through with the technician. They can even look at their specific location in the country, their state or their county or whatever, and they can see what the numbers are where they're at, right there in person. Here's what came through. Here's where it was affected. Make your own decision. Here's the data. Do it for yourself. See if you come up with the same conclusion. Then famously yesterday, for most of your listeners are probably aware now, Mike put out a $5 million challenge. Come look at the data and, prove me wrong. Okay. Show me where the data isn't right that we got here. Pretty ballsy move. Now Mike's, fly by the seat of his pants kind of a guy. And this is a, pretty,
Sorry.
wild and woolly way of going about it. A lot of people would come into this and try to be far more polished, take more time, get it all with exacting precision. But
See, Jacob's completely checked out. Look at him. He doesn't have a clue what's going on.
from his and others' perspective,
He's out of
we don't
here.
have time for that. We're not waiting 2 or 3 years or 5 or 10 years for the courts to go through this and wheel down all the technicians and the universities.
So going to state government would be pretty interesting.
With DuPont.
Balkanization would be pretty cool. Interesting at least. I'm maybe not cool. Probably cause a lot of suffering for a lot of people, but it'd be interesting
And the
as an experiment at least.
And then it was an unregulated material, and they were putting it into landfills, and it got into the water supply, and it was killing people. And then it was on all the pots and pans, and all of a sudden they had to pull them all because the data showed that
Thank you for sharing the stream.
this stuff was actually damaging.
I think it's a cash grab. So the grifters are attached to it, kind of secondary. But look at all the money they're making off fundraising donations. I keep getting emails that say like President Trump needs your help in the fight to secure the election. And it's always from the RNC or for some super PAC called Trump Loves Winning, or some shit like that. Like they're making a shit ton of money right now. I think it's probably a cash grab if I had to guess.
People, killing people in large numbers. And so while it's happening, they're hiding out for 20, 30, 40 years when they know what it's doing, throwing the stuff into the landfills, and even
a $5 million reward for someone who can disprove. But what does he have? And what would he accept as disproving? You know what I mean? It's a hard line to tell.
The lawsuits started getting towards disclosure, they go for another decade. If we're going to,
I got a video of RDS we're going to listen to. It was like a podcast he was on.
To get to some kind of a agreement on the data and everything else, a lot of this audience will be dead and gone.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that kind of time. So Mike has put.
So here's something interesting about Clay Clark. Clay Clark recently became a super Christian. The last time he came out as a pretty big Christian was when his wife wrote a book that said their son regained some of his sight because they prayed hard enough. Their son, which was basically, he was legally blind. He wasn't blind, like completely blind. He was legally blind. And he regained some sight, and they claimed that's super Christian, and the book was a cash grab. Clay Clark already had Rhema Bible College booked. Tickets sold for a Growing Your Business event. That's what he does. He was going to do a Growing Your Business seminar with speakers and merch and blah, 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 blah. He already had that event set up. He already had it going. Then he starts to see, they're having some of these things. They're planning some of these meetings and the freedom and family, and they're doing this, they're doing that. He's not a dumb guy, okay? He knows how to make money. When he sees that there's an opportunity to turn his event that maybe sold a few hundred tickets into an event that's centered around Trump and sell thousands of tickets and turn it into a multi-million-dollar event instead of $100,000, of course he does it. Then he uses his reach that he has from his podcast and suddenly becomes a super spokesman for this and latches onto COVID and lockdowns and Trump and election and integrity and profits and all the stuff that's in the sphere of an average QAnon person. He latches onto all that shit, and they still had... This is how money hungry this son of a bitch is. They changed it to a full faith, freedom, family MAGA rally, right? Sold all the tickets, had the speakers. They still had the business rally in between. So on lunch and after the last speaker, and sometimes before the first speaker for the freedom thing, they had the business seminar where they had business speakers show up and do their part. So he had two on top of each other. He didn't even say, "Look, we're going to make $3 million, so let's cancel where we were going to make that $100,000. Let's just move it a weekend away." Instead, he said, "Fuck, let's stack them on top of each other."
Put it all on the line, and I think we all, need to tip the hat to him. It may not fit a lot of the way
my wife left me, Tor,
in this inner circle would like to do things, but take a deep breath.
You could send that to the House of Windsor.
Yes, we have to get independent verification on a lot of stuff. We got to go through it, but we're not waiting 5 or 10 years to get through this in some university.
Sorry, I'm still trying to update
from the time they took
the website and point it towards here instead of the other one.
Preliminary settlement.
Because I'm trying to keep coldbeer.live to where it's always coldbeer.live is always pointed towards whichever channel I'm on.
The time they got the actual results back was 7 years. So we could go to universities and technicians and pay money and all that, and they can fuss and stew and rant and got quadruple check 50,000 different ways, and by 10 it's almost irrelevant because all the damage is sealed and done. So putting this out there broader and wider, getting more eyes on it, we're not playing that game. There's a lot to be said for where Mike's at and what he's doing, and I'm not going to get in his way. I don't think anybody else should. Let's let him have at it. And if you want to do something cleaner and more precise later, there's going to be plenty of room to do that. But he's powering forward, and he's got the means. He's got the numbers and information. He's going to do a great event. Addition to that, now that's coming. We're weeks away from that. That's not months away. That's weeks away.
Nice.
And so we talk about this coming to a head. We're coming into the fall storm season, hurricane season. Okay, well, there's a certain synchronicity to the timing. And what else is coming in that storm season thing? Of course, McAfee.
Oh, I'm going to ask you about that. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So McAfee, he, decides to do an Epstein on us and bow out, allegedly. And
he decides to do an Epstein on us. That makes sense.
This suicide note is for shit. Okay. And an hour or two earlier, he's on the phone talking about attorneys and deals and everything else. And next thing you know, he's committing suicide and writing bizarre notes that make no sense, that don't fit what's going on at all. And it's like, what's that all about? So you got to wonder, just like with Epstein, who had famously been negotiating a deal through his attorneys and all of a sudden decides to commit suicide. Really? Well, he had a kill switch a couple of different ways. He didn't have just one, no single point failure. He had it in
of course not.
Coin code. And then he had it, with his whacked currency that he has for his Bitcoin like currency.
Mm-hmm.
And
his Bitcoin like currency, his crypto. Is that what you're looking for?
Another data stream that's coming out, and he's got this countdown going. We're now down to hours, and he's teasing out things. Now, let me add something a lot of your people may not have been aware of. The other day, Biden is doing this talk with people and, this staged event. And remember, nothing that Biden says is actually really happenstance.
Nothing he says is as happenstance.
It's a little bit natural. He's saying stuff because the oligarchs behind him, the controllers behind him are wanting something out in the public.
Mm-hmm.
So Biden makes a very, very bizarre statement.
I love this. Good job. Wow.
Okay. He says, and you're going to hear about, this Q community and talking about us drinking blood, and Democrats, drinking the blood of children. That's crazy. Now,
Red pill.
Oh, God.
You got to think about this. Think about this. The reality.
So here we are.
That if something sort of died out,
red pilled,
raise it. You don't resurrect that monster. You try to put more mud over the top of it. You don't want those dead bodies coming to the surface. Okay, you dig them deeper, bury them deeper. Don't let them float to the top. That kind of a statement only draws more.
Let's see if this works.
Something that you don't want talked about. So why would you say that? The only exception.
Oh, that won't work for me. I got it.
You want to inoculate.
Sorry, I gotta use the
population so that
I'll use my phone right quick.
Kind of pre-heard something, and then they'll blow it off. They have
need to be incognito
activated to reject getting it. So the question is, stuff.
All right, it's working.
mother that's out to resurrect this part of the conversation. And they want to take some of the air out of the balloon before it gets here.
Right.
You just wouldn't, you don't want to go there. Now, for example, in this audience, when was the last time you
This was really just fucking around showing. We don't have to listen to this video. This is really just fucking around showing who he was, and the fact that he revealed himself now twice, both times. So before we had this one, and people thought, oh yeah, that's the guy. That's Mr. W. That's 107. That's the guy. Now we have this one, and not only do we have this, we have a video of him on the phone and panicking and trying to cover it while Jaco fucking giggles.
You there yet?
But why?
Why not?
Oh no, why'd you panic, buddy? Calm down. It's not that big a deal. Just calm down. It's all okay.
You there yet?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Man, that is no good for Juan 107. 107, as RDS says. 107. I did want to give you guys your daily NESARA GESARA update. So I was able to pull this up. Give me just a second. Let's do this. And pull this over here. Hold on. Here is your daily NESARA GESARA update this week. Oh, I guess it's a weekly announcement. NESARA update number 21. Announcement this week. Hello, dear friends. See how cordial they are? Hello, dear friends. And whatnots. Per the decision of the International Court of Justice, the Hague, Netherlands, NESARA is supposed to be announced this week. The Bush gang know this. This is why they are trying to rush into attack Iraq. The Bush gang think if they could just manage to do their attacks on Iraq, they would sway the world into accepting war and thus stay in power. The Bush gang think that the whatnots would not dare to remove Bush Jr. if the U.S. military were attacking Iraq. The Bush gang's advisors have mistaken understanding that attacking Iraq would save them from NESARA. However, NESARA's announcement is certainty. And regardless of what the Bush gang do or say, the Bush gang are wiped out of power by the NESARA's laws, announcement, and implementation. NESARA announcement and implementation has already been locked in by the millions of people who have called for peace. The Bush gang's advisors think they know how to manipulate the world, but they are extremely limited in their awareness of the principles upon which they are basing their strategies. Sunday's meeting on the island of Azores was an attempt by the Bush gang and their dark agenda cohorts to try to convince the world's people that the Bush gang will be attacking Iraq. Part of how the Bush gang have been successful in the past to keep pounding their propaganda into people's heads through the media. However, the Bush gang's advisors are wrong. Jesus Christ, can't you just put there? This time, things are different. This time, the world's people and whatnots have allies vastly superior to any Bush gang and the cohorts have. This time, the voice of the people are calling for peace is being heard. They will, of the millions of people demanding peace, the will of the millions of people demanding peace is the determining factor is authorization interventions we are seeing that are bringing NESARA. NESARA's announcement is currently moving into position quickly. The Bush gang know this. They have received status reports that the issues which have delayed NESARA's announcement this month are extremely close to being completed. I wish I could tell you that things are happening secretly to constrict the Bush gang's warmongering and efforts to attack Iraq. The Bush gang are expecting to have reinforcements arrive on Wednesday to help them carry out their dark agenda warmongering. However, these reinforcements will fail to arrive just as the wave of reinforcements the Bush gang hoped would arrive in the last month and the month before, etc., failed to arrive. The people have come to call for peace are about to see their dreams come true in ways that are even better than they expected. By now, the majority of Americans are increasingly revolted by the Bush gang's antics. Certainly, these people, all other countries in the world, have shown they find Bush Jr. and his DC gang to be vastly lacking in everything valid leaders should be, and the propaganda of the Bush gang falls on deaf ears. Imagine the great joy the millions of Americans and the rest of the world's people will feel when they see and hear the resignation speeches of Bush Jr. and Cheney. Billions of people will cheer and shout with joy. This is how it will happen, and it will be broadcast live from D.C. There will be a short introductory announcement of NESARA. First, we will hear from the foremost U.S. legal authority that constitutional law has been restored. Second, the resignation speeches of Bush Jr. and Cheney will be broadcast. Third, constitutionally accepted NESARA president-designate and vice president-designate will be sworn in. Fourth, the NESARA president-designate will make a brief speech outlining the major points of the true NESARA law, including credit card debt forgiveness, abolishment of federal income taxes and the IRS, the new U.S. Treasury bank system and the new currency, and abolishment of the Federal Reserve System, declaration of peace, which is instantly effective, and recall the aggressive U.S. military units, new elections to be held within 90 to 120 days. This introductory NESARA announcement is expected to take only about 20 minutes and will appear suddenly on all major television and radio broadcasts at the same time. The emergency broadcast system will be used to broadcast this world-changing announcement on all major stations simultaneously. There will be no notice to the public that an announcement of importance will be broadcast at a specific time or date. Instead, there will be an unannounced interruption of the regular programming. The emergency broadcast system will take over all the major networks and broadcast the live news of NESARA's announcement from the D.C. The short introductory announcement of the true NESARA law puts the major points of NESARA on public record and ensures that these vital points must be enacted. All the parts of the introductory portion of the NESARA announcement process will be live except the Bush and Cheney resignation speeches. The resignation speeches of Bush and Cheney have been taped and sitting for some time awaiting to be broadcast. Bush and Cheney did their resignation speeches as part of an agreement to avoid certain major problems that would occur if they refused. Within 12 hours of the true NESARA law's short introductory announcement described above, a 3 or 4 hour historical and detailed overview of the NESARA law will be broadcast. This lengthy presentation of NESARA will be done by about 20 presenters who have expertise in various fields such as constitutional law, economics, monetary systems, banking systems, etc. If any of these NESARA presenters are unable to present for the live broadcast, a tape version of their comments will be broadcast at the appropriate point in the overview presentation. By the way, I want to applaud Natalie Haynes of the Dixie Chicks for speaking her mind about Bush Jr. Millions of Americans are extremely disgusted with the Bush gang and would like to kick him out of the country. I went to Columbia Records today and sent a note for the contact link for Columbia Records /contact saying that Natalie was right. There will also be 0 terrorist attacks in the U.S., so you can ignore the idiotic Homeland Security alert. It's just more of the same old scare tactics from the Bush gang. The Bush gang's psycho-terrorism efforts to scare you are the reason they put out these terrorist alerts. They want you to be scared, so you will be a coward and support their illegal war. There are 0 terrorist attacks. Just relax. I'm continuing to hear there will be 0 war because powerful intervention is bringing NESARA and stopping the attacks. The Bush gang are expecting to come home with reinforcements and unknown weapons to arrive tonight or tomorrow. However, the Bush gang's reinforcements will fail to arrive, and their weapons, which have never been seen on Earth, are also failing to arrive. In fact, the Bush gang and the Dark Agenda hierarchy are running out of groups who are willing to help them. The Bush gang lack any weapons of mass destruction, which can work because the forces have the normal U.S. military weapons neutralized. The Bush gang know that NESARA is set to kick them out of power, and this is why they are desperately trying to attack Iraq. However, regardless of what the Bush gang think or do, NESARA is removing the Bush gang from power forever. In spite of the dog and pony show done by Bush Jr. and his Dark Agenda buddies on Sunday, and in spite of the Bush Jr.'s threats last night, the world's people calling for peace have been successful. Perhaps it takes seeing how unacceptable the Dark Agenda plots and destruction are to inspire the world's people to unite and choose the higher path. I never expected the Bush gang to surrender. Their arrogance and self-delusion are programmed too deeply to allow them to see that their plans have already been canceled. The world's people are calling and praying for peace. We will soon see that they have been heard, even though they may not see it at this very moment. We will also see how successful the world's people are when NESARA's announcement eclipses the Bush gang and instantly stops their world domination plots. NESARA, yes. Peace, yes. Blessings and love, dove of oneness. No, the term white knights is borrowed from the Wall Street Journal and the world of big business hostile takeovers when a vulnerable company is rescued from a hostile takeover by a white knight corporation or wealthy person. Certainly these people fighting to bring Americans and the world the benefit of NESARA and to rescue our government or are people from government, and banking fraud deserve to be called white nuts. So this is also, of course, good news right here. NESARA is just around the corner. It could happen anytime now, maybe in a few minutes, maybe in a few hours. Just be ready for it. Clearly, it's happening sometime within, the next few weeks. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. This was from April 16th, 2003. Damn it. I guess it didn't, I guess it didn't come through. Damn it. I hope none of y'all were waiting on it from 2003. From 2000, almost a fucking decade of NESARA is just around the corner, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. We got it. Here it comes. Over a decade if you really start at the beginning of it. I apologize for that. I thought this was more recent. I was wondering why I kept talking about Bush. I wish I'd have paid a little bit more attention. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, yeah, I was thinking almost 2 decades. That's right. Almost 2 decades. 2013, 2023, almost 2 decades old. Actually, probably over 2 decades because this actually started, this was just one of the more interesting updates that I could find. But there was actually some from, I think 2000 is the first update on this website. If you go back through this bullshit. But yeah, so if you're waiting, it's just around the corner. It's almost 2 decades old, but we're about there. Just keep waiting on it. No worries. I've got some more. What did I just close? Did I close something important? Yes, I did. We need to keep that open. I can close the NESARA. I can close the Jayco. All right. While we got everybody in here, I'm going to play this one more time because I think it's fucking awesome. Shout out to Jay Reese and BT and the 3 little froggies who appear in this video. That would be Doug, Mike, and Jeffrey.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the base, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
I like how they use his cough.
Uh-oh.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the base, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
And yeah. Woo. And Mars in the house.
Hey. NESARA, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
It's some off.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement.
You better buckle up.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
We are now the news. Thank you, Jay Reese, for making the original score, and BT, thank you for working on that. And man, I love how they use like this. If you don't know, like him hitting the desk, that's the actual sound of him hitting the desk. That's Mike's actual cough. Like he adds all that shit into the beat, and it turns out really good. It's just the chorus of the song from Jay, and then the beat and their words. I don't think they can get me on like harassment or bullying. I mean, it's just a remix of their sounds. It's sounds that they put out there for free. It's probably the most amazing collaboration I've ever seen in my life. It's really, really, really good. It's a very good video. I'm going to be uploading it I'm trying to get back on the main channel. I'm trying to dispute what's going on and get back to the main channel. I don't know if that's going to happen, if that's going to come through. It'll probably get denied like everything else. They struck me from a video from last fucking year. I mean, how do you go back to October and be like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry I violated a rule before you made it a rule in January, so I should have seen the future better. You're right, YouTube. I should have seen the future, and I should have planned on you changing the rules. And then I should have went through, my 285 hours of content and made sure that none of it violated any of your rules. Thank you. Thank you for that spanking. May I have another? I don't know what to do with it. But anyways, let's see what the Patriot Street Fighter has going on. Now, I had been skipping ahead of... Oh, there's BT right there. Thank you, man. I really, 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 really appreciate it. That's awesome. Also, I had been cutting off the intro from these videos, but I do know how much you enjoy Scott's intro, so I'm going to let it play. You're welcome. Thank me later.
Usurpations.
Awesome, guys.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the
You should holler at BT. I think if y'all both got something coming up, that's awesome.
Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed. That whenever
no, this is for you, Rusky.
destructive of these
Same reason Trump didn't stay in power. I'm protecting you guys.
and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed.
But
When a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is... When you have somebody...
So this is from 7/11/21. This is an appearance they did. It's obviously got Scott, the meat beater, and Lee Dundas, the Scientologist, pretending to be a Christian, and Sriracha Stone, whatever his deal is, all on stage. So let's see what's up. I have not watched this yet, so we're all new here.
Who nearly 2 decades ago saw this satanic power structure from his point of view in a war-torn country, becoming a refugee and getting behind it, aligning himself with the most powerful people in the world. Virtually every king and prince on the planet, heads of state, found his way into the United Nations, into the Vatican. And
sure.
People, as I learned this past week, were the ones he talked to see the whole picture. And I've never heard, and most of you haven't heard, beyond.
Who the hell's he talking about? They were in a war-torn country, a refugee. They met the princes and kings and the most powerful people in the world, presidents and prime ministers, and then they snuck into the UN. Is he talking about fucking Sriracha?
This explanation of what this global corporate behemoth power structure really looks like and what it's designed to do.
Sriracha was grifting the UN. So if you guys don't know, Sriracha prides himself as being a musician, and allegedly he got the UN to fund his humanitarian effort to share his music in war-torn countries at refugee camps. So he got funding to travel to refugee camps, allegedly, and play his guitar.
I've never heard it, even with the research I've done for 30 years. So I can tell you this, the whole idea that the energy field is rising, the consciousness field is rising, pulling us all in together who are going to bring this whole thing down, including you, couldn't have been more true than when we walked away from the dark energy of the original tour that I agreed to sign on to, because it left me with two powerhouses behind me. And this one you're going to hear from now is now become personally, this is pressure, responsible for my next level of ascension. And he knows it. I keep saying this every night over and over because I know what he's given me already has taken me to a new level.
Yeah, why does he wear the chaps 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Is it just so someone... We all saw the video of him on a slight incline where he killed the bike. We all heard him admit he has no idea how to jump it off. Does anybody still believe he's a biker just because he wears the chaps everywhere? If you're going to be it, listen, chaps aren't that comfortable. They're kind of hot. They kind of lock the sweat in, they seal the flavor, if you know what I mean. If you're going to be somewhere for a couple hours, I'm pretty sure most people would take those off, okay, if you're going to be there for a couple hours. I don't know how complicated it is to get off his big boot, but when I had chaps, they zipped up the side, so you could get them off and leave your boots on, but maybe his don't.
And I know what I'm going to get from this man is going to be indicative of what you're about to hear from this powerful international...
Flynn was a decent guy, a great military record. Now he's a piece of shit, and you can take that with you when you leave.
I give you Sasha Stone.
He doesn't have metal legs. Are you kidding me?
Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely delight to be here, sir. I want to salute you.
You think he's aligned with Scientology? They all zip. Okay, I didn't know. Honestly, I had a pair of riding chaps when I used to ride a little bit, and I have a bunch of like welding leathers for like work and stuff to keep me from getting burnt, and they all of those zip. The one pair of chaps and the shit ton of welding stuff, it all zips and opens and pockets and whatever. But I didn't know that all chaps zipped up.
For all others in this room, for your genes, the genetics. Thank you for giving us this cyborg, this incredible being who's taught me a hell of a lot in the last couple of months, not least that I must never refer to this as an axe.
He yelled at him for calling it an axe. Scott up there with his axe. Look at Scott playing with his axe. He's like a regular lumberjack.
Also noticed that he hasn't done an F-bomb once whilst he's been home. Good.
Not in the Church of Scientology. Come on. We don't say the F-bomb in the Scientology cathedral. Yeah, I was under the... so they do protect you quite a bit. They do better with heat, like they keep heat out, but once heat gets in, they kind of trap it in. But I was always under the impression it was if you had to lay it down or bail. That's why I wore leathers. But I know when I'm welding, it's just to keep me from getting burnt. If you've ever had a fucking spark come through your pants and fall down your leg, burn you all the way down, then get in your shoe, and then you're fucking kicking your shoe off, and it goes flying, and now it's in your sock, burning holes through your sock, and you step on it 2 or 3 more times, it's pretty rough.
You were all standing up a little earlier with your flag and Laurie singing as beautifully as ever. I'm thinking to myself, hang on, am I supposed to...
So, someone just said this. I hate to keep stopping it, but someone asked this. I guess we need to explain it. No one has come out and said, except for Lee Dundas. Lee Dundas is 100% a member of the Church of Scientology. Scott and Sriracha have not said that they're members of Scientology. But they are slowly shifting the narrative away from the Bible and Jesus Christ and more towards an alien being who created us all, and we're traveling interdimensionally. We're going to become beings of light. Scott said the other day, a few weeks ago, that we were just meat sacks, but really our body was so much more because we were light beings, and that Jesus was just a regular guy, and we're all like Jesus. We can do, this is his own words, we can all do the same magic like Jesus did. And he said, and I say magic for lack of a better word, but when we really unlock our full potential, we can do the miracles that Jesus performed. He called them magic the first time, and then he said miracles. So Scott believes that we're all Jesus, and Jesus just come to show us how to use our powers. And there's the aliens and light beings and blah. I don't know. It's moving more towards a Scientology-like religion than it is any type of Christianity. Told people to throw away their Bibles, stop reading it. That it's not true. Instead, you have to look inside and use your own knowledge and discernment. The whole roadmap is inside your body. You just got to find it, look to the skies, map the stars, all that kind of shit.
Hold my heart while their flag, and the funny thing is, I'm looking at the Zimbabwean flag right there.
Be even better than Jesus. I didn't even know that.
That's where I was born, Zimbabwe. Nonetheless, I'm not a flag man. I don't do enclosures. I don't do borders. I don't do usury. I don't do the Catholic Church.
Now so they've also been preaching. Now they're saying that they're right wing, they're conservative. They started off bringing back conservative values. We want to fix school. We want to see what teachers are teaching kids. We want to do this. We want to get these people out. We want to do that. We want to, conservative values, the same things that my channel started as. We started as a conservative political channel, current events, blah, blah, blah. Now they're moving to a more open borders and one world, and we're all together, and a globalist agenda. Without the scary corporations, it'll just be all of the people of the world coming together. He's saying it right here. I don't do enclosures. I don't do flags. I don't do borders. He's saying it right here. This is no longer patriotic. This is no longer conservative. They took that shit. They picked up as many people as they could, and now they're shifting them to a globalist fucking Scientology bullshit. I don't do borders. And then Scott will come on here, and one of his live streams from his bus, he'll bitch about what's Biden doing down at the border? Have you seen all the people flooding across? They're building an army here. And then Sasha says, we don't do borders, we don't do flags, we don't do enclosures. Come on.
Meaning to say the intervention of the third party. I've spent a quarter of a century learning how not.
So they're taking as many people from the right wing as they can and making them fucking crackpots. And they're taking the rest of them and getting them labeled as fucking extremists. And then if you don't fall into those things, if you don't fall into this crackpot new age shit, and you don't fall into this far right extremist, let's fucking start shooting it out for every reason, and you're just kind of like, hey guys, I think we can get through this. Let's just have a little bit of sanity. Let's discuss this. We can still talk. We can always talk, right? We should always have open communication. That's the only way to get anything. If you're in that area, there's not enough of us to do anything. That's where I find myself. Like, I'm right wing and more conservative. I know there's people that are not right wing at all in this chat and that hang out with us. But I believe that I could sit down and talk with them. We may not like what we got to say, but at least we can talk. They're so far away, there's nothing to talk about except space and aliens, and they want to open the borders and one world and globalism, blah, blah, blah. And the extremists are so far away, they can't talk because everybody's a pedo and eating babies and sacrifice everybody. It happens rarely. Everybody. So now we're just stuck here. There's not enough of us to do anything. We get a front row seat to watch it all burn down.
To do fictions. Having said that, I stand beside your flag. Absolutely. And I do so not least because I regard myself today as the greatest living expert on the pulse of Middle America. And I'll tell you why I say that, because I came here from Bali, Indonesia, 4 continents to get here, didn't wear a mask, believe it or not, didn't allow them to stick a 12-inch something or other into the soft cell tissue of my brain, and didn't allow them to stick anything in my arm. I told them multiple occasions where they could stick those various things. The point is this: I've spent the last 2 months with one objective, and that was to listen and to learn from you folks, from the
it works on a couple of different fronts, because not only does it discredit people who like voted for Trump, or people who are like, hey, maybe we should check into this and check into that because it seemed really sketchy. Not only does it discredit all those people into this crazy blah, 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 but it's also pushing agendas like, oh, you'll sit at home and you'll collect your Vatican check. Well, that's universal basic income. Oh, they're bringing new medical technology that they're going to give away for free because we're taking it from the cabal. Oh, so you want universal health care. They want to, I don't believe in borders, and I don't believe in this. The power of the people is stronger than any border. Oh, so you want no borders, open borders, globalism. And we can do there. It works on two fronts. Not only does it make you look like a nut job, it's slowly indoctrinating you to other more very, very, very progressive narratives. There's not even a whole lot of, well, I would say there's not a majority of people who consider themselves on the left that would just say, open the borders completely, fuck it, why do we even have borders? We should just be the world. We shouldn't have countries. But Sasha can come out and say that, and then still claim to be on the right wing, a conservative. Now here for Trump.
I'm so incredibly blessed at having done so. I did come in truth.
You guys want a beer? Justin's struggling. Justin's struggling.
Of how you people have been played by the rest of the world. And I'm going to say a few things that are real truths that are not fun. Everything that woman
he can't find the words, so he screamed out Taco Bell at one point.
Said plus 10 times 10. Everything she said, I stand behind.
Because he's a Scientologist as well.
But a slightly deeper dive, pulling back one more level of that, skin of that onion, is communism is the same goddamn thing as capitalism. They are all collectivism. We are all being collectivized constantly. That's what government does. That's what it's always done. I remember in 1999, it was the ambassador and plenipotentiary of Vietnam, an elderly man who I doubt is still alive. I do know his name. I'm not going to say it because I don't have his permission. And he really went out on a limb in 1999. And I was in his embassy with him in Egypt, in Cairo, and he was the plenipotentiary for the whole...
More patriotic people on stage than on your chat. I got you, buddy. Hey, everybody, welcome the Scott McKay Forkin Patriot up to the chat.
Middle East and Africa for Vietnam. And
welcome.
Man had invited me to the embassy to sit down, and I'll never forget it. He was standing by the fireplace in his office, and he started crying. Because he said he liked me. We'd met at a few diplomatic functions. He knew I was a citizen diplomat. He knew I was in the Middle East. I was meeting with warlords.
But Scott, when you sell those T-shirts that say, where are the kids? Save our kids are not for sale. How much money goes to kids who are have been trafficked or in tunnels? Or that's a loaded question. You're out of here. Get out of here, guy. And for anybody else that wants to know, those kids are incredibly hard to find. Plus, they got the military. They don't need my money. Okay.
Meeting with imams. I was meeting with sheikhs. I was meeting with the mad mullahs. I was out there to see for myself whether or not this Islamism was the real threat or what was behind it. And I'll never forget, he said to me, I hope, young man, that you will tell the truth to the world one day. And I'm going to tell you what I know, what I've learned from 45 years of power, of leadership. And he explained to me that Cambodia and Vietnam, all of that was a slow and steady setup. Yes, communism was the front story. The story behind that and behind the killing fields was also opium and opium wars and the CIA and the
Yeah, Scott looks like he's shrinking over there, huh?
and the Vatican interests, the central banksters, the priest banker class of satanic Luciferians who have always been behind the dream spell machine. And they were preparing Vietnam and Cambodia and Afghanistan.
Oh, by the way, when you guys were, he's talking about all the wars. Now we shouldn't be in wars, peace, globalism, open borders. You know, the normal spiel of all right-wing conservative Christians. You know, he's just a regular evangelical conservative. You know what I mean? By the way, someone was asking about Flynn earlier and then freaked out. But check this out: Groyper strikes again. This is an anti-hero, convicted liar, disgraced, disloyal Michael Flynn, a.k.a. Grifter General. New walking back QAnon LARP. Uh-oh. Go down.
Screw you, Scott Mackay.
Screw you, Scott McKay. I don't know why he freaked out, but screw you, Scott McKay. Thank you very much, Jay High Ashbury, one of the originals. Thank you very much. I appreciate the tip. Thank you. So he's broken his queue because he's walking back the LARP. Worked for Mossad, spyware firm, NSO Group. Tried to suspend the Constitution. Worked with Israel and Russia to undermine part of the election. Plotted mercenary kidnappings on American soil. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Caught sharing classified intel. Serial killer. Ashley Babbitt says Flynn has blood on his hands. Rip Ashley. The Treason series. Shorter than Alex Jones. Russiagate. Israelgate. Zionist puppet. American flag in distress. Mind war. Lock him up. Says Hillary Clinton. Includes a vial of tears from Iraqi children, includes torture tools, includes undisclosed cash from Israel and Turkey, and it's got the Capital Insurrection Act. It's got no bald eagle, made to scale at 5'2", false flag edition. Groyper coming in, striking while the iron's hot. This is definitely going to put some people on edge, I'm sure. They're not going to like this. PSYOPs, national security threat, Tel Aviv, Moscow edition. This product betrayed America. Woo. Age is for Q-tards and Trump-tards. COINTELPRO is the series it's under. COINTELPRO. So that's going to trigger some people, I'm sure. Thank you to Groyper for shouting that out. Make sure you follow @_Groyper on Gab. He's exclusively on Gab, @_Groyper. If you have a Gab account, follow him. He helps the show out a lot.
For trillions of dollars worth of drugs. And friends, it was your government at the front of that. Let me be clear. It was highly compartmentalized elements operating from within the government. I do not chastise the government. I despise the government, all governments. But I'm saying what I've learned in 24 years of speaking to heads of state, to kings, to all the power icons you could possibly imagine. I have learned that they themselves recognize that the evil is all.
Nah, I think he's like 5'7" or something. He's short, for sure. He's shorter than average, I guess.
Operating in a compartmentalized way within those.
So he very rarely stands near him, like at a public event. He'll very rarely stand near someone taller than him.
Within those state departments, within those churches, and so on. And I'm saying this because what I've also learned is that if we want to transcend and
that's right, Rita.
This
Get him.
Civilizational dystopia, this twilight zone that's descended upon us like the thrall of Babylon, we're going to have to do some real inner alchemy. We have to learn the art of redemption and an absolution.
So Sasha's the type that uses a bunch of big words to try to get you lost in the sauce. Word salad to put out there just to confuse you, and then throw some uber progressive talking points like open borders out there on top of it.
Which is a Christic principle. We must not move against China. We must not allow ourselves to move against Russia, against the other, because it's not out there.
Peace.
It's not out there. The devil is the degree to which you and I move against our conscience. The degree to which you and I allow ourselves to move against our conscience.
Hey, Beer Man, can you get a message to the damn grifters black market for me? And will you split the profits? I got a hell of a buy on container load of meat hookers. Oh, meat hooks. Sorry, I meant meat hooks, just saying. Yeah, meat hookers, meat hooks, both are good. We'll see if we can get them moved for you. They don't know what the fuck he's saying because it's so goddamn weird. So they don't know whether to clap or not. Like someone has to start it off because no one knows what the fuck to do.
Wear a mask because a mask is an insane proposition. We will not wear a mask because we choose not to participate in a mass ritual humiliation of the Christed sons and daughters of God.
Then, of course, they got to bring it back to religion or they won't get enough people to support them. The sons and daughters of God.
And it's never, ever more complicated than that. It's a simple proposition. We do not roll our sleeves up and offer ourselves up as harvest to a satanic, genocidal, sociopathic, Luciferian, Babylonian complex that has always sought to collectivize us and to dream spell us and to separate ourselves from ourselves. That is not why I was born to this world. That is not why we steered our blessed souls into this vector of time-space.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I didn't know you had you were dealing with a loss. I just saw the part about grifters. I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss. If you need anything, let us know.
To be the distinction, to be the indivisible line between this and that. It's where our humanity emerges. So
Just got booted on the frogs. Oh no. Did you send them our new music video?
On my little tour bus. I don't have it like the Illuminati over there, you know. Drivers and stuff.
Thank you, Moan.
Debbie. And I'm loving the driving incident. I'm just loving it. I always wanted to say I drove across the whole of America. I've done it 4 times in the last 2 months. So the point is this. I'm driving thinking, oh, God, I'm so lucky I get to just speak, make things up, and talk as you know, whatever comes out.
Speak and make things up. Dude, I'm telling you, they let shit slip when they think they're just in banter. They let shit slip. Scott said, keep liking and sharing my videos. All your comments, it helps me feed on your souls. Oh, and show up at my events. I can really feed on your souls. They just let shit slip when they think they're in banter. This is not normal. This is not conservative. This is not Christian. This is not evangelical. This is none of that. It's not even fucking right wing. Some type of new age progressivism.
Folks who are, you know, the family of the men.
And if they want to be that, fine. But stop pretending that you're something else and then preaching the agenda of the polar opposite.
And I love. Yes, it's a bromance. Deal with it. What am I going to say that's purposeful and consequential that's not going to embarrass either me or him? And I thought, well, Pittsburgh, we're just passing Pittsburgh. I think, yeah, well, that's like steel. It's like men, you know. It's like, yeah, the work ethic, right? All of that stuff, yeah? And I thought, well, there's not much I can say in honor on that because personally, I don't think any of us should be working. I don't think any of us should be holding down jobs. I think it's a ludicrous proposition. In the world I come from, which is not in this galaxy, we don't have jobs. We don't have to find a vocation or an occupation. We don't have to toil for coin to pay to Caesar so that Caesar can continue to penalize us. Friends, we're the ones choosing that wheel, that harvest wheel. We can just...
Probably about every 10th person is an agent.
So I say this to the heart of working Americans, reconsider. Taxes is coin to Caesar. Caesar has only ever sought supremacy and dominion over us. 2,000 years of plantation slavery, and we are now more plantation slaves than ever we were. Because right now, we have the third party.
The reason that the movement targets Christians and evangelicals and right wing is because they feel like they've been neglected. They feel like they've been either ignored and more progressive agendas being picked up, or that they're the stuff that they believe in and hold close to heart and blah, blah, blah has been trampled on, right? This was a thing that Nick Fuentes, whether you like him or not, Nick Fuentes and the America First Groypers brought all this up of how does they used to ask, and this is may sound out of the way, and I don't mean to be offensive by it, but they used to go and ask when the thing that went around to the colleges, damn, what was that called? Charlie Kirk and his thing that went around the colleges. They used to ask, how does two men committing sodomy, because they would parade around almost like they were showing off, hey, we're accepted. They would have a homosexual speaker, and they'd be like, how does that help us? How does sodomy, how does that help the Republican Party and the agenda move forward, other than you just being able to parade around basically what equated to a token a gay person? Like, how does that help us? How does this? But while they were doing all this, they made traditional Christian evangelicals bitter, like their narrative, and the stuff they believed in was either trampled on or completely ignored, because everybody was trying to race to see who could be the most accepting and the most progressive and the most moving forward and the new age, and a lot of those people were angry. Some of them rightfully so, and some of them just angry because they like to be angry. But there's always somebody watching. Always somebody watching something, everything that happens. So when they started seeing, hey, there's a group of people that are angry, that maybe have money, that definitely vote, that do this, that do that, and we can get and activate those people. Literally, the Socialist Party, the Democratic Socialist Party of America, has a printed out game plan of how to recruit QAnon supporters for their agenda, because they're so dedicated. They turn up at polls. They turn up at places when they're angry. They spend money when they're angry. They go vote when they're angry. They do the shit. I mean, it's a good group of people to have on your side. The problem is, instead of being genuine and trying to get these people on your side because you support the same thing they support, they're trying to lure these people in and manipulate them to support what their actual platform is. It's pretty fucked up.
Intervention, the government and its multi-quadrillion-dollar satanic apparatus aimed at us like cannon. How the hell did we get here? That's a worthy question. That is a worthy question. In fact, it is the only worthy question. How did I permission this? And I look to the blessed.
If you can find a group that feels like they don't have a voice, that feels like they're upset, that feels like they've been betrayed or left by their party or blah. It happened a few years back when the big grifter movement a few years back was the left me. I don't know if you guys remember that, but like Candace Owens and a bunch of other people kept saying the left me, the left me. There was whether you like the talking heads or not. I'm talking about real people in their homes working a 9 to 5 every day, blah blah blah. And there was a group of people that were left leaning, that voted left, that still had certain morals and values that they wanted to stick to. A lot of them still religious, a lot of them still this, blah blah blah. They were just center, leaning left, voted left, had money, had anger, blah blah blah. The left left them. The left went too progressive for them. On the other end of the spectrum, there were further right people than the average right, or the current average right. There were like an older group of right-wing people. 10 years ago, they would have been the center right. And and they feel like the right left them. But when you've got a group of people that feel like they don't have a voice, that feel like they've been neglected, they feel like they've been left by their party, that feel like this or whatever, if you can reach out to those people, not only will you get their attention, no matter what, undivided attention, you'll also get their time, their money, their passion, their blah, blah, blah. And a lot of times you can take what they think they believe, and as long as they trust you as a talking head or as their leader or as the person in charge or that you're going the right direction, not only can you get them, their motivation, their money, their time, their vote, you can also move them towards whatever target you want to. So you pick up these people who really, really, really are mad about this one thing, and you say, yeah, we're going to work on that for sure, but we also need to do this thing and this thing and this thing, and you slowly start moving them that way. You guys saw it with Scott and all the other grifters. Scott started out towing the line as basically a Republican. Then he started discrediting all the Trump Republicans. The anti-Trump Republicans. Then he started discrediting all of Washington. Then he left politicians altogether. Then he went to light beings. And then he went to, first he went to traditional religion. Then he went to over-the-top religion. Then he went to progressive religion. Then he went to light beings. And now he's full fucking open borders and chaps. He's nowhere near where he started, but he's retained a large majority of the people who started following him because they're angry. Nothing motivates someone like anger. It just doesn't. Because listen, this is the reason that I can prove this. What other emotion could motivate you to take another person's life? There's probably very few. Even money. A lot of people wouldn't fucking take another person's life for a large sum of money. But if you get angry enough, if something happens to one of your family members or someone close to you or your loved ones or blah, 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 anger can push you all the way to taking someone's life. Well, I guess fear. That's a good one. But anger is a very, very, very good motive. I guess it's kind of tied to fear too, like fear that you're not being heard or that you're left behind or no one's going to represent you. But either way, anger over the children, anger over the party leaving you, anger over the fat cats sitting in Washington that are laughing and blah 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 and you know they're judging you from their ivory tower and you're down here slaving away, and you know they use anger as a motivator to send you over the edge. And then they start reeling you back in with a brand new narrative, and you never even notice. Well, they don't notice. If you're standing from the outside looking in, it's easy to see that Scott started out as super Republican, and now he's nowhere near conservatism. He's nowhere near Christianity. He's nowhere near any of that. He's not even in line with Trump anymore. He's pushing it far above and beyond that anything that Trump's even fucking said.
Of the blessed child, yes, you, sweetheart. I remember you. We had our photograph taken earlier. Yeah, you, me, and that cuddly toy. And I looked to her, and there's another boy here. He's over there somewhere. There he is. You're a beaut, you are. Beaut. And I'm saying no, not for their generation. No. That's right. We will stand the line. We will be the distinction. You and I, right? Right? That's it. And so consider what it means.
The only reason they use children is because it grabs such a wide audience. I don't know anyone in my personal life, in my professional life, anyone I've ever worked with, anyone I've ever probably passed on the fucking street, but I can't be sure. But anybody that I know of any type of their beliefs, could I go and tell them, hey, there's a kid being tortured. You're cool with that, right? Or hey, come over to the party. Come over to my party tomorrow night. We're gonna torture some children. That would be like, okay, cool. So it's a wide net, and it makes people super angry. No one wants a child to be hurt. Nobody. Like, I'm calling these people out, and I think it's a serious issue, and we should take care of it. Child abuse and blah, blah, blah. I just think it happens a much different scale and much different areas, like your own fucking neighborhood. And when your eyes are diverted onto the QAnon boards looking for a Nancy Pelosi drop, you're not worried about the little kid in your neighborhood that's clearly being abused or at least showing signs, and maybe somebody should do a welfare check. But it's a wide net that causes a lot of anger when it catches somebody in it, for sure.
To say, I am going to step out of the invisible contracts. That's what I was thinking.
That's right, Tablet. They've got some type of peace treaty. All right, guys. I know it's been 3 days, but we got to get back to the boys. It's their time to shine. So let's start off with some not news. Hold on, we got to play your music.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Dance.
With that night news, with that night news, with that night.
Show 'em your dance.
This one not cheap.
Show 'em your dance.
With that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
All right, Ollie, let's go. What'd you do? Where you been for 3 days? Where'd you go? Where you been? Say we went on a trip.
Where we go? Tell him you went on a trip.
To see some family. Say went on a trip.
Went to
And we got to swim.
go me.
And we rode, we played at an arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah? What'd you win at the arcade?
What?
What's that pink thing you won?
What's your pink? Key alien.
A pink alien?
Yeah.
You want a kink alien?
Yeah, and a real adult toy.
Oh, it's not real alien, it's just a toy?
Yeah, it's a blue.
Oh, it's a balloon?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you blow it up. It's not a balloon, but yeah, you're right. You blow it up, don't you?
I don't fall out, and don't go be up it don't fall down.
Oh, it doesn't go up to the moon. It just falls down. What else did you do? What else did you do, Ollie? Oliver. What else did you do?
Okay. What do?
Who'd you see? Who went on a trip with us?
Mama and Papa.
And what'd you buy today? Did you get some shoes? Get some shoes for school?
Yeah, I'll call 511 by my feet.
Yeah, we got.
You gotta get wide shoes for your big old feet. You know what they say about big feet, don't you? Big shoes.
So
Talk to 'em.
sleepy.
I did it all by myself.
No, we're not gonna do it all by yourself today. Maybe tomorrow. I want you to sit here and talk to them.
Talk to him. Tell him. You're in that little water slide.
Yeah, what? Why I got it all?
And then you got choked and you puked a little bit, didn't you? Stop. They're always on there.
Yeah,
you know
tell
that.
him that you puked in the pool.
Did you puke in the pool and shut it down? Stop.
Ollie.
Did you puke in the pool?
Yeah.
What happened? Did you get choked?
No.
Yeah, tell him you swallowed too much water.
No.
What about what else did you do? Did you float on an inner tube?
No, I thought a kiddie pool.
And the kiddie pool, the little pool, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And it did cool. You know why? Because somebody pooped in it.
Somebody pooped in it and it was closed. Yeah, I heard that. That's what they told. But you puked in it one day and closed it, and then the next day somebody pooped in it. Did you poop in it?
No.
Did mommy poop in it?
No.
Are you sure? You gotta watch mommy. She'll sneak around and poop in anybody's pool.
Well, you done. You just shut your
And then
mouth.
we got a flat tire. You remember the flat tire?
Yeah, and you shut your fat mouth.
And the flat tire, you remember that?
Yeah, I want you to show your fat
Stop.
mouth.
You're not gonna talk to me like that. Do you remember the flat tire?
Yeah.
That was bad, huh? But we fixed it and got to go home
And
and to the hotel. What else?
tell them where we're going.
Where are you going tomorrow?
I know.
With Grammy to the lake.
Yeah, hold don't go too far, Gail.
They won't go too fast. Hey, you want to sing them your song about not going to Granny's house?
What's the Granny's house song?
I don't want to go, Granny house. I don't want to go back home.
I don't want to go to Grammy's
I
house.
don't want to go.
Good job.
You are so sleepy.
All right, tell everybody say I love you.
What you?
What's your name?
I'll read that.
I ordered you some Minecraft shoes today.
Your lava
You ready?
shoes.
Lava shoes.
You don't want no wall. No wall.
Yeah, not water, lava. They know. They just accidentally sent that for the lake, buddy. It's okay. They're not undermining your shoe purchase. It's all right. Tell them you got Minecraft shoes on the way. Lava shoes.
What's that called?
Water.
Wall. Got back up a bed.
Obsidian.
Shit.
Right, obsidian. Good job.
And you pull all it.
Hey there, man.
Got to do a what? You made that a pull.
Thank you. Thank you, 11 Bravo, Dreamweaver. Thank you for the 6-packs. Papa Top.
You got me full short. I shall go and but I called to a so do a.
Okay. So stupid. All right, say love you.
Love you.
What's your name?
Always I do.
Bye, buddy.
Hateful.
I don't say.
Hi, Liam. What do you want to talk about?
I'm being nice. Just talk to
Don't starve for the game.
Yeah, it's called.
All right, let me get Liam set up real quick. Alright guys, here we go. I'm going to record this for Liam's channel, so let me reset this, and then we're going to play the intro and we'll swap right quick. Mouse 2. You ready?
Okay, hello everybody. So there's not really a lot you need to know about our trip. It's just that I have fun, and while we were shopping, because we were there for 3 days, of course we need to shop for like food, I found this beautiful octopus. I named him Purple Nurple, and he's a purple octopus that smiles. But you've probably seen these on like TikTok or something, but watch. When he gets angry, he turns into Blue Benjamin. Or Blueberry Benjamin, I don't know. Which happens when he is hungry, mad, or mad. So yeah, that's how. And then he goes back to Purple Nurple. So yeah. We got that now. And I see we have purple octopus emojis. And also, I wear him as a hat occasionally. He is my favorite hat now. So anyways, yeah, let's talk about Don't Starve. Now, Don't Starve, I already have a video Title for this, Don't Starve. This game literally drives you insane because this game is so cool. Wait, how nice, Liam, did you get school clothes? Not clothes, but shoes. I got a pair of shoes. Yeah, I got some gym shoes that are like these huge, like juggernaut looking Nikes. Like they're black with the white bottom. Yeah, they're huge. I just like the way they look. But yeah, so someone just said why. Why for the octopus? The octopus is the best thing ever. I love him. He looks beautiful. Yeah. So anyways, I like the octopus, but yeah. So, yeah, I got some nice shoes. I got these little blue and gray ones. They were really nice. Oh, Lynn's clothes coming next week. Oh, thank you, Lynn. They'll be here soon. Yeah. So everybody's sending purple octopus emojis. Yeah. I didn't even know that emoji existed, but yeah. So, in Don't Starve, it's a basic survival game, but it's not that basic because the art style is like really good. As you can see by the image on the screen, it has like this really good scribble, dark art style and stuff. So it's like scribbles in their hair with like white and stuff, and it looks so good. Especially when you play it in the game and you see all the mobs and stuff. It's really cool. But yeah, so let's talk over the 3 stats. There's hunger, which if you don't eat enough, the hunger drops. And if hunger gets to 0, you die, which is pretty basic. But wait, my toys and stuffed animals stunk. Purple Nurgle is amazing. Yeah, I'm planning to give some to my kids when I'm older and then sell the others at a garage sale. I'm gonna make millions off this. You just wait. But yeah, so continuing on. This is what makes Don't Starve special in my eyes. The sanity mechanic. So, is Liam coding yet? No, I haven't got my computer, which means I can't code. I'm hungry. I could eat a horse. Well, yeah. Okay, so anyways, continuing on. Don't Starve. The sanity mechanic. So, if you don't wear specific clothes, use specific items, and other stuff, your sanity drops, which this mechanic actually makes you like go insane, which makes like shadow monsters attack you. But God, is this mechanical? Because before they attack you, you can like see them around, and your character will go, "What was that? Did you hear that noise?" A bunch, and there you can see like the outlines of like the monsters, the shadow monsters. So that's like scary. Yeah, and it's so cool. Like the screen starts to shake. Like when you see it, it starts to shake. But let's talk about the characters. There's the starting character, the German scientist. Wait, Liam, do you wear uniforms to school? Nope. Yeah, so anyways, the starting character, the German scientist. I think it's the German scientist, yeah. He is just the basic character, the starting character. The only special thing you get with him is he, in summer and other seasons, in winter, opposite. Yeah, he grows a beard, which makes him get warmer. And that's all. He doesn't really have any downsides. He's just a normal basic character. We'll cover my favorite character yet last. The inventor. That guy in the bottom right next to the Hamlet. We'll get to those later. But yeah, he is blind. He has a bad stomach. He can barely see anywhere. But he's such a great inventor. He can invent goggles and a bunch of other inventions like other characters. but he has the downside of his stomach where he can't what's it called? He can't eat specific things. So we'll say to like carrots and stuff. And we're covering my favorite character last. This isn't in order. The strong man. So he is way stronger on a full stomach, and that's all I remember about him because I only played him once and hated him. And I went back to my favorite. But yeah, now to the twin sister, I think is her name. But yeah, or that's her character description. This isn't the real names. But yeah, so they her upside is she is not afraid of the dark. So if you can just walk in the dark unlike other characters. But yeah, but she is haunted by the ghost of her twin sister, who died, and her ghost always haunts her. Someone said drone update. Yeah, we're doing a new drone video sometime. I don't know. Wait, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. So now for my favorite character, Wendy, aka the fire starter. So she is a massive pyromaniac. She starts with a special item named the lighter, or Wendy's lighter. It's her lucky lighter. When you inspect it, that's what she says. But yeah. So that's the upside, but there's also other upsides. So you know that sanity mechanic? This is the part why I love the character. But yeah, someone said I'm from My Singing Monsters. What's that?
Nothing, it was a bot.
Nice hat, Liam. Thanks. But yeah, so anyways, the Wendy, she gains sanity from fire because she loves it so much. So if she stands by fire, she gains sanity slowly, but enough where you noticed oh, it is going up. So that really helps me because I always die to my sanity and the shadow monsters. So I just pop my lighter and I walk around if my sanity's super low.
I feel like that's how I'm gonna die. Sanity and shadow monsters.
No, the shadow monsters are attacking me. Help me, Purple Nurple. But yeah. So anyways, she also gets a stuffed bear, which you can follow these animal traps to get them. I haven't got them yet because it's hard and I always die of hunger when I try to follow them because they're so long. But yeah, Bernie is a little bear, and once your sanity is low enough, he'll turn into a giant Bernie where you can attack people, or he can attack people and punch the sanity monsters, which is really, really good for me, but I haven't used it yet, so it would be good for me. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of her downsides. I don't think she has any downsides. But yeah, so that's my favorite character. She's pretty easy to play and really good. So I'll see y'all next time. I don't know what I'll really be talking about. I might do another tier list or something, but yeah, I'll see you next time with Purple Nurple. Bye.
And that's it. We're clear for Liam. Thank you guys for hanging out with the boys segment. I appreciate it. I'm sure they do. Let me get the noise gates back on. I didn't leave them on the trip. As much as I tried, they kept finding their way back to the car. It was quite strange. It's like they had a homing beacon or something. It was very weird. But they made it back, I guess. They did get some shoes for school. Other than that, what were we talking about last? I don't even remember. Don't Starve, that was a new one. We were doing Patriot Street Fighter, right? All right, here we go. Back to Patriot Street Fighter, Sasha, and the new age religion they're starting.
Thinking, I know, I'm going to talk about gladiators and I'm going to talk about synthetic molecules. And I thought, yeah, that's genius. Gladiators and synthetic molecules. That's a great, because I've not got a good brain. I've got a terrible brain, and I have to have key words planted in my brain. The gladiators bit is this, okay? Bread and circuses. It's what governments do.
Apparently, that's what they're telling me, that Doug doesn't believe in the Sargasar anymore.
At the end of empire, at the end of days, when they're running out of stuff, when they're running out of lives, okay? And God knows they've run out of lives, because we don't buy into the climate thing, see? We don't
run out of lives. That's weird. Christianity with reincarnation? Oh yeah, they all believe in reincarnation as well.
ISIS thing, see? We didn't buy into any of that Bin Laden bullshit, see? We don't buy into...
So you guys remember how I was telling you that Doug was talking about starting a network, and he was saying, if we can talk about it in a minute when we go cover it, but he was saying if you sign up for the gold package as a patch salesman, that they would give you like thousands of dollars in free advertisement. Well, basically that means appearing on his shows. So some of the better patch salesmen that appear on his shows, about a gold level or above, they are bringing those people on their shows and giving them their own channel as well. And what they'll do is they'll kind of half-ass co-host occasionally. Plus, they'll run their own channel doing the same thing. They are starting a multi-level marketing / grifter network to earn as much fucking money as possible. If you didn't believe it was about money before, there's no denying it now. It's all about the money. Guaranteed.
They've run out of ideas. The Babylonian dream spell machine is falling apart. Much the same way that the Hollywood machine is falling apart.
He said Hollywood, we got to clap.
And that's because it's the same machine. But the gladiators thing. So we've got football, and we've got rock and roll. If you're stupid enough.
I thought Doug was getting a fucking camper and going on the road with bologna fried.
To purpose your life into rock and roll as a career, I'll tell you what happens.
I'm going to speed this up some, by the way.
My colleague, I'll give you Chester Bennington, my colleague. I'll give you Chris Cornell, my colleague. 3 of the greatest singers of my generation, hung by their necks on door.
Oh, man.
I'll give you Chester Bennington, my
Chester Bennington.
colleague. I'll give you Chris Cornell, my
Chris Cornell.
colleague. 3 of the greatest singers of my...
He's calling out musicians, calling them his colleagues. Musicians that took their own life.
My generation, hung by their necks on doorknobs in hotel rooms. Do you know why? Tell no man. That is why. Do you know why I'm standing here? Because I didn't sign the contract.
And he's claiming that because they signed the contract that they were killed. They were killed. Man, that's got to be some bad juju messing with people's suicide. You got to be in a desperate spot. I'm not going to say that like I've never been there. Lots of people have, right? To the point where you think that's the only option. Luckily, a lot of people end up with something bringing them back or something snapping them out of it or something saving their lives, really. But to mess with somebody taking their own life and claim it was the music industry contract and this and that, and it didn't get me because I didn't sign a contract. Maybe you weren't fucking good enough. Are you telling me you didn't sign a contract by choice, or you couldn't sign a contract? Because those are two different things. Did anybody ask you if you wanted a contract?
But if you don't enter the contract, they have no thrall over you. There is nothing they can do. They can try, and God knows they have with me. My friends and family know that. The Christed principle, friends, we're born with it. Every single one of us has it in the song, in our blood. We have all the power, all the privilege, all the prerogative of the Christed light in our blood. But you must know it in order to activate it.
We were actually stayed close enough on the trip onto like a touristy spot to where they had like arcade and a go-kart track and stuff like that. That's where we took the boys. And the hotel we stayed in had a pool, so they enjoyed that.
You must know it in order to activate it. You must know it in order to activate it. Know it! And that's how you invert the Babylonian dream spell. That's the I am. That's the I am. That is the I am. And when you know it, you activate that psionic intelligence. That's
all that Social Security money. That's right. Their audience is definitely older and a lot female, but there's some male too. Scott had to admit that 85% of his audience was female the other day, and he's like, I gotta tell them, hey, you guys gotta wake up your husbands so they come out. Not to mention a lot of the men there, like when they do an audience thing for Scott, it's funny. Because a lot of the men there, you can tell are only there because their wives wanted to come and they didn't want to go alone. So like the wives would be jumping up and screaming and shouting, throwing their hands up and shit, and the guy would just be sitting there like this. Like mad at the fucking world. Like, who the fuck is this prick? I fought in Vietnam. Who's this son of a bitch up here running around with an axe on stage? Talking about how awesome he is. I ain't scared of shit. And the woman would be jumping up and down and slinging shit. It's really funny. If you ever see a pan of the audience while they're cheering, oh God, it's good.
That's how you can perform miracles in this world. Every single one of us.
What's up, Lou Blue?
You are the second coming. You are the revelation. You are the Holy Grail. You are the crucible. It does not
like at the Oprah show. That's exactly right. Some of the guys you can tell are basically old salty vets, probably because they didn't have a choice and got drafted, but still, like they're just sitting there, arms crossed, don't give a fuck what's going on. They just know they had to bring their wife here.
When we unlock that at the collective level, boom, it's over. All of that Babylonian dream stuff is over. So from the gladiators, the rock and roll, the Hollywood bullshit, academia, the idolatry of our lives, how every one of us is spellbonded into false light appearance, into aiming.
Every one of us are spellbonded into false light appearance. I think that's Matthew 17, verse 3 and 4. Every one of us are spellbonded into light appearance. Okay.
The degrees of the glory, of the glamour, all of that stuff is false light worship. Friends,
I thought that said Scott McKay AIDS Freedom's Tour. It says, arise.
Hindus are far worse than either. Buddhists, all monotheistic religions have lost their way. They are idolatrous. We must remember the living gospel is consciousness in action. Is how we take that gospel and embody it, enact it, and manifest it. And once you begin, it's so easy, and it's so powerful, it's so intoxicating.
They're gonna start playing some Twisted Sisters on the PA. Everybody go to their walkers. You won't see nothing but, you won't hear nothing but tennis balls squeaking on the sliding on the floor. Shh, 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 shh. And walkers stubbed up, and then start when the walkers start flying. You better get the fuck out of there, okay? When they're willing to sacrifice the device that keeps them upright to throw it at you, it's time to go. They don't give a fuck about standing no more. They could fall at any moment, just collapse. When they start throwing walkers, get the fuck out of there. It's over. You're done.
To navigate in pure truth and right action, and to seek little more than to love and be loved. That's right. That's it. That's it. The synthetic molecule, that piece is graphene oxide, which we now discover as what's
leather bracelets for everyone.
In the lethal chemical cocktail masquerading as a vaccine.
Scott McKay is still claiming that he hasn't taken a dime from the money earned by Patriot Street Fighter. where the fuck is it going? Even if he claims that he took all the money ever earned and paid for his bus tour, or his gas, or his hotel rooms, or whatever, his Harley paint job, that's still him taking the money and using it for himself. He doesn't have to go on a tour. It's not like he's taking the money to run an orphanage. The money that he gets is absolutely going to his ass. There is some being held by PayPal, but that's still his money at the end of the day. If he was making $0 and PayPal was taking every dime from the t-shirts and not giving it to him, he wouldn't be selling t-shirts because he would be paying out of pocket every time you bought one. Someone still has to pay for the material. Someone still has to pay for the shipping. Someone still has to pay for the printer. He's not going to pay $9, $12 out of pocket and let PayPal keep the $40 you spent on a t-shirt for, $35 or whatever you spent on a t-shirt from him. That's not fixing to happen. You're out of your fucking mind.
As well as in the masks, there is this remarkable, evil little molecule, graphene oxide. Now, she may speak more about it, this remarkable scientist, Dr. Sandra Rose Mike. But I know a little bit about this. When the H1N1 thing was happening, if you will remember, over 10 years ago, my foundation were involved at that time in analyzing forensically.
I don't care if you believe me or not, but graphene oxide is a sterilization technique that they use when something's like sealed or sealed and you pop the seal, or sealed in plastic, or sealed with a cap, sealed with whatever. And they use that at the factory for sterilization. And trace amounts get places, but the amounts are like 1/1,000,000th of enough to cause any type of damage to humans or human tissue or cancer causing or blah, blah, blah. There's such small amounts that it's literally known by everybody that those are there. And no one's ever taken, no one's ever stopped. No one's ever said, oh, that's too much. Until now. But I think you have a much better fight in other places against the medicine, if that's your battle, than graphene oxide, for sure. Because it's everywhere else, too. No one complained about it when it was with the flu or the measles or the mumps or the latest procedure you had or the stent they put in. No one complained about it then. It's just now you're complaining about it at the same levels. I think you have a better fight other places. Like, what about the trials? What about the clinical trials? What about this? What about that? Than you do with graphene oxide.
The vaccine that was being put out at that time. Now, this is before I hacked into the UN and became a director general there because I wanted to see for myself. And that was a thankless 2 years, and no, I never took a dime from that place. And there's a lot of good people in that place, just so you know, trapped in that system, okay? But over 10 years ago, when the H1N1 thing was happening, we managed to get hold of one of those vaccines. Do you know what we discovered? In the snub-nosed needle. Now, number one, why were those vaccine needles snub-nosed ones? They should have been absolutely sharp. We discovered a nanobot on the inside of the tip of the needle.
This man just said that he had a team that was assigned to forensically analyze things, medical devices, during the H1N1 scare, and he found a snub-nosed needle, much like a snub-nosed revolver, that had a nanobot inside of it. Now, he didn't keep it or present this evidence or submit it or have someone else verify it. It probably flew away. Who knows? It's probably a mini drone.
Pull that nanobot out under microscopy. You know what we saw? 2 hexagonal plates made out of metal, barely visible to the human eye, sandwiching a hardened silica gel. Little hooks, microscopic hooks on the corners of the plates, metal plates. Inside the hardened silica gel, like a little Oreo cookie, we found 3 lethal pathogens. Okay? And the most insidious thing of all, little serpent glyphs carved onto the metal plate.
3 lethal pathogens inside this nanobot. And the worst thing of all, they're going to find hieroglyphs carved on it as well to tell you. It probably says the cabal was here.
The calling card of the Illuminati.
The Illuminati.
Public notice. Those were batch-coded vaccines being sent to every country on earth. They were trying to force them in Mozambique and Botswana and Eritrea and Central African Republic. And through the United Nations and the World Health Organization and that wicked compact, they were trying to force the bar-coded vaccine.
God, he's a lying piece of shit, dude. There is no way that, first of all, he had a team assigned. What is his qualifications? to be the leader of a team assigned to evaluate medical devices during what is a not worldwide but localized pandemic. And he found a nanobot. And it had 3 different deadly pathogens on it. And it had the Illuminati symbol marked on it in 3 different places. People are dumb, but are they that dumb? Literally, even if everything else was true, why the fuck would the Illuminati put their symbol as like, it was us, guys? Wait till you find this nanobot.
Onto every black skin, brown skin, red skin, and yellow skin on Earth. Using that globalist apparatus, it stopped in its tracks when it came to light that people had discovered, like we had, what was inside that vaccine. That it was a genocidal technology by best accounts. Do you know how it would have worked?
Are you kidding me?
They were saying to people in Africa, you don't get your vaccine, you don't get your rice rations. Your babies starve. People roll their sleeves up. They inject that stuff into you. That little satanic construct, molecule thingy, tags into your tissue and doesn't flush through the body. This was the idea, by best accounts. They used military satellites? Who knows?
This was the idea, by best accounts. They used military satellites to activate the nanobots.
Scalar waves? Who knows? And trigger.
Who knows? He's even saying who knows. They use military satellites? Who knows? Data waves? Who knows? Microwaves? Who knows? Ocean waves? Who knows?
Any number of mutations of that silica gel, once it's inside the human body, which then leaches into the blood of that Botswana citizen or whoever it is. And they could then dial in to the genome of that footprint and cause mass genocide. Okay? Oh, a virus. Joe's presided like an emperor for almost 5 decades, Anthony Fauci, over that. And he's still...
See, Mark.
Friends, look at yourselves. Don't look at Fauci. Look at yourselves. Look at your tax dollars. Look at what the devil it is that you are doing. It is our compliance with the satanic nonsense that perpetuates it. That was caught in time.
Why do they still believe that this evil satanic Illuminati cult has to get your permission? They have to tell you beforehand that they're going to torture you and kill you and use nanobots.
With H1N1. Okay? This one is more insidious.
Plus Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, that makes sense.
Coupled with 5G, the kill grid, as and when that goes live, and we are in deep, deep trouble. And if you didn't see the 5G Apocalypse, the Extinction Event, the film I made 3 years ago warning about this, watch it. And that was made because I was targeted in 2016, because I was poisoned using that scale-out technology, because I came close to meeting my maker at that time. That's why I was on board with the subject long before anyone else. Contrary to stories by BBC and others that I'm a sensationalist trying to drive terror into the minds of...
So he got sick after taking a shot, and he thinks the government was trying to kill him.
Hearts of people on 5G. If there were 2 kids in this room, you know exactly what I'd say. It is serious stuff. And the fact that we're not even allowed to raise our voices against the satanic construct when it's lumbering at us and our babies with lethal injections, it's telling us what we can say and what we can't say.
Ooh.
It's defining reality for us. This might just be the last gathering of souls in Penn State who are able to listen to a group of mavericks in a free and open space-time vector. Think about that, friends. This might be the last time. Well, then I'm moving to Penn State. Thank you very much. Make room for me. So I leave you with one thing, which is the geometry of now, which I was told earlier I had to speak about briefly. Thank you for that. The geometry of now is always perfect in all ways. So that's the takeaway for me. I'm an old boy. I've been around a long time. The geometry of now is always perfect in all ways. And that actually is the principle where you connect with the divine, is to say, this is my life. I steered my soul into this vector. Here I am. Look in the mirror. Look into the left eye, into the right eye, and exchange fire in the eyes with yourself. Redeem yourself. Forgive yourself for your transgressions, for your dirty little habits, all the shitty little things you did. Forgive yourself. Say it's okay. You were trying to find your way home, and now you've just found it. I'm here. I'm going to catch you. Catch yourself, baby. Catch yourself.
There you go. I'm here. I'm going to catch you. But then you catch yourself to know that you're here, and you're going to catch yourself as well. To be fair, there were 3 black people that wandered into here to hear the speech tonight. Scott McKay screamed, "We're being robbed," and then ran away. and told security that that they had tried to assault him. It was later found during the investigation they were over 70 yards away. It was barely identifiable that they were even they were even black gentlemen. But you know, Scott. Half the people don't know what the fuck he said. There's some husbands that are not standing.
Click the like button and share with your friends. By hitting the share button, you can also subscribe and get ongoing notifications whenever we come up or go live. And if for some reason this channel goes down, you've learned by now, there will be another Patriot Street Fighter channel coming up. Because the news is fake, but the war is real.
He's got a little tagline at the end. I didn't even know that was a new thing. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? Has he got a new channel up yet? Hold on. I'm gonna see if he's got a new YouTube channel up yet. They kept putting them down as fast as he could make them last time. I wonder if he finally figured out he was hardware blocked and he needed to go from another computer and make it. Let's see if he's got a YouTube channel. Hold on. YouTube. He's got Patriot Street Fighter 17. That's only got the one video on it. That's all it's ever had on it. But there was another link to click here too. What about this one? Yeah, they all go to Patriot Street Fighter 17, but there's basically nothing on it. Nothing on it at all. It's Friday, right? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's Friday. So let's close this. Oh God, we're not listening. You want to hear the intro again, guys? Usurpations. No. It's Friday, so let's see what One Republic Network did today. This is their big call-in show on Fridays. It's also when they fight the most. That was his Rumble channel that I got it from. If you just go to psfrumble.com, they brought that URL. It goes directly to his thing. You are not a top fan. I've actually had you removed from Facebook. Is it not playing? What the hell's going on? Oh, it's playing. It's just silent? We will be live in a moment. Oh, there it is.
Adjusted his microphone on the bottom.
Oh, wow. Wow. Listen to that audio, boys. We got a winner. Listen. Listen to Jason Q's audio. His mic's upside down is the problem.
I can't hear you.
Now you can't hear.
You gotta turn off that background music. I think that's what it is. I think it's so.
All right.
I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think your mic's a little hot, buddy.
I can hear you. You're a little muffly.
Because what I do is I adjusted his microphone on the bottom. I take the bottom off, and it has these settings. So
he took the bottom off his microphone, and he said it had several settings. It had several settings, and he decided to adjust it.
We'll see how that works.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, it's bad.
What's bad?
It's bad.
What's bad?
How you sound. At least I'm.
Okay, well, hold on a second.
Oh no, he's gonna take it apart on camera. So you can invert and like flip and adjust and reverse the polarities and all the shit on the bottom of SM7B, but he shouldn't be doing that. It's a $400 microphone. So the problem is, the SM7B, I would love to have one, but again, it's a $400 microphone. So I got an SM58, but the SM7B is the standard broadcast microphone. You will still see them, even though they've been around forever, you still see them in like studios and radio shows and this and that. The problem is they're a very power-hungry microphone. So these microphones are XLR, meaning they got the big plug on them. They don't plug in USB, right? They are a you have to take them and plug them into a board, like a mixing board, and then the board plugs into your computer through USB. They have to have a lot of power coming from that board. It's a preamp, right? So it gives you all the power to run your microphone, or basically it doesn't go to the microphone. You take your voice signal and it boosts it up for the preamp. If you don't have a whole lot of power, to run it, you'll never be able to turn it up loud enough. You'll have it maxed out and it'll still just barely sound normal, or maybe even lower than normal, or too quiet for the show. And the more you keep trying to boost it up, the worse it makes it. But if you have adequate power, they're one of the best microphones they are. That's why they're still $400 a piece, and they're 60 years old. You know what I'm saying? But if you go and start adjusting the settings, there are settings down there. There's like the polarity, and there's a little line graph on the bottom of it, and there's 2 switches. They're not labeled very well, but there are 2 switches, and there's like a little set of line graphs you can set to flip the polarity in the microphone, but not something that Jason Q is qualified for. Instead, what he needs is about $100 device called a Cloud Lifter. And it basically goes in between your microphone and your mixing board and gives you that preamp that you need. A very, very strong preamp. And he would sound perfect. But you know what it's like when you get all methed out. You just take shit apart and try to fix it.
Go back to where it was last night. Awesome.
Yeah. The only problem, the good thing about, like, I've got a bunch of like filters and equalizers and stuff on my microphone. What I like about an SM7B is that it catches more low end, and because I got like a real nasally, weird fucking voice, I think it would sound better on one. But I don't have $400 to drop on a fucking microphone. I found one used for $200, but I can't do it.
Gotta love fun technical on the phone.
Not when these are like 40 or 50 a piece. You know, I could buy 4 of these or 8 of these.
Yes. You guys won a ton of things last night. It was so much fun. We have so many.
Look at him.
You guys are awesome.
He's adjusting his microphone. Tony, chill out. Man, give him a chance. He's got to adjust it out.
Definitely spread that was educational. It was good vibration.
It sounds so good.
Having a good time. You could totally
Usurpations.
It kept going all night long. That did not stop for me. So I hope that your guys' cheeks hurt from as much laughing and smiling as I did. I had to go back and watch it again because I had to look at the chat because I don't know if you guys could tell, which was pretty obvious, but my contacts were all messed up. I couldn't see the chat last night. I could barely see the phone numbers. And so I went back and watched it and I went through the chat, and it was so much fun. So again, today is Friday. It is Fuck It Friday.
That's the same thing he uses to clean out his glass rose.
Because
how's that?
Much better.
No. How about now?
That's better.
Okay.
You're really dialing it in there, Jason. I think you're doing good. Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, keep turning it down. You got it. Jesus Christ.
So today is about fending Facebook because, we can. And, it's not about sinking to a lower level. I thought about that last night a little bit, but it's not about that. What it's about is that we have a first constitutional amendment that says that we have the right to free speech. Now, I know that doesn't, necessarily mean like hate speech and, stuff like that. And I don't intentionally like being offensive. It's not in my nature. I'm definitely a smart ass. But, when you get censored as many times as Jason and I have in regards on this network, on this show, on this particular platform of YouTube, where they have decided to ban 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I'm definitely 10 to 14 videos that they've banned, and then 3 channels. And I'm over it. Over things that we are discussing that are truthful, that are classified as medical.
Even her mic is coming in really hot. Do you guys not feel like that? It feels like abrasive. Like it's not coming in. I don't know. It's coming in over the top. Too strong for sure. Like it's not peaking and like like that, but it's still coming in. I don't know. It's like she's mad at my ears.
Medical misinformation, and because they're basing their statistics and their censorship off of the WHO. And that's not okay. It's just not okay. And we, again, have made the decision that we're not going to contribute to that.
They still sell glass roses in a lot of like Indian gas stations, like the foreign owned gas stations. They still sell glass roses.
And it's not about, like a lot of other people will watch what they say and, try and tread lightly and, just to stay within their realm of what's allowed to be said and what's not allowed to be said. And that for me is just not going to cut it.
See how that worked for the last two.
Right. So that's what it is. We have just made a decision that we're just not going to support it. And by having our show on there in any fashion is supporting it. And I'm just not going to do it. We're gonna rise above. I know so many other people out there that have multiple different channels and use backup channels when their other one is like 2 strikes in, so they can get through that day time frame of exception of not getting that 3rd strike in 90 days, so you don't lose your channel. Screw it. The thing is we as the people we rise up and we stand up and we say no to something, and we either cut something off or we actually take action against it and do something and take away from what their money sucking pit is.
A glass rose is just it's a glass tube about this long with a little ball on the end with a hole in it. And a little felt wrapped rose comes in it. And like the bud of the rose, like the flower part of the rose is in the ball, and in the tube is the stem of the rose. And they sell it as a gift to give to somebody, your significant other or whatever. But what it actually is, the reason they sell it, is because you go out in the parking lot, you fish out the rose, and you've got a meth pop, right? Because meth crystal burns best in glass. You heat it up to a liquid, and then when you roll it back and forth and splash it, when it hits the cool side of the glass, you can pull in smoke. But when it's just hot, it doesn't make smoke. You can actually boil it away and not make any smoke. It smokes when it hits the glass. So you have to have something that's got a small hole that's kind of round that you can get away from the heat. You know what I mean? You got to splash it back and forth to cool it down, and that's when the smoke comes up. And the smoke, of course, is what gets you high. So the way to get around selling it as drug paraphernalia is it's a glass rose. But yeah.
Then it actually makes a difference. And we've seen that.
Also, this is
say usurpations for me, Jason.
Want to get rid of that 230.
Right.
And when I saw, because I watched a video on it, and they were actually asking
the 230. Like, what time is it when you need to go to the dentist office? Tooth hurty. Got him.
That Susan Wojcicki about it, and she says it's well within their rights to censor us. It's like you can't do both. You can't be a publisher and you can't be a platform. You can't do it.
Yeah. And the fact that the government's getting involved and now contributing to it is just one extra, that's like the cherry on the cake right there for me. That's literally what it is. I think that was one of the last straws. Actually, the last straw was when they banned my YouTube channel that I talk about water on. That was just absolutely over the top ridiculous, talking about water, and you banned my channel for what?
Well, you were talking about miracle water that you had somehow enchanted with your magical maga spell.
I'm over it. So there are much better options out there for the people that want to have their voices heard and that want to speak the truth, and that's what we're going to support. So we're swapping fully YouTube for Rumble. It's great over there.
Done.
Awesome.
Rumbling. We're rumbles.
They're seeing that.
I'm going to end up on Rumble if I keep getting strikes.
That's why they threw us out in a feature. And stuff like that is just going to keep growing. But it's based upon you guys and what you want to see in the truth, and whether you want to see suppression and your voice is not heard. And so again, get out of YouTube. Don't even use the link anymore. As soon as this show is over and I've downloaded the video, I don't know if I'm pulling it from there. It seems to come better from Facebook. It's done. We're not changing our mind. So that's where it is. And my shirt says, I don't need sex because the government fucks me every day. Because that's fun. And here's where we're going to hear some fun Freudian slips that I have picked up. Now, this first one, I was hesitant. I actually got this last weekend, and I was a little hesitant on showing this one because we weren't sure if there was some...
What kind of slips are you having here? And who's fucking you every day?
Verbiage change in it. However, RT put it out as well. And in the segment that they put it out in, I'm like, okay, yep, I think everybody needs to hear this one. Did anybody hear Jen Psaki say, well, however you pronounce her name?
Psaki.
Because we're saying the words today, the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, the jab, whatever you want to call it, kills people under 27. Don't listen to me. Hear it from her lovely own words herself. Come on, video clip. Video clip. Video clip.
Hence, we are quite focused on communicating.
It's all trash. Holy shit. Do you guys hear that audio? What the fuck is going on? I don't know if are they doing this on purpose so we can't cover it? What is this?
Directly with those people, hence our special guest today, about why it's important to get vaccinated, why these vaccines are safe, why they can still kill you even if you were under the age of 27. We need to be clear and direct about our messaging.
Well, let's just hear that again for everybody in the back that didn't quite catch it. Start over.
Hence, we are quite focused on communicating directly with those people, hence our special guest today, about why it's important to get vaccinated, why these vaccines are safe, why they can still kill you even if you were under the age of 27. We need to be clear and direct about our message.
So clearly she meant like why COVID is still dangerous even if you're under 27, because that's been a big thing. Like if you're under the age of 27, there's zero chance that you need to vaccinate, but if you're above that, there could be a chance, especially the older you get. But it's hard. Why does all their audio suck?
It's about as clean and direct as you can get.
Now they're playing the intro music again. Why is the intro music on?
About it is that there's still people out there defending them.
Right. That's not the only Freudian slip. She's made several others, but there was
Oh, yeah.
another one that was made in the UK recently. And I've been sent this several times, so I think it's high time everybody hears this one. Because this is just another thing that is adding on to everything that everybody, the doctors, the virologists, the people that used to work for the vaccine companies. I mean, how many people have to come forward and speak their truth about what is going on? And while everybody that is showing these things is being suppressed. The thing about the 45,000 dead in 3 days and the lawsuit that is transpiring, I showed you guys a little clip video. I have, and I'm sure many of you have seen it. And if you don't, I will find it and I will post that specific one at 7 minutes long.
I don't know if that's true. So you would think that if 45,000 people died in 3 days, that we would at least have some some reports or someone saying, oh, I know someone, I know this, I know that, or this person I know, or it just doesn't seem like it's been as active as it should have been. Now I know that there's a YouTube show or a Rumble show that's claiming that they've got the documents, but I haven't seen the evidence they claim that they have. They say that they pulled some type of file from this or that, and they know that 45,000 people died in 3 days. I haven't seen that, but I feel like we would hear about it.
Long, where the gentleman that's doing the lawsuit talks about it. I'll throw that one up there too, because it is time. It's so far beyond ridiculousness. It's just so far beyond it. I'm just mind blown at how these people can say these things and do these things and suppress our speech, and the government is involved, and that should just piss everybody off. Because I'm pissed. I'm very happy from yesterday's show, but I'm still pissed. Okay, here we go.
I mean, if they have proof, let's see it and let's verify it for sure. Because I want to see that too. And I'm not all on board. Like I'm not that all I ever say, and YouTube can't do a goddamn thing to me for this, is that's a choice between you and your family and your doctor. Okay? I'm not a doctor. I shouldn't be giving you any type of medical advice ever. If you're turning to YouTube for medical advice, it's wrong. That's the wrong place to look. Find a doctor, consult multiple physicians if it's an option for you and you're thinking about it. Talk to as many as you can before you make a choice. But it has nothing to do with me.
We go to the next one.
Hold on, I'll look that up.
On communicating directly.
By who? Tom Renz. Okay, thank you.
Ooh.
Come on, Pataki.
Ooh.
Computer.
Ooh.
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker. On the Novavax trial participants, they will have their vaccine pass in the United Kingdom, and of course we're working with other countries to make sure that is recognised. But as far as the UK is concerned, they will be considered as fully vaccinated whether they've had the placebo or the vaccine. On her very good question.
One more time, the what or the vaccine?
Is recognised, but as far as the UK is concerned, they will be considered as fully vaccinated whether they've had the placebo or the vaccine. On her very good question.
the placebo or the vaccine. And what are they doing? What are they doing?
Who, me?
No, not you. Well, yeah, just kind of curious. You look preoccupied.
Oh, this is good.
Damn.
Did you hear the placebo video, or are we ignoring it?
I heard it, but I was preoccupied by something even bigger. So,
okay, here's a rundown. I found out someone comparing it. These allegations were said to have come from a government insider. While attending a rally in Southern California in July 2021, attorney Thomas Renz claimed that an anonymous government whistleblower had proof that I thought they pulled it from some type of website, but they're claiming it's an anonymous government whistleblower that an estimated 45,000 people had died within 3 days after receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. Renz was speaking at a Clay Clark's Reawaken America tour in Anaheim, California on July 18th. The video and its purported claims were shared by a number of far-right conspiracy websites, including InfoWars, Fear Unmasked. Though the claims were unfounded, many posters of the video argued that the allegations made during Ren's speech provided evidence that the federal government was lying about the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm filing papers in federal court today, so you guys are the first to hear. Go ahead and post it. I will be censored in about 6 seconds. But here's what I'm going to say to those who are going to censor this. Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Let me tell you what I'm going to say. You are complicit in causing the death, and I cannot wait to sue you over and over again. He has used his platform to peddle unfounded claims that the government's lying, blah, blah, blah. A look at the Supreme Court of Ohio Attorney Directory revealed that Renz attended Case Western Reserve University and is actively practicing in the state for Renz Law LLC. He's the founder. At the core of his argument was a lawsuit Renz filed in Alabama on behalf of Americans frontline doctors against the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, Xavier Becerra, that claimed that the federal government did not have grounds to roll out any of the 3 vaccines. A complaint which starts a lawsuit was formally filed on June 10th demanding a jury trial. Renz was listed as a signator in the below statement. These vaccines are, this is a quote, these vaccines are unapproved, inadequately tested, experimental and dangerous biological agents, and have potential to cause substantially greater harm than the SARS-CoV-2 virus and the COVID-19 disease itself, read the complaint. The complaint further noted that the country's vaccine emergency use authorizations were unjustified, and there is not now, and there has never been, a bona fide public health emergency due to the SARS-CoV-2 virus and the COVID-19 disease. While some have used the lawsuit to suggest there's legitimacy in its contents, it is important to note that filing a lawsuit does not guarantee that the case has legal or factual merit. Next, the defendant will have a chance to respond, and if they choose, file a motion to dismiss the case, after which a federal court in Alabama will decide whether to move forward. The video in question came out of Renz filed an injunction on July 19th, asking that the defendant Becerra stop emergency use authorizations for the vaccine while the case is pending. The legal document also alleged that the government insider and computer programmer with subject matter expertise in healthcare data analytics. So it also alleges that a government insider who is also a computer programmer who also is a subject matter expert in healthcare data analysis had evidence that proved that they were dangerous. I know based on this woman's testimony, she has seen the inside of a system that there have been 45,000 deaths based on how many people died within 3 days of the vaccine. This so-called Jane Doe was said to have a written and sworn testimony declared under penalty of perjury, claiming to have proof, but no one's seen this proof. She just claims to, oh God. Oh, wait, hold on. I was hoping they weren't using the VAERS. The VAERS is self-reported. You can put anything in there. It is my professional estimate that VAERS database, while extremely useful, is underreported by a conservative factor of at least 5. On July 9, 2021, there were 9,000 deaths reported in VAERS. I verified these numbers by collating all of the data from VAERS myself, not relying on a third party to report them. In tandem, I queried data from CMS medical claims with regard to vaccines and patient deaths, and have assessed that the deaths occurring within 3 days of the vaccination are higher than those reported in VAERS by a factor of at least 5. That this would indicate the true number of vaccine-related deaths to at least 45,000. Put in perspective, the swine flu vaccine was so what she's claiming this off of is she pulled VAERS and some other data and relying on her expertise in medical analysis believes that it's at least 5 times higher than VAERS, which VAERS is self-reported. You can literally go in there and put that it caused you to become pregnant, which there is a case that there's already one on there that says SARS-CoV-2 vaccine caused them to become pregnant. You can report anything you want to. It's self-reported. It can be lied and manipulated. But she thinks it's 9 times higher than that. And if you do, 5 times higher than that, and 5 times 9 is 45,000. That's her case she's got. She did not specify parameters of which she established in her VAERS search, nor did she clarify how the numbers were correlated. The source also failed to describe her rationale behind establishing a factor of at least 5. When searched through the VAERS system, data using the below parameters, and found that between January 1st and July 21st, so that's 20 days, there were only an estimated 5,000 associated at all with COVID vaccine. Even if Jane Doe's 5-fold estimate was true, the number of reported deaths would still only be to 25, not 45, and that's over a 20-day period. As we have previously reported, the vaccine safety monitoring system accepts reports of adverse effects after vaccination, but does not establish cause and effect relationship. It's a public reporting tool. I don't know. I need to see more evidence than just that, for sure. Something more than that, for sure.
Remember, at 2 o'clock.
God damn, Jason.
It did strike.
What?
It did strike.
Okay.
Some stuff leaked out about this diamond mine in Sierra Leone, right? This is good. Man, this is just... So, it's a diamond mine, but there's just 2 big holes in the ground, right? Now, they said it on a Kardashian show as well. When people are out there buying diamonds, you're buying human remains that are compressed into a diamond. It's carbon. Carbon is energy. Carbon is energy. Carbon is human. Come on, guys. Now you put that on a ring. Why do you think they call it jewelry? It's the first 3 letters of jewelry. Are we picking this up yet? Who owns this diamond mine? Israeli billionaire Benny Steinmetz, ESG Resources. But yet, in this article by the Africa Confidential, dated, it was published December 4th, 2015. So it could be a D5 because you could.
I heard that Pelosi's not seeking re-election.
December, and then the D.
This is hard to even listen to, dude. This is bad.
And then the 5 at the end. But there's something very on the second page. They're talking about this, the biggest bank in Sierra Leone.
I'm very interested to see how the 45,000 thing comes up. I just don't think there's enough evidence of someone just saying, I think it's at least 5 times higher. That's not enough evidence for me to say, oh, this seems legit. I'm interested to see how it comes up because I'm nervous of the VAERS website anyways, like I said, because it's self-reported. And literally, if someone reports it for you, if you die, okay, and someone reports it for you, you can die on your way home in a fucking car wreck, sitting at a red light, and get T-boned by a tractor and trailer. And if someone says, oh, well, they were leaving, getting the vaccine, it's literally reported as vaccine within 24 hours of death. So you got to be careful with trusting the VAERS website, okay? The numbers on it, at least. I would like a more legitimate website, and I think they should have set one up. I think they know that it's kind of all over the fucking place, and I think that's part of it.
The Standard Chartered, which is SC, which is also an SC in our drops, has a particularly close relationship with the government and is under scrutiny for the way it spends funds there through a U.S. $50 million credit facility with the CDC. The CDC is a development finance company wholly owned by the British government and the policies of the former Commonwealth Development Corporation are decided in coordination with the UK Department for International Development. The CDC is not set up for disease control, people. The CDC is actually the Commonwealth Development Corporation. It is the federal government. It is the British arm, the British government, the British arm of the government. That's what owns us. So now you have these two big holes in the ground, right? Remember they said, who knows where the bodies are buried? That's what they're doing. They're burning all these people.
Maybe, and I'm not saying they haven't. I'm honestly, I don't know. I'm not saying they've inflated them or they've moved them, they've lowered them. I don't know. But I need somebody, because I'm not qualified to do it, and I don't think anybody else here is qualified to do it. I need somebody that is qualified to do it, to take it to court, to get to the bottom of it, open discovery and all this stuff. But I feel like a lot of people are pushing an agenda. I think anybody at fucking Clay Clark's event, he's a slimy, weaselly piece of shit, as far as I'm concerned. And it's hard for me to trust anybody that appears on his stage. Ever since his first event, that was actually a business seminar that he turned into a super Trump seminar when he saw dollar signs. And someone just saying, look, I think that it's at least 5 times higher than what they're saying. That's just not enough for me. They very well may be, lowering numbers or trying to keep them quiet or trying to this or that, for sure. And I'm willing to look at any evidence of that, but I gotta have more than what I've seen so far. I'm nervous of both sides. There's too many people with agendas, and we all know the government always has some type of agenda.
Cremating them, just burning them after they take their adrenochrome and their melanin, and then they get the equipment from GE and all that, and they compress these diamonds, and you put a diamond on a ring. I mean, you're essentially putting, it's all Saturnalia. It's all evil. Everybody says a ring. Saturn, ring. I mean, it's...
Well, it's kind of crazy that you bring up the Saturnalia thing, because I just happened to come across a picture this morning. I was going to throw it in here, but I'm like, nah, I don't have time.
I wish I was a doctor or a data analysis or something. I could give you a better point of view, but I can't give you any advice whatsoever. What's up, Clarita?
Yep. And Nike was actually the one of the gods of the goddess of victory, and that was also under the Victoria's Secret as well. Victoria, the goddess of victory and all that shit. It's all men. Even when you look at that Wojcicki, that Susan Wojcicki, you can see it Adam's apple plain as day. That's a dude. All these motherfuckers want to play dress up. Why?
So my parents took it, and the reason being is because like they both check the boxes of like, the complications that make you more likely to have a fatal case of COVID-19. They check like all the boxes, and they took it, and they told me they were going to take it, and I asked them if they had done their research and blah blah blah, and they said they have, and they took it. What I don't like is people with agendas. I don't like people manipulating the numbers, but I don't like people with agendas the other way that are like, oh, they're all going to die in 3 weeks anyways. As soon as they get the cold, that's what I've heard. As soon as you get a cold, you're going to drop dead. Like that's pretty fucked up too. Even if you have people in your chat that may have taken it or may regret it or may be happy with their choice, it doesn't really matter. The fact that you're like, in 3 weeks, you're going to be dead, that's pretty irresponsible. It's pretty fucked up to just say, right? I can't be the only one that sees that. I don't want anybody to be injured or dead or hurt. I hope everybody does well, healthy.
I mean, are they that hard up for a trade?
Jason Q is almost further than that. Not only does he say you're going to be dead as soon as you catch a cold, he's like, good for them. I hope they do. They need to go back and they need to die and go back and reincarnate and come back with a little more knowledge so they know what's going on with this QAnon movement. Like he's crazy about it.
Transhumanism. I mean, well, of course they are, but just this shit right here. This is no. But once again, if you say anything, you're an anti-Semite. But the funny thing
is, why can't he get past the Jews, man? Like he is hung up hard on all the Jews.
Is that what was it? It was a bed and breakfast. There was a girl, a lady, she left a notebook behind, and one of the guys that worked at that bed and breakfast contacted one of the bigger sites for all the Q stuff, and I think it might have been Neon Revolt. But what they did is that they posted all of the maps, all the charts that were in this book. What we did was
which book?
We screenshot this book that this chick left behind.
Oh, okay.
It was all handwritten. It was all these flow charts. The crazy part about it is that we went ahead and screenshot all of them, and I've been trying to draw them. There's like 40 or 50 of them. So drawing just if you try to print them, it doesn't come out right. So you might as well just transfer them over. And there is a company, and of course, this whole Diamond Mine has to do with the Panama Papers. Right now, it's the whole because right now it says families in one of Africa's poorest countries hope documents from the Panama Papers will force a foreign-owned company to compensate them for alleged pollution, forced removal, health complaints, and human rights violation. Now, this is all Israel doing this shit. It's not. I want to hear, you're just saying that because you don't like to just no. You know what? Because it's written right here. That's why. I mean, they are the crux of all this. People that sit here and they always want to just coddle them. It's like they are the root of all evil. When are people going to wake up? I don't care what people say. Well, I'm Jewish. Okay, it's a nation state. It was created in what, 47, 48? So what ties do you have to there? Because if you have ties there, then you've got to be Palestinian.
It's gone. It's over with. It's done now. There's no need to keep going through it. It's over.
It's a religion. It's not a homeland, motherland, anything like that. Nothing. It's nothing that could be even remotely close to being documented under any kind of DNA test. But yet they still do, because if you get a DNA test and you check, it's like, funny thing is, everybody always ends up like 2, 3, 4% Jew.
Everybody always ends up like 2, 3, 4% Jew. We're all Jews. He hates us all.
How? What, now they can now do religions? I mean, it makes no sense. It shows that they're playing that compassion card so they can screw us a little bit deeper. That's all it is. Because if you think that this, now I mind you,
I don't know why you people are submitting to DNA tests to begin with. Why are you giving the government your DNA? This sounds great.
This place right here.
You'll never be framed for anything.
Let's say it. And wow, this place. Now, this place also has this Diamond D processing, right? It's the address is 22003 County Road 17, Yellow Jacket, Colorado, 81335. Now it has a similar business, Monson Quality Meat Processing LLC in Utah. So the Mormons doing the whole grinders of the human meatage.
Can I ask?
What? Gain?
Gain. IN.
No, I've got channel 1, channel 2.
He doesn't have Gain. Gain's not part of his microphone. Jesus Christ, are they going to get this fixed?
No, if you don't, that's okay.
There's no way that I would voluntarily submit my DNA. And if you're concerned about like that like I'm concerned about that, make absolutely sure that people that are closely related to you, blood relatives, are also not submitting their DNA. Because if your cousin submits his DNA, they basically have yours. You know what I mean? They're not missing hardly any of it. They basically have yours.
No, I've got, for some reason it says mute, it says 1 and 2 on this. I don't know why. No idea where it does that. The hell? Okay.
Especially if it's upstream of you, like your mother or father, aunt or uncle. You're a little you're a little too close for comfort there.
How's that? Is it better? Is it better? Okay. You're welcome. But yeah, this quality meat. I mean, it's, and then it goes right into pharmacogenomics. It's a field of research that studies how a person's genes affect how he or she responds to medications. Its long-term goal is to help doctors select a drug
Coming in hot.
best suited for each person.
Well, no, she said she turned hers down. I think his coming in too hot. It doesn't explain why the videos are too loud though. You're right. Like the White House video, that's true. She said she turned him all the way down, but she clearly doesn't have the other shit turned down, does she?
Really? You don't say. I mean, it's all coding. They call it the CPT codes provided are based on AMA, American Medical Association guidelines, and are for informational purposes only. It's all about billing.
It's all billing.
Yeah. And then it goes to Prometheus. And then in the movie it says, the building better world since 10, 11, 12. Wayland Industries. Building back better worlds. Wow. Wonder who said that before. Building back better, right?
Right.
They're scumbags, I tell you. All of them.
Man, I totally forgot. Okay, don't let me forget.
What's that?
Don't let me forget about Tucker.
So there was a post that was forwarded in our Telegram right now from Ghost Ezra that says, I heard someone got scammed $540 from one of those Patriot conferences for VIP tickets. Be careful, everyone. A lot of you are generous and kind patriots who would do anything for your country. I don't want you to become victims of these grifters. Why are we having these conferences when our country has gone to shit and the other things continue? We should be having marches, not conferences. Money doesn't solve problems. Money doesn't solve problems. It often intensifies them. What solves problems is courageous leaders who speak the truth and are transparent with the real issues facing America, especially when it's unpopular. Where are our priorities? That's true. These people, I don't understand what people don't understand about this, but these people could very easily, crowdfund a ticket if they need to, if they're broke, the people you support, if they're broke, they could crowdfund a ticket in a hotel room and they could speak for fucking free. Why are we having $500, $1,200, $2,200 fucking VIP tickets and shit? When the problem, as they say it, is within the government, or is within the system, or is within the state, or is within the Supreme Court. Why are we spending money just to see people talk? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense other than people making money. There's plenty of free venues. I could go out to the fucking park. I could go out to a goddamn any place. Like I go to the park, I could go to a street corner. I could say meet me here, or this place has been paid for, or there's a church fellowship hall that donated, or here's an empty field. We could go a lot of places and do it all for free. But it doesn't make sense that a whole lot of people are making a whole lot of money.
Okay. And
Scott's trying to act like his shit's free, but never let him forget he crowdfunded $5 million to drive around in a bus.
I mean, there's because I talked to Chili about this, and he even told me about.
And by the way, Chili was the long-haired guy that sat in the background of the last show.
How
we
they
watched.
Do this with the because you could do it with ashes.
Chili's his expert.
Like some of the ashes, and you can make it in jewelry. Well,
now a lot of people do that with pets and some family members, and you know.
Yes, but the thing is if you allow that, then that gives you carte blanche to do whatever you want to whoever you want.
You know what I think is interesting? This is kind of off. I mean, he brought it up, but it's still kind of off topic. I think it's interesting if you own a piece of land that you're going to keep, and like within the family, like it's paid off, you own a piece of land, is when they take and they cremate you and like use your ashes to start a seed that they use to plant in like a memory tree. I think that's pretty neat. Like you get the tree and it's like a root ball and stuff, and they plant the tree, and then forever like you're part of that tree. Like that tree literally absorbed nutrients from your body and shit to begin growing. That's pretty cool.
I would agree with that.
So now they're persecuting, and because if we step back and think about it, we really don't get any news out of Africa. Zero news out of Africa. Why?
Well, the only thing I've seen like recently is that one news thing that was talking about all the rioting, you know, and was showing a lot of graphic, very bad things.
I saw one video how there were kids like climbing out of second and third story windows, trying to get away from people trying to stick them with, the Gates Foundation and Clinton and them, trying to, because what they do, and this is even in the patents too, when they took all the AIDS, the towels from the Arkansas prisons that are infected with AIDS and everything, and they were taking it and they were shipping it to where Bill Gates has the AIDS, all the AIDS vaccines and everything. They were putting it in the vaccines, and they were administering it to the people over there. And they were taking bets on which village would die first, how many people in this village, and just it's exactly what they would do. And who's ever say that they're not? It's just like this Delta variant. Oh no!
That was another thing. There's a guy came out in the UK and said that 60% of the people that were being admitted to the hospitals were vaccinated people, and then
Joe.
Said, oh no, I'm sorry, we got that number wrong. It's 40%. The big majority is the people that are unvaccinated. We're like, yeah, sure. That's why a lot of EMTs and firefighters right now are all telling a lot of people and getting back. And I have some of their neighbors. They're dealing with strokes and heart attacks and all these things that at just an astronomical rate. And I know people are losing friends and family left and right. Most of them.
I just don't know about left and right. It seems like if you knew all these people that were friends and neighbors and community members, and you had friends that were losing family members left and right, that the numbers of newly vaccinated would just stop. Right? Who the fuck is going to be like, oh, this person was in perfect health and they had a stroke and a heart attack and then they died? Who would be like, okay, me next? I don't know. I don't see that. I'm sure there are numbers, and I would like the real numbers, but I feel like one side's probably inflating them to fit their narrative, and the other side's probably downplaying them to fit their narrative. And I feel like I'm stuck in the middle, and I have no idea what's true.
Some are vaccinated.
Okay, was it last year we put a post up about that SpaceX rocket?
Some guy said, that's right.
The Montezuma Revenge?
Chili told me that what they really do is, your source is a guy named Chili.
So, is it safe to say that the Delta variant is actually the Zuma? When you do the math, it is.
Oh no. Delta variant D equals 4, V equals 22, 22 plus 4 equals 26, 26 equals Z. Z, for those of you little north of the border. A. I can't believe. Look how assertive he holds this up. Like this is evidence, and he just broke the case wide open. Watch this.
Yeah. But the Zuma virus, the Montezuma Revenge. So, is it safe to say that the Delta variant is actually the Zuma? When you do the math, it is.
Bum bum bum. then a commercial break right there. Boom. Let's go to commercial. I think we got a commercial keyed up. Let's go ahead and hit that, and we'll see how this turns out with Jason Q and Kelly. Kelly. When we get back from that, we'll see how this pans out. We'll be right back with you on the Grifter Soap Opera.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Bring in the coughs.
Here
we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
and yeah.
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
Martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom. All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
And now we rejoin our story in As the Q Turns.
That's exactly what they did. Why would they go straight to Delta variant? Wouldn't you go Alpha? Alpha Beta? Like, nope. They went right to make up name. And why would they say Delta variant? It's like, it's just. Yeah. So they avoided Z, because remember, they changed it out. They stopped the launch, changed it out. Then they launched it on May 30th. Because they launched it the day after JFK's 103rd birthday.
Anybody see that go up in the Dick Shuttle this week?
That is thanks. So I did not do that. That is a community member named BT, and the original song that he remixed is from a community member named Jay Reese. So I had nothing to do with it. It just got sent to me. I'm not that talented.
Oh, yeah.
Did anybody notice some oddities? I didn't talk about this, did I? The number changing? Have I talked about this yet? I don't think.
Oh, yeah. With the
talk about it Wednesday?
Yeah.
I honestly think the Earth is flat, and the ice wall is a giant Q. And the stick of the Q, way out there on the tip, is where Jason Q and all the super awake people are going to live in their own utopia.
Yes.
Hanging out over the edge, where they can do some real analysis.
But you talk about it there. You didn't talk about it here, though. So.
Okay. Well, I just happened to be, taking like a 5-10 minute break from stuff I was doing, and I was scrolling on Facebook for a couple minutes. And I came across
I love when they bring in Mike's cough and then we're going, woo!
Local news that was showing Bezos going up in his dick rocket. And I decided I wasn't really watching the rocket move. I was watching the numbers on the bottom of the screen for how many miles per hour it was moving and how many feet in elevation it was. Those were the numbers that I was kind of interested in. And I get that I may not be the smartest woman around, but how can you be moving at a trajectory, supposedly, of 0 miles per hour and still have your feet increasing in distance by thousands? That's just not something that is comprehending. And I'm a math person, but that one is just not making it in my brain, because I saw the thing go up and it's going like 0 miles per hour, but it's still moving up in elevation. And then the booster came off and it started going down. And when it hit the ground, it was negative 14 feet. That was kind of interesting. And then when the pod hit, it went negative 30 feet. And I'm like, man, it looks like it landed right on the ground. It doesn't look like it went 30 feet into the ground, but that's what their numbers were registering. And just so many different things didn't make sense. So many things. It was moving at 2,500 miles per hour. Like the booster was dropping at 2,500 miles per hour. It's like, man, that's pretty fast.
It's 7 too.
Well, yeah. It stopped and it glitched on some really funky numbers, but I don't know if anybody else was watching the numbers.
I'd like to know how the landing knows on a spinning ball.
Oh, right on the pad.
Yeah.
Right on the pad again. Yeah.
It's magic.
Well, I mean, no, it's not magic. It's thrust vectoring and grid fins and all the shit they come up with. I don't know if you've seen how many times they fucking failed coming up with this, but yeah, they can land a rocket back on the launch pad now. But it's a fucking amazing feat, and I've at least personally seen 4 of them fucking blow up. So I don't know. I mean, what are you saying? It's all completely fake? It's magic. Imagine that, it lands right back on the pad. Well, that's what they fucking drove it to, my man. Like, it doesn't always land on the pad. Before, they couldn't even get it back to the same place that they launched it. It just come fucking hurtling down and couldn't even flip over. Come on now. We saw the progress. No?
Total magic.
I just don't get it. I really don't.
Those are just some fun and interesting.
Like, how could people just... But Q said that's that. Q said, no, I don't care what fuck Q said. You know? They said consider the vastness of space as well. If you go look up the definition of space.
So not even Q is a flat earther. There's no space exists. He even says consider the vast madness. He even says whoever Q is says consider the vastness of space. And Jason Q's gonna be like, if you look up space, that means the area between us, man. It's not as big as you think. Chili Dog told me.
Speaks volumes.
I mean, here, I'm moving through space right here.
Yeah. Anything on your plane of existence. I mean, vastness is like, how big is the Earth? I mean, could the Earth be a ball? I mean, technically, it could be. But if we are on a flat plane of it, this place has got to be pretty fucking huge. Like, way big. And also, they're talking about these mud floods and, all the whole Tartaria. It's just, it has all the makings of the whole, just the 1,000 years of peace. Because, I mean, how can we go to 1,000 years of peace when we're moving out of a dimension and density that uses time as a construct? That's the unit of measure in the third dimension. Unless we're staying in the third dimension for another 1,000 years, which case we're not. That's the only reason why. Just
totally different.
Well, at least some people are like waking up. Not even, you don't have to wake up to the whole, like, we're not saying that you have to just jump on board with it, but actually, like, keeping in the back of your mind that,
acknowledge there's a problem.
Yes.
To begin with.
It's like, if we're setting out all these,
I think it says bastard. BASTAR, and then something's blocked by I think it says bastard.
They're not even hypotheses, I mean, they're facts. I mean, how does a helicopter hover? It doesn't. It's not on the ball, so it would be moving, and then it's gonna get hit by a tree or something.
He just said, how does a helicopter hover? It doesn't. Because if we were on a ball, it would get hit by a tree or something. What he's trying to insinuate is that if a helicopter hovered, that the Earth would keep spinning underneath it. Now, I just want to let you know that the Earth's atmosphere travels with the Earth. Okay, it's not frozen and the ball's spinning inside our own atmosphere. So a decent way to explain this is if you're driving down the road at 60 miles an hour, okay? Let's say you're driving down the road at 60 miles an hour and you have a tennis ball and you're sitting in the seat of the car and you throw the ball up it's going to fall right back down in your lap. Okay? Because the atmosphere of the car is traveling with you at 60 miles an hour. But if you take the ball outside of the car and throw it up, it's going to appear like it went behind the car, when in reality, it just states it went up and down the same, but it wasn't traveling with the atmosphere or with the car. It would be very strange if you were sitting in your car and you dropped your keys and they went to the fucking back glass at 120 miles an hour or 60 or 80 or whatever you're fucking running. That would be very strange, right? Or if you went to grab your phone off the holder and you dropped it and it goes through the fucking back glass at 85 miles an hour while you're going down the interstate. You couldn't even catch it. Or let's say you lifted yourself from the seat and you flew into the back fucking seat at 65. Fuck it. Because you're not... The atmosphere travels with the earth. If it's close enough to the earth, it's dragged along with the earth. If it's further away, it does not. So a helicopter hovering wouldn't have the earth moving underneath it. The same as if a plane flies one way, it takes 8 hours. It doesn't take 15 seconds to fly the other way because the earth is traveling underneath it. The atmosphere is moving with the earth.
You know? Explain a skyscraper. Can't. If it's moving, I mean, that's...
Yeah, how the fuck would you even build a skyscraper? If you started building on a skyscraper and then you took lunch, by the time you got back from lunch, this son of a bitch would be on the other side of the earth.
It would just like the whole top would just move over. It cannot.
Yeah, if you build a skyscraper, when you're done with it, the whole top would just move over here. Because that's how things work.
It can't exist. It's impossible.
Can't exist. It's impossible. It can't exist. It's impossible.
I mean, it's.
By the way, he says several times, you don't have to believe it. Just keep it in the back of your mind. You don't have to instantly believe the same way I do. You just need to think about it. You just need to do research. But don't forget, he literally threw the other host off the show. He literally threw the other host off the show because they didn't believe in flat earth like he did.
I had a question come through last night, just because we're kind of up in the air right. Why is it that everything has to occur twice?
It doesn't. That's in Jason Q's world. Oh, you remember it happened at Christmas? Well, July 25th is the opposite of Christmas, and now everything has to happen twice, right? So now we're going to have another one.
Because it's like the saying goes, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Right?
Because we kept screwing up, we have to do it
if
twice.
You're doomed to repeat something, so if you're learning through history and you're like, okay, well, this is what this is, and you're doing it at a higher octave, that's the circle of fifths. That's why the whole 6 o'clock is a dangerous time, because when it goes to the circle of fifths, so you're doing it in octaves, right? Because remember, everything's energy, frequency, vibration. So when you're doing it at a lower octave, right, a lower vibration, lower frequency, and we are in the the higher frequency. That's why we are where all of us are now, and they are down there because they're not understanding. They get to 6 o'clock and then they gotta do it again because they're not grasping, the true.
Chili left him with his notes. But he's not on the show.
They're not resonating with the.
It's only 3 times when they need it to be when it's already happened twice. So if it's already happened twice, then it's everything happens 3 times.
Real truth. What they're trying to tell us here. But because you have to have everything on the table. Everything has to be on the table. So once we get up to that second level of the circle of fifths to the higher frequency, higher resonance, everything, and there we go again. Doing it twice just to make sure that we're learning from it. It's like we're learning the real truth, and we're learning from that real truth what needs to be done, what has to be done, and what can never happen again.
Well said.
No problem.
So the thing on Tucker, I think it was Monday night, he was talking about the Democrats from Texas that came through and that they had a meeting with. Now, I got a little pissed off at Tucker one time, so I kind of stopped watching him there for a little while. But one thing you know about Tucker and his show is he usually doesn't screw up on his verbiage of reference for president or vice president, etc. He's usually pretty dead nuts on. He said President Kamala Harris, and he didn't just.
Well, no, I mean our solar system is orbiting the Milky Way, right? It takes 230 million years or something like that for one orbit of the Milky Way.
Say it. It was also across the screen on the banner because their reference was
270 million years.
The Democrats from Texas came down with the COVID, and they were in a room with her, and she had to be rushed off. And they said President Kamala
That might be way off. Now I'm thinking it's 300 some million years
or whatever because she had exposure to them, and it said it on Fox News banner as well. Does anybody else catch this shit?
You know what the funny part about that is? Is that now when you look at the whole chain of command and who would be, the continuity of government. So you had the vice president, and then, well, you've got Nancy Pelosi, but Nancy, she'd be out. The funny thing about the House Speaker is that they don't have to be an elected official in the House of Representatives. Daddy could slide right in there and become the Speaker of the House.
No, I saw something on that,
up to the presidency. That's why the Democrats are trying to push all those bills through, trying to stop that. It's like, well, wait a second. So you're saying that you don't have to be a representative in order to be the Speaker?
Well, that's the same thing like being a sitting city council member. And this really ticked us off when we figured this out this last year. You only have to be a resident here for 30 days. And you could become a city council member. 30 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that really kind of ticked me off. So when I read the other day exactly what you're talking about, that somebody had put out there the potential for Trump to be the new House Speaker of the House. And I was like, ooh, where did this come from? This is new. This is an angle I hadn't thought of before.
But the thing is that what can he do then? He could bring up all those articles of impeachment. That would be...
But Tucker doesn't slip on shit like that. So what has happened? Has Biden finally been removed for his incompetency of being able to actually speak a coherent sentence?
She can't even be a vice president. She's an anchor baby. She can't be a vice president unless a president. That just proves that
she's an anchor baby. She's a Jewish anchor baby.
He's still the undisputed king of the world. That's it. Nobody's going to knock him off. No one. Remember, he's the one that has all the signatures. He showed them. He's like, I got all the signatures right here. What are signatures for? Everybody signed over to him.
What? Trump says he's got all the signatures. Everybody signed over to him?
Because they know exactly who he is. But yet...
Well, and what's interesting...
In America, they're so egotistical, and they won't even look. They won't even read the very book that they're
I was in a band called Jewish Anchor Baby. Weren't we all in that band?
They'd be arguing a lot less, especially with the flat Earth.
So to be fair, it wouldn't even matter if she was an anchor baby. She just has to be born a U.S. citizen and reach the age of 35, a natural born U.S. citizen and reach the age of 35.
Because, flat Earth is FE. Initials, right? You've got iron, which is FE.
They're saying both her parents were immigrants, but, I mean, it still wouldn't even fucking matter if that wasn't true.
Flat Earth is FE. Then you have the Flynn effect. That's FE.
Wasn't Ted Cruz born in Canada? I mean, he was born an American citizen, but he was physically born in Canada?
I mean, it's...
I think another thing... The coincidence. The other thing
C before D, right? And it's like F before. It's just like the George Floyd. If you look at the George Floyd trial, I mean, everybody involved with the George Floyd, there's only two people that their initials do not follow one after another. Everybody, it's always it's like C before D.
Daddy's in control, and he told me to move my military assets to the back door.
E, D before E, E before F, F before G. Except Derek Chauvin and George Floyd. Those two. There's only two. And then they say, hello, George. It's funny, they show that.
Oh, it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, except for Derek Chauvin. That's DC. That's going backwards. And George Floyd, that's GF. It should be FG. That's backwards. So it can't be real.
When you see that one picture with that guy with the 7 Sigma 3, and he's got the dummy, he's got his arm around him, I'm like, oh, George, that's the dummy.
I think the thing that is really disturbing to me right now is how the House is really, and so is the Senate, trying to push through this this bill for the 3.5 trillion, 5.5 trillion. I think the thing that was most upsetting on everything I went through is that, yes, it's going to hit the middle class first, and it's going to really affect the farmers. And the farmers are the ones that got the whole push for NESARA to come through. And I'm like, so you screwed them, you lost, you're supposed to fix it, you didn't. And then we were, getting to the verge of having this whole thing fixed. And then now you're screwing the farmers again. Like, what do they have out for these farmers, man?
We gotta quit and cover Doug here in a minute. I want to see what he's doing.
They have to burn the crops. They have to trash them.
Because we have to start from scratch.
No, it's not just that. Think about the GMOs.
Right, that's why.
You think that they actually didn't put even higher concentrations of poison? Remember last year when they burnt down, was it Arkansas? When they burnt down that whole chicken farm? It just burst into flames and it burnt it all? Why?
So 7 Sigma are training dummies. I'll show you one. Hold on. So I think there was one on Twitter. 7 Sigma 3 are training dummies that are used they're realistic training dummies they use to teach CPR and shit. So they're claiming that we got to cover Doug anyways. Even though there's some jewels here and I'm going to have to go back through this, they're claiming that one right there is George Floyd. That was what they used for the George Floyd thing. That's what they're claiming. That it was a 7 Sigma Model 3 dummy from 7 Sigma Solutions. And that's what they used. That it wasn't actually George Floyd, that they used this. 7 Sigma says they leave Minneapolis because their factory was burned down. Look what they make, mannequins for disaster training purposes. So it's always better to be, when you train, to have more realistic training dummies or situations or whatever. So that's what they're saying this was. So they're saying that George Floyd was that dummy. Honestly, that a dummy's neck would, just look at this first part. A silicone dummy neck would not move in this manner right here. Watch.
The fact that you guys aren't checking his pulse and doing...
When his neck flops down, a silicone dummy doesn't react like that. I don't know if you've ever been on a CPR dummy, but to give the right density, it's very stiff. It doesn't just flop in the neck. Like that's not how that happens. That is not a 7 Sigma 3 silicone dummy, no matter what they tell you. But that's what they're saying. Anyways, I've got to. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch that Jason video on my own. I trained with the medics a lot because I was really interested in it, and I had an opportunity to go and train with them. I'm not a medic when I was in the military, but I trained with them every chance I could, especially leading up to and while on deployments. I tried to do all the training with them I could because I figured I might need it someday. And it's come in handy quite a few times. And I've fucked around with a lot of CPR dummies, a lot of fucking trauma wound dummies, fucking wounded goats that we had to repair. I've done a lot of that shit, and silicone doesn't move like that. You ever seen I think about a fucking dildo. It's the same thing that like a dildo is made out of. You ever seen one just fucking floppy as hell? No, they got some stiffness to them. And if that was a dildo, it wouldn't be flopping like that. We got to go cover frog news. Now, I'm gonna have to watch the Jason video and pull out some more shit. He's on a good one tonight, but I don't have time to cover them all. So here we go. Frog News Channel. I figured someone would say anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. Exposing Big Pharma. This guy claims to know everything about his co-host, everything about how the church is part of the deep state. Now, remember, he was excommunicated from his church, but he claims to know he's a church insider. So we'll see about that. All right, we're already at the timer. This brings back old times. Now, before we start, this entire piece of satire is done for entertainment purposes only. Allegedly, entertainment, satire, I think I got all that covered. We're not going to speak on anyone's intrinsic values that they cannot change. We're not going to talk about how people are like overweight, or people breathe too heavily, or have acne, or their face is melting literally during a fucking segment. We're not going to do that. We're just going to continue on.
All right, welcome to the Frog News Network, your live Frogonites with Doug and ML. Let us know where you
What's going on, y'all?
from. Hey, say hello. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Doug, hi back. Where are you guys watching us from? And can you hear us okay? North Carolina in the house. Louisiana in the house. Texas in the house.
North Carolina in the house.
Go ahead.
South Carolina in the house.
4 of them.
All right. North Carolina in the house. Michigan in the house. Kentucky in the house. Welcome to the Frog News Network.
That's it. Welcome to the show, guys. You're live on the air. Alabama in the house. North Carolina in the house. Iowa in the house. Indiana in the house. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Perry, Missouri in the house. Iron Station, North Carolina. Welcome. Alabama. Welcome to the show.
Alabama.
Kingston, Georgia in the house.
Vermont in the house. Where we go
Australia.
one, we go all. Australia. How are you, mate? I got to put you up there when you're from Australia. How's the kangaroo?
How you doing, Mike? Hello, Mike.
Vidalia, California. That sounds like an onion. Long Island, New York.
Wisconsin in the house.
I lived in Massapequa on Long Island, New York. I'm sorry.
Oregon in the house.
British Columbia, Canada. West Virginia in the house. By God, West Virginia in the house. Guys, we got a really good show tonight.
Yeah.
We really do. ML has put together.
California in the house.
Richmond, Kentucky. I was getting ready to say Richmond, Virginia. That's right up the road. But Kentucky in the house. Florida in the house. Ohio in the house. Glendale, Maryland, and South Dakota. Go ahead, ML.
Dublin, Georgia in the house. Louisiana in the house. Nevada here. Glad to see you.
Tri-Cities, Tennessee. Tyler, Texas. Rock Hill.
Tri-Cities, Tennessee. Damn it.
All right. We got, let's see here. Bakersfield, California is in the house. Rock Hill, South Carolina. San Antonio, Texas in the house. Vegas is in the house. Queensland, Australia.
Good.
G'day, Mike.
City, Virginia. If Doug owned a spaceship, it would be called the Galactic Frog Cruiser. Let me put that up there. I like that. You got that right.
If Doug owned a spaceship, it would be called the Galactic Frog Cruiser.
There you go.
And we'd use
What the fuck are we watching?
chili for fuel.
I watched only 5 minutes of the Grifters, and it was this pair. Oh, and 2 minutes. So someone messaged me and said, it's not the same. I tried to just watch the Grifters, but it wasn't the same without commentary. I can't remember who messaged me, though.
Kansas in the house.
This is his sometimes co-host, but also he sells patches under Doug. So with him selling patches under Doug, he gets this advertisement. Plus, Doug set him up with his own show. So he does his own show under the Frog News Network bullshit. And they both sell patches. And he makes some money. Doug makes some of that money as well.
In the house. How y'all doing?
Nashville, Tennessee in the house. Welcome. Sing us a song.
There you go.
Yeah, ML's got that internet that's a little suspicious. He's got the agents watching him, so he's holding
Redneck
the
internet.
stack. He's out there in the woods boat. You use a satellite.
Sorry,
for,
y'all.
Denby, Virginia. That's my hometown, Debbie. Welcome to the show. I'm right up the street over here, Beachmont. I get excited. Somebody
Chandler,
from my
Arizona
hometown.
in the
I mean,
house.
from
Welcome to the show.
He got super excited because someone said Denby.
It's all in the house. Howdy from Louisville, Kentucky. We make
Nice.
bats. Fort Branch, Indiana in the house. Maryland in the house. So let's see what we got to start the show out today. Patriot Modernized.
What's up, Shane?
So let's talk about.
We're back, sorta. I got a ban on my main channel, but we're back here.
Exposing Big Pharma and some of the things they've done and some of the things that you don't know about. Why all these medications that most of the stuff could have been cured naturally. So tell us a little bit more, ML, about what the show is going to be about tonight.
Yeah, you bet, buddy. Tonight we're going to be actually going down in a little history tour. We're going to be Sherman and Peabody tonight, all right? And we're going back in time. We're going to be discovering and talking about pharmakia, all right? We're going to understand where the words pharmacy and pharmaceutical originated from, and it ain't good, y'all. It ain't good.
No, it's not, because I read it earlier until I got to the part where I made an embarrassing mistake, and I said, you will be reading that because I kind of confused a word with another word. So tell us the history, if you would, of the word pharmacy.
All right. So the word pharmacy actually comes from the Greek word pharmakia, which actually means sorcery and witchcraft. And we all know that sorcerers and witches use drugs in their magic, right? So people over thousands of years, because we're going to go all the way back a couple thousand plus years on this, y'all. Witchcrafts. We're allowing witchcrafts. We're allowing witchcrafts and modern day magicians and sorcerers to, quote, practice. Now, where have you heard that term practice before?
Well, it's in every doctor's office because they practice.
What happens when we go to our physician? What are they doing? Practicing on us, right?
They're sorcery on you. Correct?
So what if they're practicing genetically modified and synthetic drugs and poisons instead of just using natural remedies that God gave us?
Well, that would be crimes against humanity, for one thing.
Yes,
crazy stuff. Right,
but there's a great scripture. Yeah, and there's a scripture passage that came to my mind when I was doing this research. It's actually in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 8 through 12. All right, and it says this: "And then shall the wicked be revealed, from the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan." We're going to be hearing that term a lot.
Oh, because the word is practice, they're actually practicing their medicine on you. And because it's medicine and we don't understand it, it's clearly witchcraft. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but I kind of figured it out when my cardiologist took a lock of my hair and dunked it in a cauldron, and then brought it out and burnt it on my chest on a plate. Well, then we used the ashes to mark my face, and he shattered the plate up against the wall, and he told me I was all done. I think that was weird, but...
Tonight, y'all, with all the power and signs and the lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness.
Somebody just said McAfee data dumps. They're actually claiming that there's a bunch of these weird... I think someone set up a deep... Well, not even an elaborate, like a decent little puzzle where they like linked a bunch of different. So if you go over and watch Right On Media, I think it's called Right On Media, Right on something, Right On News, Right On Media. It's got the long-haired guy and the woman who claims that she was being raised to be the Luciferian queen of the world or some shit. If you watch them, they claim that they went down this rabbit hole that sent them to like 2 different websites, then a YouTube channel, then another YouTube channel, and they ended up at that Ingersoll Lockwood website, which we looked at like a month ago. A month before McAfee died. And from that website, they're claiming that the countdown is now his dead man switch.
In them that
But that's been up since before he died. Why would that be his dead man switch? That doesn't make much sense.
perish, because they received not the love of truth, that they might be saved. For the cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they shall believe a lie.
Ooh.
That they might all be damned who believeth not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
Wow. Preach it, brother.
So, all right. So we're going to go back to this word pharmakia and get into the basic roots of pharmakia. If we go back to the book of Revelation, all right, in the book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 20 and 21, this is where pharmakia is first mentioned, because we're going to also be utilizing the Strong's Concordance. All right, this is a reference book for the Bible where we're looking for the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin terminologies of certain words. All right. So Revelation 9.
They don't do intel anymore. Instead of intel, they do news, whatever Linwood said, and secret societies. They are a new group of very healthy, beautiful gentlemen who are very attractive and really scholars, if you ask me. and they do what they call news, whatever Linwood says, and secret societies. A lot of times to do with the church.
20 says, and the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues, yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils and idols of gold and silver and brass and stone and of wood, which neither can see, nor hear, nor walk. Neither repented of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their...
What? A translation that said sorceries? Are you telling me back in biblical times that if there was a medical procedure, people considered it on the same level as sorcery and magic? Holy shit.
Fornication, nor of their thefts. So when you look up...
You know, they used to think that selfies stole your soul and stored it inside the camera, right? How many times have you had a picture taken of yourself? Do you still believe that? So we've all lost our soul. Doug is literally losing his soul right now, and it's being stored in his webcam. Like a 480p webcam, by the way. Not a whole lot of detail back there. But is that what we're doing? Maybe the patch is still your love essence, and your seed is infertile now. What if I start that rumor, and I write it in ancient text?
The word sorceries in the Strong's Concordance. It's specifically G5331. That's the reference number in Strong's Concordance. The Greek word pharmakia can be found in and references medications such as
just anal. Pictures still your anal essence.
Pharmacy, that is by extension magic, literally or figuratively, and it's also called sorcery and witchcraft. Also found in Strong's Concordance.
Anybody who has an Instagram account, you're doomed. I mean, you're going to hell, and in hell, they just constantly take selfies of you.
At G5332, the word pharmakia means a drug that is a spell and a giving potion, a druggist or a poisoner that is a magician or sorcerer. So now there's two references to what that means. And then when you go into Galatians, because I know there's a lot of Bible scholars out there that think we're just a dumb rednecks and we don't know our scriptures. All right. I know there's a lot of people on this call tonight that know the scriptures way better than I do. So I did my due diligence to find out and look this up.
Absolutely.
So in Galatians chapter 5, 19 through 21, it says, now the deeds of the flesh are evident, which are immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, and sorcery, which is pharmakia.
That's adultery.
Okay. And then when you go back to Revelation 18:23, it says, and the light of the lamp will not shine in you, the great city.
Listen, the doctors are demons and devils and never go to the doctor. Why do you think that maybe one of the people on the screen needs a quadruple bypass and they're like, fuck it, I have patches? Could be me. Like, that's not intrinsic. It could be me.
City of Babylon any longer. And the voice of the bridegroom and bride will not be heard in you. Sorry. Any longer, for your merchants were the great men of earth, because of all the nations, ethnos.
That's not even that old. Like around here, Valerie, like in bumfuck. So we still have people here that when someone dies, instead of going to the funeral home, they take them back to their home and like pose them on their bed. I've only ever seen it once, like in like a favorite chair, but typically it's like in their bed, and people come around to like their house and pray around them and check them out and visit and have dinner. And like the dead person doesn't go to the funeral home, they go to like their bed, and of course they take pictures. Yeah, it's not even that old. Like that shit still happens around here.
We're deceived by your sorcery, which is pharmakia. So pharmakia is one of the many schemes and strategies.
Quadruple patch replacement.
All right, Satan, as others.
I wish it wasn't on the undercarriage. That's the hardest place to get to. There's a lot of mud and residue and muck. I don't even know what to call it down there. It's a 4-patch replacement on the undercarriage.
Refer to it. This scheme and strategy.
Yeah, there you go. It's called sitting up with the dead. That's right. There's actually some religions that what they'll do is they'll take the body to the home or to the church, and they'll gather and pray around the body for the home, in the home or in the church for hours and hours and hours and hours, praying that the soul finds its way into heaven. The church I went to didn't believe in that. They either believed you were saved or you weren't, heaven or hell. But there are some churches here locally that believe that even if you're saved, your body kind of wanders, or your spirit kind of wanders, and they need help praying the spirit towards heaven.
He actually prepares us for Satan's approaching move, which involves, which we've all heard this term, the mark of the beast, right?
Yes.
So this is to trick people into receiving the mark of the beast, and that's the ultimate taking advantage of.
Maybe this is a little too personal, but when my balls get really sweaty, they smell like uncooked biscuit dough. And I imagine someone, not these two perfectly healthy gentlemen, I mean, these are specimens beyond belief, but I imagine someone larger that has other folds and sacs and overlaps of skin would smell like an uncooked bakery of biscuits. Like, that's too many biscuits. Like, I can handle a couple biscuits, right? I can't handle being trapped under a avalanche of uncooked raw biscuit dough. Not to mention, some bodies look like when you take a tin of biscuits and pop them open and they're like fucking bust out the middle and they're all... So some bodies already look like the biscuits. And then to smell like the biscuits, I think that's going to look... I don't want to talk about it no more. I'm going to puke.
Isn't it? Okay. So there's a little bit of history about the word pharmakia. Its original roots came from
I said this might be too much information. I gave you guys the warning.
sorcery.
Limp Bizkit.
And it's no big secret that drugs are facilitated with satanic spells, demonic activity. Because a lot of the drugs that are produced today, what does it do? It causes confusion. It ends up giving us side effects that affects our brain, so we can't think clearly, so we can't make sound judgments anymore. And the longer we're on certain drugs, there's a longer lasting side effect. Damage and harm.
It brings whole new meaning to hair on a biscuit, huh?
So let me ask you a question. I want to ask our audience, how many people actually knew that pharma and pharmaceuticals went all the way back in the Bible?
Well, no, you're kind of making that up. There were charlatans. I don't know if you know what biblical times doctors were, but they were literally just guessing, right? They hadn't done anything until we get over to like fucking London and shit, where they're just like experimenting on people and they have operating theaters. Even our Civil War was really just fucking guessing. Okay, like you can't just say, I don't know if you know that. Just like your doctor in the Bible, they're both witches. I don't think that's how it works. By the way, whenever I say this might be too much information, that is your only warning you get to mute the channel.
To sorcery and witchcraft. I never knew such a thing. I know Tim just said it another way watching. I know he did. But if you didn't know that, put a 1 in the chat. Let us know that you didn't know it, because I didn't know that just till he read it. And we're going to go more into depth on it right now. But did you guys know that pharma in the Bible is sorcery and witchcraft, and that's why your doctor practices what?
Wouldn't pharmacy be more apothecary, where they like mixed herbs? I mean, like they knew like this plant would work with, you know, this illness, or this plant might cure an upset stomach, or this plant might make you puke if you had something, you know, that was dangerous and you needed to puke it up, or this plant might help you if you're constipated. Wouldn't that be like more like apothecary or something than it would be witchcraft? I mean, it's not like they were at the lab mixing up shit.
He does. If you didn't know about that,
alchemy. What is apothecary? Did I just make that up? I meant alchemy. I know that now that you put it out. What is apothecary?
Nobody knew that. Melissa says it's old news. It might be old news to you, Melissa, but thank you for participating. But the majority of the people did not know that. I did not know that. I do now.
Oh, no. I was right, too. Alchemy. Apothecary is a person who prepared and sold medicines and drugs. Maybe that's two events. Maybe alchemy is the right term. As soon as I saw alchemy, I was like, I said the wrong word. but apothecary is accurate as well. One term for a medical person who formulates and dispenses materia medica, medicine, to physicians, surgeons, and patients. The modern chemist is also known as a pharmacist, and in American English has taken over this role.
The Bible is old news.
But it's alchemy.
It's the book to refer to.
Well, if you even go right, and if we go back to the actually days of the Garden of Eden,
Alchemy is the medieval forerunner of all chemistry, based on supposed transformation of matter. So alchemy is more like all chemistry, and apothecary is more towards medicine. So I would say apothecary is under alchemy. Alchemy is a broader field.
where the serpent was trying to bring forth his offspring in his own image. This was actually the first conception of birth at Cain, which was the union of Gadriel. Gadriel was a fallen angel, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And he beguiled Eve.
Chafing biscuits. Why does everybody talk about biscuits now?
We're taught in Sunday school that beguiled means to trick, you know, to lie, deceive. But when you go back and look at the root words of beguiled, it actually means to deceive and have one's way with sexually, to take advantage of one sexually, to rape one. That's the original root meaning of that in the Hebrew and Greek text. Okay. So this is going back, way back. How many people have actually heard of the sons of God? That's in Genesis 6.
So this person was raped by a fallen angel and became a doctor? I feel like we're getting too deep here.
The sons of God are referring to what we call the watchers or the fallen angels. All right. And the pharmakia, that's how pharmakia was introduced into humanity at that time.
Yeah, barbers were dentists, and they also did some surgical operations, really weird stuff. And then they had like open theater, like operating theaters where you could go watch, and there was a lot of times there wasn't anesthesia. They would either knock people out or just chain them down, like very, very weird.
So if you go back into...
I gotcha. Magic.
People don't like to look and utilize the Book of Enoch, but the actual Book of Enoch is a great reference because it was actually part of the Holy Canon until the Catholic Church and the Council of Nicene.
The Book of Enoch. We gotta go back to the Book of Enoch and read it. It all boils down to Enoch.
Decided to take that and many other books out of the Holy Canon that was part of the Septuagint that was utilized at that time.
Real deep well. I'm scared now. Oh.
There's no such thing called the Bible. He taught from the Torah and he taught from the Greek Septuagint. Those were the two books of Holy Canon that was available to mankind at that point in time in history. All right. So in the Book of Enoch, which is actually referenced in the Book of Jude, we find an expanded testimony about these beings called the Watchers, and we start learning of their activity.
I'm just glad the people who figured out opium and cocaine and, the good medicinal stuff, marijuana, those are all good.
Which is called the Nephilim. They were giants. You see these fallen angels.
I don't have Krispy Kreme, but I can put some glaze on it. I couldn't even say. I can put some glaze on the biscuits.
Had conspired. And
if that's what you're after.
With mortal women and begot giants in the land. And they were called the Nephilim. And some of the things that these fallen angels brought with them are called the sacred sciences of heaven. And one of those was pharmakia, lotions, potions, sorcery, and witchcraft and wizardry. And this is where it all originated from.
Okay, so guys and girls,
yes.
do you everybody?
Okay, guys and girls, do everybody? Sorry, I stutter sometimes. I just developed it. Does everybody understand that that this is witchcraft?
He has seen the pictures of the skeletons of the giants. There were humans that were 30 feet tall. They
at least,
out, but they really ruled the earth, and then the smaller humans came like us. But they're real because the bones are there. You're not going to find them in DC at the museum up there, but you will find them overseas. And there's pictures of these giant skulls, these giant bones. This is real history, and it absolutely happened. I just wanted to touch on it.
This is real history. What Doug's reporting on now, Doug, I would consider, I don't want to say co-conspirator. Let's say an equal. Okay, Doug's an equal. And he's reporting on real news. The bones exist. They've not been misidentified or manufactured to defraud. These 30-foot human bones exist.
On that, go ahead.
Well, it's the Canaanites, all right?
No worry about how the organs would work or would they grow, or what about lungs and heart and capacity and just supporting that many calories back in those days. No worry about any of that. These bones exist.
The Canaanites were giants. I mean, look at Goliath. Goliath's tribe, they were giants. So there were many, many tribes of giants that survived itself. And this is one of the reasons why the Lord decided
the giant of Kandahar?
Because the seed, the bloodline that Satan, Lucifer, was trying to destroy and taint out God's bloodline through Adam, God had to put a stop to this. And that's the reason why God flooded the earth, was to get rid of sin. That's what we're all taught in Sunday school, is because of sin. Well, that kind of sin that was being taken place was because these fallen angels had tried to destroy God's bloodline through Adam and via Seth. All right. They were very, very wicked people. Very, not people, but angels, you know, they were very, very wicked. And they were trying to influence humanity in such a way so that we would no longer be able to recognize our Father in heaven. All right. And if you go back in Genesis chapter 6, and I use the King James Version, so anybody who wants to know what book I reference, I utilize the King James Version of the Bible.
Yeah, the giant Kandahar comes in a bunch of different stories, but usually around the early 2000s, it's about a special forces team that was inserted, and either on the way to a mission or finishing a mission, came up to a cave they wanted to inspect, and from the cave they heard a noise, and they were on guard, and emerged from the cave was a 12 to 15 foot, over 1,000-pound giant that come out, and it was engaged by members of special forces, and they were able to take it down, but not before taking some injuries themselves. And from those injuries, they fought back and then took down the giant. So they decide that people need to know about this. They loaded up on a tarp and end up getting a Humvee and end up dragging it for a while. It's so heavy and so massive, the tarp rips, and they end up getting air support out to bring it back. Now, when it comes back under air support, apparently a few people see it that just need to be wandering by in places where they weren't supposed to be. Some contractors see it, claim they see it, and the military does some research to figure out it's a Nephilim, and the area that they're talking about is from the land of Canaan. So it'd be a Canaanite giant in an undisclosed location, blah, blah, blah. They take it out and use explosives to destroy the body, and then tried to cover it up. It's actually a red-haired giant. They call it scarlet-haired giant. It's just a rumor that's been. I didn't hear about it until much later, maybe like I don't know, like 2014, 2015. But every time I hear about it, they claim it happened in like 2003 or 2001 or 2002. They always claim like at the start of the war is when it happened. But I didn't hear about it until years later. And I don't know anybody that heard about it before then. A reliable source. You might have people be like, oh yeah, I think I heard about it then. But people who actually remember what deployment they were on when they heard about it can tell you within a 1 year period of when they heard about it. Because you remember like the 2009, 2010 deployment, 2010, 2011 deployment, 11, 12 deployment. It's like school years. You remember those. So
Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. So we'll stop right there. So okay. The Lord, at that point in time, Adam and all of Adam's descendants, up to that point in time, lived to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of old. But the Lord put a stop to that because of all the wickedness that was taking place. And then we go to verse 4 of chapter 6. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which are of old, men of renown. And God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And then when you go to Enoch chapter 7.
Yeah, but I know about the giants in Ohio, but it was like genetic disorder. and they weren't exactly like the claims they were saying. They weren't outside the record book like they're saying. Like some of them were like 8 foot and like 400 pounds. Some of them were like closer. They were like they were huge for sure, and it happened within a family. I think a lot of people think it was a mutated gene that ran inside the bloodline, because like the very first father was like of normal size, and then somehow the genetics got crossed or whatever, and they kept having like giant babies. Some of them even toured with the circus, and that's documented. But all of them like 8 foot, 7'9" or whatever, and heavy. I mean, lots of weight, because height brings a lot of weight, but they weren't like 15 foot tall, 1,100 pounds. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And there was a historic home or some shit that you could go check out in Ohio.
And they took wives for themselves. Everyone chose for himself each one, and they began to go into them and were promiscuous with them. And they taught them charms and spells, and they showed them the cutting of roots and trees. And they became pregnant and bore large giants. And their height was 3,000 cubits. 3,000 cubits. That's a lot taller than 30 feet. Those are hundreds of feet tall, just so you know.
They were taller than the trees then.
Yes. Well, back
you
then,
toured their home. I know that used to be something that you can do. I don't know if you can even do it anymore. I want to say that someone told me that it got destroyed, or maybe you just weren't allowed to tour it. But I think somebody told me once that they toured it, but you can't do it anymore for some reason.
and the trees were a lot taller than what we see nowadays as well, just so you know.
That's
a whole other topic we can get
Okay.
into, all right? These devoured all the toil of men until men were unable to sustain them. And the giants turned against them, the men, in order to devour men. So they were cannibals, all right? This is the bloodline, the wicked bloodline. Now you know where the cabal is into cannibalism. It's been through the bloodline for thousands of years.
Wow.
Okay? And they began to sin against birds and animals and against reptiles and against fish, and they devoured one another's flesh and drank the blood from it. Then the earth complained about the lawless one. They were also defiling animals. This is where bestiality originated from.
Oh no, we're into bestiality all over.
Allow. It was much, he grieved to see that his greatest creation, man, being defiled this way, much less his second greatest creation were animals. They don't have the ability to choose right for wrong. And they were being defiled in the most wicked and heinous ways by these Nephilim. All right?
I'm not saying anything about anybody on stream on the show, but just in general, in my everyday life, you guys know I like to go out and hang out with lots of people and be in large, busy places and crowds. When I run into someone who's trying to tell me something and they themselves come off as not so bright and or dumb, I'm less likely to believe those people when they're trying to tell me something. Maybe that's my own fault. That has nothing to do with the show or anybody on the show or any intrinsic values displayed on this show. I was just saying to kill some time. Thank you.
It's going to be a good one tonight, y'all. I'm telling you what, it's going to be a good one tonight.
I mean, this is what's happening. He's reading it from the good book, and this is what happened right in front of your eyes today, folks. Now you're getting an idea of where the cabal came from, where all these rotten people came from, where Farmer came from, where witches and sorcerers. And now look, you can see where they were killing the birds and the animals and drinking the blood. Now they turned that with Satan into killing children and consuming the blood in the adrenochrome, and then compounding it, making it even strong with adrenochrome, and making it, thousands of times stronger. But go ahead, bro.
That's right. And so, how we know this is true, because Christ Messiah, before he ascended to heaven, his disciples said, Master, how shall we know before, or what will happen? How will we know the signs of the times before you return to us? And it was very simple. He said, as it was, so it shall be again. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like in the days of Noah. And that's in Matthew 24:37.
Stop right there.
So Christ Messiah. Yeah, go ahead.
What are the Appalachian Mountains?
Just like Noah, just like the floods, and they had to build. What's going on right now?
That's
floods
right.
everywhere. It's almost like
There
you
is
need a
flood
car.
there.
Okay, I'm sorry, to
Biblical.
interrupt you, but I
No,
want
you're
to
fine. I mean, all we have
one
to do
with
is
the other. You follow what I'm saying? One with the other. What do we got going on right now? You need an ark to get anywhere, damn near
That's right.
anywhere in the
Are there a lot of you need an ark to go damn near anywhere in the world. Most people call that a boat because the world's major continents are separated a lot of times by oceans.
world right now. Some places not are flooding, but the places that have committed these crimes and these horrendous things are all underwater and flooding. As we know that The few pictures that we get out of China, it looks horrible over there. Vietnam looks horrible. Germany's underwater. India's underwater. It just looks terrible and terrible. But please continue just trying to tie the story together for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so the Pharmakia card was played originally in the Garden of Eden. All right, so according to some historical accounts of how the serpent seduced Eve, the Pharmakia card was played as the Watcher, Semjaza, that's the name of the particular Watcher, who introduced sorcery into humanity. He ended up teaching all of those humans to be able to cast spells and cut roots. And the term cut roots means to take and make spells and potions from the roots of plants and trees. That's what that means.
Ah.
All right. That's right. It's sorcery, witchcraft, and wizardry. All right. So it was played out again in the flood, as we've mentioned, that Noah was taken advantage of while he was drunk. Remember? So after the flood, Noah was taken advantage while he was drunk. All right. His son Ham seized the opportunity to procreate with Noah's wife, and then they bring forth a curse. I'm sorry. He brought forth the cursed father of the giant Canaanites. That's where they came from.
Oh, God.
Okay. So this is nothing new. Again, we go back to Revelation. It tells us about pharmakia, sorcery. But what's more interesting is this word ethnos, because ethnos describes the scope of this deception. All right. The connection between today's pharmaceuticals and Satan's ancient agents, we've only barely begun to recognize some of the symbols. And one of those symbols, here's a fun fact. Everybody's familiar with the RX symbol, right? All right. We all know that the Illuminati and the Cabal and those of that ilk love symbolism, because actually we're told their downfall will be their symbolism, because they love their symbolism. Well, check this out. Pharmakia has a symbol associated with it. It's a styled RX that signals prescription to most people. This may surprise you, but the RX symbol is actually the eye of Horus, identifying the mark of Horus, Jupiter, and Zeus. This compares to another familiar version, the glowing capstone of the pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. So you can search this out for yourself. It's all tied together.
Wow.
I don't think it is all tied together. I think you're making a lot of this up.
That's crazy, man. And it goes back.
It
that
is.
far. Goes back that far.
It does. And here's an interesting thing.
Where are we going now?
About the four horses of the apocalypse, because we're told that in the very last days, specifically in Revelation 6:2, they start talking about these four horses. And the first horse is a white horse, but it's not just any white horse. And it says, "And I saw and beheld a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him. And then he went forth conquering to conquer." All right. Interesting fact. When you search out the word crown, the Latin term crown means corona. Wow. It's a synonym. And if you go into Strong's Concordance, G4735.
So they have lost a lot of live viewers, and Mike has gained a lot of live viewers. But that just goes to show that, like, the hopium sells, right? You're selling the right thing, people show up for it.
The Latin corona is the crown in the sense of a chaplet, wreath, or a garland. It's the badge of victory in the games of civic worth, of military valor, or nuptial joy. So the crown symbolizes, and it means literally in Latin, corona. We'll go one step further. The rider is wearing a corona. The word bow in Greek means, get ready for this, Doug, toxin.
Wow.
So this rider who's shooting arrows, poisonous arrows. So when you combine these two words, we now have a rider coming to deliver the mark of the beast under the corona by a toxin with a sharpened point.
That is crazy, because they're talking about, and we can't go into the Vaseline, but that's what he's talking about right here in the Bible, talking about corona, and they're talking about something sharp. You read between the lines, folks. Read between the lines. That's right. Is absolutely crazy how this ties right in, and people are saying, "Oh, it's not related to what's in the Bible."
What ties right in?
ML just proved it. I mean,
the shit you just made up ties right in.
He pulled the stuff right out of the Bible in front of that. This is what's going on right now, right in front of you. And when you say, "Is this biblical?" Right. You best believe it's good versus evil. It's God versus Satan, and Satan was the strongest angel, and he can look so great and appealing to people, but he's out for your soul. He's out for everybody's soul. But wow, what a show you put together, man! I'm telling you, this is wow. I got goosebumps. Well, you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody watching. I appreciate your feedback. There is a lot of really intelligent people that are in the comments area right now, and I appreciate you all very much. You guys know what I'm talking about. This is nothing new. It might be new for some people, but for a lot of people, this is nothing new. And you're not going to get this knowledge at your Sunday pulpits for the most part, because most pastors and ministers, they don't want to touch the sons of God. When you start asking them about the sons of God and who they really are, they actually will say, "Oh, that's the sons of Seth," or "That's something else." They don't want to acknowledge the fallen angels, because once you acknowledge, the entire Bible hinges on chapter 6 in Genesis. Everything after that falls in after that. All right. It's that important to understand the significance, because the fallen angels are still to this day impacting humanity. They're the ones that are still calling the shots, even though we think certain family.
I don't know. I don't even know how to relate to this. I was trying to read where he was pulling this from, but I can't. I can't even keep up with what he's saying. I don't know where to go from here. I got some of his text written down, and I've got a clip that I think he's probably reading from, but he's way off topic past anything that I can do, anything that I can cover.
Does that make sense, Doug?
It's like he's combining multiple, or maybe he's just making it up.
I mean, I'm speechless, and that's hard to do.
And I mean, I'm putting this in cliff notes, brother. I've got so much more depth, but we only have so much time to do this with. I mean, I could spend hours on this, because again, I've been researching this for 25 years, y'all. 25 years.
25 years he's been researching this and making it up. I don't even know where to go. I was hoping he was pulling it from somewhere. Like I found Pharmakia or whatever he's saying. I've found giant angels and mixing and Nephilims and Canaanites. I found all that, but I can't even put. I don't know. I can't put more than just the basics together. He's got a hell of a story he's ran. Really used some medication. What was Pharmakia in biblical times? What is modern Pharmakia? Like, I've got definitions and stuff and stories, but nothing like what he's putting together here.
That really opened my mind.
How do you even address this?
Zen Garcia and Rob Skiba. You guys heard about him last night.
Oh, wait. There's names. Hold on. Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia. Palestinian Targum Garcia. Oh, there's some books. The Aramaic and Palestinian Targums. The Church of Q. Oh, what is this? Hold on just a second. Maybe we got a winner. Zoom observe. 12 weeks attendance, 2 hours Sunday morning service. Service begins with an opening prayer from Wagner and says that he will protect the Zoom room from Satan. This is followed by an hour-long Bible study where Wagner might explain the Follow the Cabal video that attendees had just watched, or offers observations for socio-political events. Everything explained through the lens of biblical and QAnon narratives. There was a QAnon church. Oh, no. I wish I would have known about it. I would have went to church here. Leveraging religious beliefs and their authority as pastor and ex-military officer to indoctrinate attendees. No, I mean it didn't fit this. I wish it would have, but that's still interesting. I'm gonna save that.
Excellent teachers. And those guys 3 or 4 years ago when I came upon them really expanded.
What he said, Rob Skiba and Zen Garcia, those are the two. He said them in the other way. Maybe that was to throw us off, but I just found a link with both their names in it. Verse by verse study of Genesis. The Nashas fruit, the parable of the garden. Oh, they're like real in-depth crazy about Genesis and reading everything there. They'd have like full fucking hours and hours long episodes on every book of Genesis, or every chapter is in Genesis. Ooh, this might be interesting. That was the first breakthrough, is when he finally gave names.
Expanded my mind and understanding of the real history of humanity and of this earth.
They read the book of Enoch too.
That's very kind words. Very kind words.
And Genesis and Enoch.
I'm letting you know. Me and him talked when I was coming back from South Carolina. We talked on the phone for about an hour and 40 minutes. And everything he said, I agreed on, and how things were going to progress.
Not a Q Bible, a Q Church, where they tried to they did a Bible study, and the main guy said he was going to protect their Zoom call from Satan. They do a Bible study, and then I try to relate that to QAnon stuff, and from the QAnon stuff, then they go back into social, political, blah blah blah. And it seems like they were being indoctrinated from it. The name of the article that I'm going to be reading later is, what is this? The Church of QAnon. Will conspiracy theories form the basis of a new religious movement? The Church of QAnon. Will conspiracy theories form the basis of a new religious movement? It's on The Conversation, is the website. The Conversation.
It's in our show, and there's some other ideas that are coming forward. But let's take a break right now and hear from one of our sponsors for the show, and we'll go from there.
Oh, sponsor time, guys. Thank God.
So we can enjoy our later years.
Thank Patches.
And good health. But so often, with age, our
So when you start talking about the stem cell pharmacist patch, blah, 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 now it's not evil, right? Like it's healthy and Jesus-like and amazing, correct?
bodies start to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy, skin, healing and recovery time, sleep, it all just seems to go downhill. Unless you're using LifeWave. Since 2004, LifeWave has been delivering its amazing life-enhancing technology to people across the world, always helping the body do what it was designed to do, only better. And as it turns out, the best was yet to come. David Schmidt, our founder, creative force, and world-class inventor behind LifeWave technology, has recently achieved something in the field of regenerative science with a single life.
There you go. There is, Fiery Nessa can explain it to you. Christianity existed and practiced by Essenes before Jesus was born. Jesus came to out Judaism and show us we are God, and the God is within us.
LifeWave patch that researchers worldwide, spending years and billions of dollars, could not. Introducing.
But to be fair, Fiery Nessa is always full of shit. But you can pick her mind, I guess.
To a healthier, more youthful state in a way no other product all over your vitality.
You guys need some patches or no?
I use the
power of LifeWave today.
It just so happens that their sponsor, they both sell patches for the sponsor. He signed up under him. He says, I'm going to a conference next week, and maybe they'll pull me up on stage because I'm like the top recruiter salesman in the whole America, the whole world probably. And I don't know. That's a different topic. Let's talk about what he acts like he accidentally brought that up. I don't know if you guys saw that episode. I wish I had it. Hold on.
Thank you, guys. That's all.
What's the last episode I watched? Hold on just a second. It was right at the start. Frog News videos. Was the last episode I watched? Well, it would be under a different account. Hold on. Switch accounts. Cold Beer Confessional. What was the last episode I watched? Right here, maybe. Let's watch it. Listen. He acts like he brings it up accidentally.
Hey guys, we're live on the show. I got RL on with me tonight, and we'll do some call outs. He's going to be building his own channel. Tell us about what your channel name's going to be, man.
It's going to be the Redneck Renegade Radio.
And
Redneck Renegade Radio.
We're going to help build his channel up, and he'll fly under the Frog News Network channel. What we're going to start doing is other podcasters will be on the Frog News Network, and you can just go down the list and pick who you want to watch. So you only have to go to one place to watch, which is really, really cool. But anyways, let's do a couple of call outs. Where you guys watching us from? I seen Cleveland. Hey, guess what? And use a Skype. Come to the show. Where you guys calling? Where you guys calling it? Podcaster. So I'll be able to put 4 mics on it if I want. Also be able to have the Rode Podcaster. Hey, guess what? Next week, there will be a call-in show. I bought the board, guys. Abilene, Texas. We do have the Rode Podcaster. Is that what it's called? I got it right here.
Rodecaster.
Podcaster.
No, Rodecaster.
So I'll be able to put 4 mics on
Rodecaster Pro, actually.
If I want. Also be able to hook the cell phone to it and use a Skype number where you can call in if you don't want to be on camera and talk about how you're going to change the country. San Diego, welcome to
calling me out.
Ohio, Iowa. Easy for me to
Ohio.
say. Vicksburg, Michigan.
Sorry, I thought it said Ohio too.
I'm not hearing you say anything, so I don't know if you can.
Oh, this is really funny. Watch this.
Ohio. Another Ohio. Where's Mike? He has his own show, and he might be on our show soon. Talked to him about an hour ago. New Mexico, you can call a few out if you'd like to there.
What's this?
Can you hear me? Louisiana.
What's this shit? You can call out a few if you want to there. Can you hear me? What? Oh, this is awesome.
Where's Mike? He has his own show, and he might be on our show soon. Talked to him about an hour ago. New Mexico, you can call a few out if you'd like to there. Can you hear me? Louisiana in the house. Missouri in the house. Missouri.
There you go.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay, man? I'm not hearing you say anything, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear.
Yep.
All right, Missouri in the
I
house.
hear you.
Welcome to the show. Hi, Doug from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
What the fuck is wrong with this serial killer?
Don't forget, I just got an email.
Beautiful, lovely, wonderful man.
Go to libertywater.com. Use the code word FROG for 5% off. This is a Patriot company. We met him down in Spartanburg. He's a godly man. Support
Spartanburg.
Patriot company. libertywater.com. Code word FROG for 5% off. You also get.
You can call us some amount if you want to, ML. Can you hear me? I can't hear you say anything. I mean, is my mic working? Is everything going on? Yeah, it's working. Louisiana, welcome.
Hey, have I got it right here? This is what you need to know right here. Constitution. Know your rights as a U.S. citizen. And also on the back of every bottle, you can scan back here and all the documents that you need for our country are right on the back of the bottle. Plus, it's some of the best tasting water I've ever drank.
You're just making shit up now, Fiery Nessa.
Yeah. Can't wait for Trump to come back. He was at the Capitol yesterday, far as I could tell. Thank you for loving the water. I know he's a little behind on sending some of the orders out from the free giveaways. If you didn't receive your order and I can verify that you won the contest, I'll make sure that he gets it. Liberty, you guys are crazy. So when you put dumb things in here, that's block blue. Go to mommy's basement's what I call it, man. When they want to cause havoc.
Oh, he liked that. He liked that.
Basement. Riverside, California in the house. Welcome to the show. So guys, let me get over here and do this.
Yeah, I just think he did it from shitty fucking sources. Not all research is good research.
And good health. But so often with aid, LifeWave Tech stem cell proven an internal slowed mortality and well-being benefit of X30.
Okay, we're back. There's a couple of reasons why ML's on here tonight.
There we go.
Okay, we're back live. There's a couple of reasons why ML's on here tonight. And one of them's because of LifeWave. And I don't apologize for advertising my sponsors. This is how I make a living. Then we'll give you the goods, guys. So hang in there and pay attention. ML, tell your story about X39 patches and how they affected you.
You bet. Thank you, Doug.
You don't feel bad about grifting. Say he's got a grift.
Well, I can remember the date specifically. It was June 13th on a Sunday.
A little creepy. You remember the exact date you first bought a patch. I remember my first hit of heroin. It was June 17th, 1983.
Pretty much for most of my life since 2007,
Felt like I got a blowjob from an angel.
I've been riddled with pain because of a series of blood clots.
One man frog pack.
That have severely damaged my left leg due to a motorcycle
Rebeat.
when I was a much younger person, and it didn't catch up with me until I was 35. Due to a series of blood clots that damaged my leg severely, I have pretty much was not able to walk, much less not even run. And so I was riddled with pain and inflammation, and I just was at a point in my life where that's how I was going to live the rest of my life. And I wasn't living, I was surviving. You know, when we have that pain and inflammation, that's all we do is survive. And when I saw your show a couple months ago, and I saw you advertising the X39, I decided that I've tried everything else. Nothing else seemed to work. So I tried this X39 patch. Within an hour or two of putting this patch on, my pain level, which is usually at a 10 plus every single day, had dropped down to probably a 4. I couldn't believe it. I was doing things, walking, and being able to do and go on about my day without the normal pain and inflammation. And probably within 4 hours after that, my pain levels dropped down to a 2 or a 1. And at that point, I had tears in my eyes, Doug. My wife could not believe, because she's seen me riddled with pain every day. Some days I'm bedridden. Some days I'm unable to function at all.
Ooh.
And for the first time since 2007, I was actually able to finally live a day without any pain and inflammation.
That's amazing.
It was. And it was a miracle. It was an absolute miracle.
Here's the thing is, guys, I remember him calling.
This is the last thing he remembers is the sound of someone stabbing a walrus.
Man, you wouldn't believe it. And I could tell he was in tears when he called me. Man, this is the only thing that's worked. All the pain medications and patches he put on his legs had never worked. It took him a while to get to the second floor of his house. He told me last week, I'm not running up the steps, but I'm getting up the steps really good. And his kids wanted to know, Dad, what was the change? And he told me it's the X39 patch. We're not trying to shove it down your throat. We're trying to give you a real testimony. This really happened, man. And also, he knows a lot about how bad the churches are. And as we go on with the show, and thank you for your testimony, by the way, ML, I really appreciate it, because I know it was tough to do, because it was emotional. And I'm actually going to meet him out in Missouri at Life Waves convention, the 6th of next month. I fly out, and I'm pretty sure they're going to stick me up on the stage because I'm the #1 recruiter, but that's another thing. But
oh, you just accidentally thought of that, huh? That's strange how you just accidentally thought about the LifeWave event and how they're going to stick him up on stage. That's weird. That's the point I wanted to show you. Check that out.
I appreciate it, because I know it was tough to do, because it was emotional. And I'm actually going to meet him out in Missouri at Life Waves convention, the 6th of next month. I fly out, and I'm pretty sure they're going to stick me up on the stage because I'm the #1 recruiter. But that's another thing. But
damn it,
the testimony,
that is another thing.
What we're talking about tonight is, guys, we stick me up on the stage because I'm the #1 recruiter. But at Life Waves convention, the 6th of next month, I fly out, and I'm pretty sure they're going to stick me up on the stage because I'm the #1 recruiter. But that's another thing. But the testimony, they work. But what we're talking about tonight is, guys, we touched on it a little bit last night. You can fix the country, you can fix the economy, but if you don't fix the churches, you ain't fixed nothing. The churches.
Right. It's weird he just randomly remembers that they're going to pull him up on stage, huh? It's a weird brag. Anyways, back to this.
Our sponsor right there for the show. I use the patches every day. I know that ML uses the patches with great results. What a better,
amazing.
What a better way to earn an income also as a side business, because in these uncertain times, we might be under lockdown again for long. He can tell you, we'll get back to the show in just a second, that there are actually some bad things going on down in Missouri where he's at. I was going to a conference, and they've kind of canceled the conference due to the fact the COVID variant up there. So
yeah,
under lockdown, what a better way to earn a living from home, stay safe. But anyways, let's get back to the show.
Well, here's the crux of the matter, friends. I know a lot of people are poo-pooing this Vaseline, but let me tell you, just in the last week, so much intel has come out exposing the true death count of those individuals that have taken this vaccine. All right. There's a massive lawsuit. There's whistleblowers that have worked with the government reporting agencies that are coming forward, have already signed affidavits. And so things are happening. But as a matter of fact, Dr. McCullough, who was actually on Stu Peters' show yesterday, came out and was asked about this, because Dr. McCullough is a world-renowned surgeon. He's a department head at Baylor Medical University. So he's just not any doctor. He's a big-time doctor. All right. 40 years in practice. He's never seen anything like this before. All right. And he was point blank asked, is there any way the individuals that are taking this Vaseline, is there any way that they can get this out of their system? Is there any way that they can be healed?
Oh, no, we got to get it out of our system now.
He said, no.
Oh, shit.
Because it's changing the DNA. The graphene oxide, which is a molecular structure, is in all these vaccines.
Yeah, that's a disinfectant.
It's a nanoparticle. And that is what's causing, you're seeing all these videos where people are showing that their skin's now magnetic at the site of injection. That's the nanoparticles from the graphene oxide that's taking place. Okay. That's poison, y'all. And I don't care how you cut and dice it. You can't justify putting they haven't even classified this as a, I can't say the word, but they haven't classified it as a Vaseline because it's been classified as an experimental
You have to
drug
sign a
for a
piece of
reason.
paper that it's an experiment. You have to give
That's right.
consent. This is a consent. They cannot force you to have Vaseline. But I don't want
And
to
what
get
they're
too much into
discovering,
that
Doug-
and get in trouble for that. But
Right.
did you want me
And
to
what they're
show-
discovering?
what part
sorry,
do
go
you
ahead.
want to pay, me to play the dark to the light thing?
Let me make this one point for you all.
Okay, go ahead.
So in Europe,
No, he's taking over.
let's just use England for an example. 60% of the English people that are going into the hospitals now are doing it under this new Delta variant. And they said 60% of the people that are going into the hospitals due to the Delta variant exposure have all received both sets of the Vaseline. And this is
So
not just
it
in
sure
England.
sounds
It's
like
a lot of the countries.
you get the Vaseline and it could make other people sick as well as yourself.
It's mutating. This is where we're getting the Delta variant at. All right. When you're around other people that have taken this Vaseline, there is a period of time where it's a live virus in them where you could be exposed. It's called shedding or sloughing. All right. And it could be 2 to 3 weeks after somebody's taken this. This is where the Delta variant is originating from because this Vaseline is creating this virus to mutate. It's coming out. All the intel is coming out about this. It's not my hypothetical. It's not my intel. Doctors on the front line are exposing all this.
I'm sorry, I couldn't do this.
Oh, there it is. Sound effects. He got his new board in.
Had to get one in. Well, I had to get rid of them. It's not FDA approved. That's absolutely. Continue, sir. I can't miss the opportunity.
That's the way I feel, Karen. You don't want it. You don't believe in it. You don't trust it. Fine. But to come out and lie about shit is pretty much over the top. Too far.
Use that sound effect.
You got to play those buttons, bro. You got to. So it's sad. We were over at some friend's house a couple of weeks ago. Really dear, nice older couple. And the lady whose room we were sitting in, she was visibly upset, and she confided in to me and my wife that she decided to receive the Vaseline. She took the Pfizer brand, all right? And she was so concerned, she said, look at this. She stood up and took one of those flashlights. It's a black light flashlight. She shined it over her hands and palms of her hands and on her feet, and you could see her veins glow under her skin. She's really concerned. And I've seen hundreds of other videos similar with that.
Sounds awesome.
Now it would be a good time to
what's the complaint?
This is going to get deep and heavy.
First of all, we want to give a shout out to iDrop Media before we play this because we do have permission to play this video from them as long as we mention them, which we just did. iDrop Media, thank you once again for letting us. I'm going to turn my mic around. I wasn't able to download this video, so hopefully this new super duper microphone will pick up the sound pretty good. Let me make it larger. Can you see my screen yet?
Yeah, we see it.
I want to come back and make it real big like that. Boom.
You bet.
And we're just waiting for it to load. That's the way it is. All right. Now I'm going to
What are they playing? Dark to Light from iDrop Media.
This is the Great Awakening. People of the world have woken up, and the light has shined on the darkness, and the darkness cannot hide from it. All the darkness can do is panic. All of the systems the darkness had in place to control us are going to crumble. The fear, the corruption, the greed, the wars and rumors of wars, the hate, the technology, media propaganda, the child trafficking, and the slave economy. All of these control systems will crumble down. The darkness will collapse in only a few countries at first, but
I'm trying to hear it.
we will unite against the dark. How will it be walking into the light after thousands of years of darkness?
I don't understand what this is other than a hot video. It doesn't really do anything, does it? Oh, we're going to skip ahead out of the hot video. Damn, it's a long-ass video, too. Oh, there it is. All right, here we go.
There it is. That is some kind of powerful video we just watched there. And I'm about to do something we've never, ever done on the show before. I'm going to give it a shot because this is the first night we've actually had it working. So give me just a minute.
There we go.
All right, guys, that is the call-in number. If you want to call in and be live on the show, and I know Bonafide going to be the first one to call in, but if you...
Oh, man.
Here, and the Bluetooth is hooked through the board, so we'll be able to take calls live on air. So if you'd like to get on...
Make sure and have your button ready.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's that many haters anymore. I'm sure there will be, but, you know, I got the wonk ready. But it was an eye-opener. What did y'all think of the video? Here we go. First caller. You're on.
So if you'd like to get on. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. Call from.
All right, you're live on the air. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are. Can you hear him, ML?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yep, I can hear him.
Okay, I can barely hear you, but I'll go ahead and make a statement here.
All right, go ahead.
As to the Corona crown that you were speaking to, and the mark of the jab, the mark, as far as Revelations is concerned, as far as prophetic things happening in the Middle East, doesn't the temple have to be rebuilt first? There's a lot more prophecy yet to be fulfilled as to the Corona, or, you know, it seems a little premature what's going on based on the prophetic things that I'm seeing that needs to happen for the end times to be so close as it seems.
Yeah.
You know, as what's going on right now. I'd like your comments on that.
Yeah, well, we were just trying to compare it. ML, you can go in a second. We were just trying to compare it to what was written in the Bible. We're not saying it's the end of times and this is the apocalypse. We were just saying that isn't it funny how this absolutely relates to the Bible? That's what we were trying to say.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to prophecy can be multidimensional, and we have to think when we're thinking about prophecy, it's not linear. Prophecy, just because it's written in a book, it's going to be this, 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 and this. Multiple prophecies can coincide with each other, all right? And they don't have to fall into a certain numerical pattern or an order itself. Many prophecies that have been fulfilled in the past have happened and coincide with each other as well. And so we have to, when we're looking at prophecy, we have to look at it with our spiritual eyes and understand that God's works are not in a linear realm. He operates in the supernatural realm. And so those prophecies can take place however he wants them to take place. He doesn't have to say, well, I'm going to abide by whatever's written in my book. I'm going to do this, 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 and this. He has the ability to make and do those, fulfill those prophecies at his will, not our will. That's my understanding of prophecy. But I thank you for your call, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for our first caller ever live on the show. That was pretty cool.
We need to get their name too. So we know who we're talking to.
All it said was Home Solutions. But thank you for your call. Oh. That was our very, very first call. There it is. You know, it's just some weird. And now listen, he said he couldn't hear me, and that's something I probably need to adjust on the board. This is the first time we got it to work. And as we go down the road, we'll get better at what we're doing. Guys, you have no idea what's about to start happening with the show.
Sure.
We've been contacted by some people that could change the whole way this is run. As you can see, ML is helping out a lot with me. You can see the show's way more professional. We have a script now that we go by. We try to bring you the truth as we know it, the truth that's in the Bible. And everything that's related to what's going on nowadays. So you're going to see that. And we've been contacted by some people that are pretty cool. I can't reveal who it is, but some pretty cool people that know what they're doing with production wise is all I can say. And there's some exciting things in the works for the show. And anybody that wants to come and fly under the Frog News Network. As you know, people said, when is ML's show going to start? Well, he's going to build content on this show, and then we're going to load it on his channel. And then he'll cut himself loose probably, 30, 45 days. And he probably will have shows that I'll go on his channel, and he'll continue to come on here. And as we bring other people onto the channel, as we rebuild the website under the Frog News banner, there'll be different shows.
Everybody under the Frog News banner. You go to one place and get all this cool information.
Get all them shows in one spot. You
can see Doug on the stage who presented his award.
It's where we want to bring
together for the best grifter in the Middle East, or Mid-East, or east of the Mississippi.
Where you can just come to one website and watch all your favorite podcasters, the ones that are telling the truth, the ones that aren't going down the crazy road of if this happens at 3 a.m. or this happens tomorrow, I guarantee we're not going down that road here. The people that will be on our podcast and be under the Frog News banner will be truthers, people that tell the truth, teach the Constitution, teach you how to get back the country one step at a time. That's where we're going with it. And some people don't want to put the work in. And as we put more patriots together, get them together like we have in the chat, like people that are watching now, the numbers will build. We know that 100 million people probably voted for 45. You know what I'm saying? We have to keep our faith. A great show that ML put together. I mean, I didn't know all them things about the pharmaceutical industry. I knew the doctor thing was a practice, and there's a snake right up there on the doctor's, thing that they wear. I'm not saying that that medicine can't save lives. That's not the case at all. But a lot of it started out as sorcery. There are things that are saving people's lives now and technologies, but soon, and we hope soon, that we'll be introduced to a new line.
Where my glasses go?
Not a medical industry, but healing industry, what you call it, with what we think is the healing beds, and what Tesla. This is all fact, people. We're not making this up. The healing beds that Tesla had made, and then
Tesla does not have healing. Tesla doesn't have healing beds.
Outer space, let's just call it. That technology was bringing.
When did Tesla announce healing beds?
Beds too, so they can be used for a good thing.
Is he talking about modern Tesla or Nikola Tesla? Either way, no healing beds.
Using them on the children that they're rescuing to. You don't want to call it no better than reprogram their mind, the bad thoughts and all the terrible things that's happened to them.
I think Lynn Wood controls Bologna Fried, and then it rolls downhill from there.
The military is being used, what they've seen in the tunnels. We're in a fight underground right now. I don't want to get into all of it because none of it's been proven. There's no pictures because we want to stay down that road of straight. If you got to, tomorrow night we're bringing a guy in, and he's going to tell us why the world's flat. Okay, what do y'all think of that?
They're bringing flat earthers in as well. So let's look this up real quick. Hold on. I think Doug is going away from where people would have him go. And I think he's making a better choice monetarily for him, but not for his show. Like, he might make some money right now. I think I have to put the frog news. There it is. Oh, no. Well, no, that's the averages. So, yesterday or today, he lost 100, 100 the day before, 100 the day before, 100 the day before, 100 the day before, 300, 300, 100, 100, 100, 100, 200. I don't know if he's doing so good. He went from getting 80,000 to 100,000 views to getting 20,000 views. Man. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think he's going to make it or no? Oh shit, that's the wrong one. This one.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, so there's some
excited.
exciting things coming for the Frog News Network, and I can't explain to you guys. Get ready, and we want to just touch a little bit on this. That they're starting with this. What is it called? Delta variant. I got another caller.
The
Hold
Delta
on.
variant.
Here we go.
Sharon.
All right.
Sharon,
Oh, you're on the
welcome to
call,
the Frog
Sharon. Can
News
you hear us?
Network.
Hello.
You can't both talk at the same time, dumbasses.
Go ahead with your. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you, Doug. My name is Sharon. I'm from Idaho.
Okay.
I'm
from Idaho.
I'm shaking. I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. You are doing God's will.
Thank you.
It's amazing. I can't thank you guys enough for what you're doing and getting this truth out to the people in this nation. I am a Holy Ghost-filled woman of God, and we live the Bible.
Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking.
We try to, and I just want to say how much I love you guys. I've been watching you now for about 4 months, and what you have done tonight with this video showing it is amazing. And all I can say is God's will be done, and you guys are doing it. And thank you, and thank you again, Doug and ML. I appreciate you guys. Praise
Which one of you guys did that?
I love you too.
Thank you, sister. Back to you and prayers to you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Shut the fuck up. You just got here. She said she's been watching for 4 months. You've been on 4 episodes.
That was a powerful call. You got my eyes teared up. You got my goosebumps all up and down my arms. God is in control. We just need to.
You got my flops sweated up. My flops are sweating.
I want to say also,
Crisis actors.
I ordered the X39 patches because I heard it from your show.
Thank you so
about
much.
2 months ago. Yeah, and
Yes.
of course they asked how
That's what they're really excited about. Sell some in patches.
told them it was from you.
Uh-huh.
And so I ordered it, and I have to say I'm a 64-year-old woman, and I sleep much better. I'm much calmer than I have been. We're raising our 2 granddaughters, ages 15 and 13, And believe me, that is
my.
quite a job. And so I believe these patches have helped my nerves so much. And, you know, not only the pain that I've had in my spine, but I really believe they calm things down, knowing also that we know that what God is doing in this world right now, and we know the truth. And again, God bless you guys.
Oh, thank you. You're so
God
sweet.
bless you.
Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you,
for
woman of
your
God. Thank you,
testimony.
woman of God.
X39. Folks, I told you the stuff works. I can't
You
make
think we can keep it tied up constantly?
and he almost lost his leg and nothing helped him until he used the patch. And he was so
Wow, it's
overwhelmed
amazing.
that he wanted to shout it
It
from
is.
the highest mountain as well. So thank you
It's a
once again
miracle.
for calling in. Thank you. You're welcome to call in anytime. We're going to have call-ins every show now. It's only going to get bigger and better from here because all of God's people want to be heard. Is that right?
Amen.
Yeah, amen.
Amen.
That's right. And
Is that right, boys and girls?
just to watch you guys every night. I look forward to it. I can't wait until 7:30 Idaho time. I get on
It doesn't take much to excite that bitch. Wait till she wanders over here.
and watch you, and then I try to call everybody else and I tell them, watch Frog News Network, please. You guys be informed. You guys tell the truth. And I've been watching you and Mike a long time ago, and
Nah, it's because he's using the Skype call waiting or whatever is the reason that it picks up with their name and shit.
I'm saddened that you guys aren't together anymore, but he has his own show. I watch him too, and God is working in this land, and we're so proud of you. I have to say, I'm so very proud of you.
Thank you
as
so much.
a patriot and a God-fearing person. I'm very proud of you guys. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
God
Mike was on
bless
the show
you,
late
sister.
last night, and I'll be going on his show. There's no animosity between us whatsoever. Everybody made all that up.
That's
Nothing's
awesome.
going to tear us apart. He went his way. He went we went our way. He's welcome on our show anytime he wants to come on our show. He jumped on for a little while last
Amen.
night, and he bring just like we're supposed to. We're supposed to unite as patriots. So that's what we're trying to do is unite everybody. And he bring just like we're supposed to. We're supposed to unite as
We're supposed to reunite.
so that's what we're trying to do is unite everybody as we know that one and
She definitely sounds logical, level-headed, and like a woman you'd really want to get to know. I don't feel like she would get upset easily or maybe hysterical, calm like a cucumber.
one makes 11 people fighting. So when we bring people together under God's name, we are warriors, and that's what we
That's
want
right.
to
True
do.
warriors.
Thank you so
True
much for
warriors.
calling in, and God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
We love you. We
God
love you.
bless
Thank
you
you
guys.
so
We
much.
love you so much. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow.
Wow, that was powerful, guys.
Reunite those God's people.
I'm telling you what, the talk
She's a
show is
woman
going
of
to be the bomb. Because if you guys are scared to come on live and with a video, you know anybody will make a phone call and call in. You're welcome to your opinion, but if you get on here and start raising Cain and cussing and stuff like that, we won't have that. We'll just hit the old and you'll be gone. But if you're good, you'll get. But anyways, guys, that's where things are going. That was so powerful, that caller right there. And she was
Wow.
sweetie. And that made my whole night right there, ML. I don't know about you. That's the reason we do the show right there is for people like that to call in.
Oh, I'm sorry, Karen.
Know that we're helping them through this crisis. They're learning things, and anything we can do, and know that we're making a difference. And knows that I now know that we're not just us, Mike too. We're doing God's work. You know what I mean? ML, me, Bonafide. We're doing God's work. I mean, I hate to use the Blues Brothers, but we're on a mission from God, and I'm not giving up on y'all. I'm not giving up on this country. I'm not giving up on humanity. I'm not giving up on nothing. Nothing can stop me. Satan doesn't have a chance.
I'm not giving up on making money.
No authority whatsoever.
Doug, I think in a future episode, I've actually followed Bishop Larry Gators for several years now.
As long as it's profitable,
anointed man, and
we're going to get it.
Him on the program. Oh my
Get in
goodness,
touch with tomorrow.
It would be a
We'll get him
blowout,
on the
a
show.
blowout.
I mean, anything like tomorrow night. What's the gentleman's name that we're having on? Talking about
Weiss
flat
is
Earth.
his last name. Yeah, David Weiss or David Weiss, I believe.
Deborah Weiss. He's going to be on, but I want to warn you guys now. It's not going to be on StreamYard. We might do a show early tomorrow because we're going on him with a Zoom, and it's under his Zoom. So we'll go ahead and record it and upload it to Rumble and then upload it to the website. Okay. I know that's a couple of steps, but it's going to be worth it because we've been lied to. The earth is really flat. And the way it was explained to us a little last night, and we'll go into more depth with that with the gentleman.
Oh no, he found out about it last night.
Producers, is what I could say.
Oh no.
Ways that we have no ways and abilities to do. It's not even, I would say it's funny how God's working. No, it's great how God's working to open doors that were otherwise shut in my life, ML's life, and open doors for us to get the word out because he's taking people like me, ML, Bonafide, Mike, and he's using us to get the word out to people about what's going on, and all the other people that are in our industry getting the word out, coming together. That's what it's all about, folks. We are the people fighting the war, just like we were watching in that little video clip. We are the people that are going to fight this war. When you've seen all the people, it's us. You're wondering, where's the army? It's us standing up and saying, no, we've had enough. We question everything now. Instead of turning our back and just going to work and coming home, paying taxes on taxes. Till you make money, you pay taxes. You go to the grocery store, pay taxes. Where's all these taxes going? It's going to the cabal. Your income tax, where does it go? To the cabal. This is proven, folks.
We're born into slavery.
I'll touch a little bit today. You heard about McAfee's some of his files were released. Can you touch on that?
Oh, yes, sir. Apparently, John McAfee's Dead Man Switch files had a countdown that started yesterday. They've been released today. There's several websites where you can access these 31 terabytes of intel. All right. I have a link to one of those sites. I started going into one file. There was so much there. I was overwhelmed. And so on a future show, we're going to be discussing what this actually means for us in our country, because this is significant, y'all. This is very significant. It's going to have a major impact. Remember this date, September 19th. Okay. Because something's supposed to transpire on September 19th, and it coincides with the intel that's being released in these McAfee files.
Okay.
There's no, it's not a coincidence that after the man allegedly died, we know different, but we got to go with the narrative. Allegedly, within a week or two, the Surfside, California condominium high-rise falls. And there's plenty of video out there that shows that it was a controlled demolition that knocked that
just like
building down.
Tower 7, just like the Twin
That's
Towers.
right.
Controlled
And John
demolition, ladies and gentlemen.
and
And
John
that's a
McAfee
fact.
and John McAfee had servers there that held and possessed some of these files on there. But the problem is that man is so smart. That man, through his software, his security software, which was on a lot of high-ranking government officials' computers and laptops, all right, he was gathering intel in real time and putting them into these files, cryptic files, blockchain files, storing them for the right moment. Based upon his death, they would be released. He has got the skinny on, and anybody that is associated with the cabal in our government, famous.
Wow.
He has it all. He knows where the proverbial bones are buried, so to speak. This is going to get really
Wow.
because let's face it, Doug.
Very
we're at a boiling
interesting.
point in our nation right now. We have so many things that are happening. I mean, daily. We get minute by minute. I can't keep up with the news, breaking news. All right. We're at a boiling point in our nation, and something has got to give. We cannot keep going down this path.
Yeah, we'll have to have a civil war.
How long?
Pressure of some sort.
How long till he sets up Doug and steals the channel?
Have RL send it over to me, and in our Telegram group, I'll
That
post
would
the
be
link for
ML.
McAfee stuff. ML, I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay, brother.
I will post the links for McAfee stuff in our Telegram group. So I'll get the stuff from him and post it over there. As far as Nassar, I have no answers for that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going down that road anymore. Do I believe it's real? I do. I don't know when it's coming, but I would think in my heart, this is just my thoughts, that the military would have to announce that they're in control. They are, but they haven't announced it. We've been in martial law for years. Nobody seems to realize that, but we really have been in martial law for years and years.
September
And years.
11th.
Yes. And the crazy thing is, we've all been going to hope and dreams of Kim Clement's prophecy, but until the other day when my buddy showed me a prophecy from him with Obama. So
2008, Kim Clement had a prophecy that God chose Obama. That Obama was the chosen person that God put into power as president. This was a prophecy in 2008. I have the link to that. It was very disheartening to see that. My mouth dropped, my wife's mouth dropped, because we came on to Kim Clement 5 years ago, and we said, this is a true man of God, a prophet. This is what a prophet does. All right. We followed the Trump prophecy as well, just like a lot of your viewers have here. But when I saw what I saw, that Kim prophesied that Obama was God's chosen man, I don't know what to say, brother. I don't know what to say. I'm disheartened.
Doug,
I'm
when
sad.
I call, it hangs up on me and my friend. I might not have been looking up on the phone. Try to call again if you're trying to crawl in, Glendon.
Keep calling. Let's go.
Know that this is
Hey,
our
Doug?
first night. Yes, sir.
We need some calls.
Share some news with all you guys.
All
I've
right,
been
let's
working
go.
hard on an introductory video today. Okay.
Okay.
And I've got it uploaded to. It's all uploaded to my account on my YouTube channel. I just have to finalize it. So when we're done with this program, I'm going to finalize that video, and it's an introductory video to say hi, y'all, and so you can get to know a little bit about my thoughts and my feelings. And I hope you all go there. It's at the Redneck Renegade Radio YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. You might have a tear or two in your eye afterwards, but that's okay. It's okay. I love you all, and that's why I'm here. I'm doing this because I love you all. I'm doing my part. I'm taking the challenge. All of these YouTube Patriot Truthers have issued a challenge to us to step up and do our part. Those that have a voice, get our voice out there, and I'm doing my part. A miracle took place in my life a month and a half ago. No, Doug knows this. I would not be here if that miracle did not take place, because I was bedridden for
the meat hammer miracles. What he's talking about? He couldn't walk at all before then.
Provided a miracle through that X39 patch, and that opened so many doors for me, brother. I don't. It's very emotional.
ML actually called me up, and he was in tears, telling me that all the pain medicines never worked. All they did is make him drowsy and feel terrible, and all the pain patches for his legs never worked. So let's go down that road. You almost lost your leg, right?
Okay. So when I was younger, I was very, very active in sports. I wanted to be a professional baseball player, and I played football, baseball, and wrestled. I lived in Boise, Idaho. In 1998, I was riding my motorcycle, and I got hit by a drunk driver, and I almost lost my left leg. I had to be life-flighted to the trauma center, which was 3 hours away at that time. I died 3 times in air flight because I suffered severe head trauma. And I can remember when I went into the emergency room, my parents were there crying, my family was there crying, the team of surgeons were waiting for my arrival. And the last thing I could remember hearing coherently was the surgeons telling my parents they'll try and save my leg. Okay. 4 days later, I wake up because they had to induce me into coma because my brain was swollen. All I could remember was those last words before I passed out, went into the operating room. We're going to try and save his leg. I woke up, my leg was still attached, but I had a whole new set of hardware keeping my leg together. I managed to heal. 2 years later, I got a scholarship and played.
But when's the meat hammer patches come in?
And I led a really successful life, very healthy life, very active life until 2007. I had my first blood clot. And I almost died from that blood clot. Because
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the blood clots. That's what the patches protected against blood clots.
I had a stroke. Okay, I drove myself to the ER, and the doctor told me if I'd went home that night, I would have died in my sleep because 3 of the clots broke off into my lungs. It was that bad.
Wow.
So several years after that, I had 3 or 4 other more blood clot attacks. The largest one was a 12-inch long clot. It was pretty severe. I had to learn how to reuse my leg all over again because it did such massive damage to my blood cells and the scarring in my arterial wall. So in 2010, I was diagnosed by the doctors that I was permanently disabled, that my condition was only going to get worse, never better. They put me on drugs in a pain management program. So they had me hopped up on Pharmacia, all the powerful painkillers you can possibly imagine. I was hooked on them. I got hooked on them. It altered my personality. I wasn't who I was anymore.
Right.
It affected me so much. I lost my first marriage because of it. And I didn't know I was addicted to those drugs. Okay.
Right.
But I met another woman.
But then the patch, oh no, another woman.
Helped me through this process. 3 years ago, I went to my doctor and he said, you know, Mark, you're such a good man. He says, I got to confide in you. He says, the drugs that I've been prescribing you are killing you. I said, what are you talking about? He said, those
then the no.
deteriorate in your testosterone level, which makes you age a lot faster. It's starting to cause internal organ failure and other things. And I said, well, why won't more doctors tell their patients and notify them this? He said, because we would be out of business if we did. But because I had a special relationship with this doctor, he took mercy upon me and was honest. And I told that doctor from that point forward, I'm not taking any more of those drugs. I quit cold turkey, all of the drugs. And I figured I'm just going to live with this pain for the rest of my life and do the best I possibly could. All right. I could hardly, my pain level was a 10 plus every single day. I had severe neuropathy. I couldn't sleep at night. Most days I couldn't even walk. It was pretty bad. And then a month and a half ago, when I saw your program and I saw the X39, I decided to buy the patch because I tried everything else, all the holistic, natural remedies. Nothing worked to help. I prayed and prayed and prayed to Heavenly Father to please heal me. I exercised so much spiritual warfare prayer for healing. And Heavenly Father had a different plan for me. That's all I can say. When this patch went on and I put it on, I was at a 10 plus pain level. Within 2 hours, my pain had dropped to probably a 4. I was in tears. My wife couldn't believe that I was not having inflammation and pain. And as the day progressed, my pain level went all the way down to a 1.
Wow.
I was able to walk. My inflammation was gone. I actually was doing squats, doing things that I couldn't
Doing what?
since 2007. I was not able to do.
All from a patch.
Because I had to show
I
them
don't believe that shit.
that this patch really worked. They were in such disbelief because they've seen the condition I've been in. They ended up getting the patches themselves and joining our company. And I decided at that point to become a distributor in this company. And every person that I've introduced this product to has had significant, miraculous events within their own life due to this patch. There's no chemicals going into our body. This is all natural, holistic goodness. All right? I have done...
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Go ahead.
Okay.
To accept, press
I've
1.
been able to
To send a voicemail,
I've
press
been able
2. Okay.
I've been able to
Access
do
caller
things.
voicemail. Goodbye.
Sorry, bro. I was somebody called in and I don't know why
All
my
right.
headphones are not working right now.
It's all good, brother. So in the last month and a half,
Go ahead, bro.
my life has completely changed. All right. I'm walking. I'm able to go up and down stairs. I have no pain. I have no inflammation whatsoever. The strength in my muscle in that leg that I had the injury in is returning. It's a miracle. And I weep almost daily, thanking Heavenly Father for this miracle because it is a miracle. And I'm not trying to just pitch a product here. It works. It really does work. And I've seen
He's literally pitching a product. He sells it, Doug sells it.
and see their lives turn around as well.
Can't buy it in stores, too secret.
And I was looking forward to seeing that on stage in Branscombe, but unfortunately, it looks like that event may not be until later on. After it's pretty much shut down the town that they were going to hold the event in, and God had other plans for me. I guess they wouldn't return my money on the airline tickets, but they did give me credit for 1 year. So I know there'll be another event, whether it be a patriotic event or another event for LifeWave, that I can use the airline tickets on. But I was looking so forward to giving my testimony and hearing your testimony and getting to meet Michael and getting to meet Charlotte and everybody that's involved with our company, all the leaders. They're just totally amazing. I've never been around anybody like the folks that are in the upper echelon of the company. I mean, the other day they sent me a hat, 2 free sleeves. I'm just like, I didn't ask for them. They just sent them to me. Here you go, Doug. Have a nice day. Well, gee, thanks. But
well, can I tell you what they did for me?
What they did, brother?
So, we ordered a business kit. They had various business kits at different levels to come into the company. And my wife and I had invested in the top end kit, of course, because we wanted to take this seriously as a business. When we got our order from the company, it looked like it was disheveled. It did not look like, it looked like junk.
Unprofessional.
Very unprofessional. I called Charlotte, told her, I took pictures, sent it to her. She was so in shock. She immediately called corporate office in San Diego. They sent me out a replacement kit.
Wow.
No charge. No question
at that level.
At that level.
That's the highest level. Let me tell you what, that cost them a few bucks because the highest level, I'm not even at the highest level. I'm about 2-3 levels down. And the highest level is up there. It's way over $1,000. Way. But information is the killer. It is in everybody's body, whether it be in your legs, arms. I have swelling in my ankles because of my weight. Since I've been using the patches, like I told everybody, I was able to walk 3 miles in DC. That doesn't probably seem much to anybody, but wasn't 2 months ago. I could hardly take the trash can to the street and walk back, and my sciatic nerve was killing me. Now, when I had my surgery, that cut down on it, but it still hurt. I was able to walk around the block. I would have never dreamed. And them 3 miles, if you know anything about DC, it's up and down hills. That's why they call it Capitol Hill. It's up and down hills.
Is that why they call it that?
My calves were a little tight from all the walking, but I've had remarkable results. I got one right on my neck right now. You probably can't see it. It's on my neck. That's the optimal place they'd like you to put them, is right on the back of your neck.
I wish the Dixie, some of these people would come out and call them out on these claims about the patches and what they do and what they don't do, especially like blood clot healing and shit.
You get any results? Okay.
And a lot of those stem cells are coming from aborted fetuses. You don't know where a lot of those stem
That's where your stem cells coming from.
cells are originating from too. So you're taking your chance.
Hello, I got somebody on the call. All right, you're live with Doug and ML. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Austin. I'm from Des
Hey,
Moines,
Austin.
Iowa.
Hi, Austin.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know much about it, but I heard that there's a lot of people have been talking that Ron DeSantis was promoting the jab, the COVID jab.
That's what we heard also, and I don't have answers for that, just like I don't have answers for why 45 would promote it either. I just don't have them answers, and I can't go down that road. I'm starting to see it promoted more and more everywhere. We just got to stay vigilant and know that we cannot do that. Do not, under any circumstances, take the jab. And that's about as much as I really can talk about the Vaseline.
How the fuck is this up, but I get struck down from a video from October?
As you know, it's not a topic that can be discussed on these social media platforms.
Oh, yeah, I totally understand.
But as far as everything else he does down in Florida, he does one whale of a job. Besides that, he has done an awesome job running that state through the pandemic. Would you agree?
He is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's a super patriot, but there's some questions on some of the stuff that's come out that I think a lot of us has questioned. But yeah.
Yeah, we all have questions. I've got so many questions I could ask for days, I think. Not only that, but there's many questions. But know that good things are here. Things are going to happen. God's in control once we realize all that, and we just can't give up. You know what I mean? Don't give up. I appreciate the call, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a blessed evening.
That is so cool. I don't know why my headphones are.
That really is.
They're working for the caller, but I don't hear you.
X39 is safe. I'm answering Todd Shellack's question. X39 is completely safe. There's no drugs. It's
a natural.
It's a non-transdermal. It's a non-transdermal patch, so there's no chemicals going into your body. What happens is your natural infrared heat that your body produces with the sunlight that's around us activates a
Did it tell you who made the complaint? No.
specific copper peptide in our bodies, which are linked to our stem cells, and it regenerates and reactivates our stem cells. It's 100% safe. There's over 100 patents and international and domestic patents on this product.
Well, let me say this about the patches.
Great for pain.
The owner of the
It's
company
great for pain.
has been overwhelmingly offered billions upon billions of dollars to sell the technology so they can wipe it out. They don't want it out there. And he said, no, I'll continue to do what we're doing. And this is the way it's going to continue to be sold. And like we said, what a better way during uncertain times than to make money from home and be able to sell something. Here's something else you should know. Nobody else has got anything like it. There's nobody can imitate it. This is a patent technology that nobody else has. And once you start, you'll never want to go without it. Trust me when I tell you. And I can get person after person to come on with their testimonies. We'll get Charlotte, my upline, to come on probably in the next day or so, and she can do her testimony as well. Just she, I don't even want to say her testimony. I know it, but I'd rather her tell us her testimony because I know, Charlotte, you're watching. We love you. Wish we could have come out and seen you. She is the best upline I've ever had. The most helping, loving person that I've ever talked to on the phone. I mean, she helps every one of the people. If I have a problem, she's right there to answer the phone to get the answer. If she ain't got the answer, she'll get the answer. She'll call support. But it is absolutely amazing what she does for me and for everybody else on our team. And I don't say this to brag. We're the #1 growing team in the world for LifeWave, our team that I've signed up. And I'm without bragging, I'm the #1 recruiter in North America. So we are hooked up with the people that are all the way at the top. Mr. Passion, Michael Osorio. He is right there for me if I need anything. He's a senior executive director. I don't even want to tell you. He's been in multi-level marketing for years and earned billions of dollars. I'm not exaggerating. So I'm just so glad that I'm involved with somebody that can actually teach me and show me the right ways to help the people below me. Because if I don't help the people below me grow, I don't grow. So that's the next thing we're about to do is we're going to set up some Telegram groups and Facebook groups to do some online training with everybody that signs up and want to make you successful. I want to make you profitable. That's what our jobs are, me and Mark's jobs and all the people that are involved. It's way over 1,300 people now in the tree, and it continues to grow every day. But I don't want to just keep plugging Exit 39, but I'm just glad it came up. I'm glad that ML gave his testimony. We're going to stop the call-ins for now until we find out why. Some of the calls come through and some of them don't. I don't have an answer for that, but I'll find out more. At least we had just one awesome call from the one lady that I believe her name was Colleen, wasn't it? I think it was. But anyways, we've been about an hour and 30 minutes. ML, will you take us out in a prayer, bud? And we'll see.
Here you go.
But tomorrow night, hold on, brother. Tomorrow night will be a Zoom.
Wrap it up. Patches for everybody.
We'll do a show maybe at 7 o'clock for 45 minutes or something on some topic that's going on. But the real show will be at 10. And I don't know that much about Zoom. I don't think I can stream that live. So if I can, I will. If not, it'll be recorded. And as soon as it's done, I'll upload it to Rumble. Rumble takes about 45 minutes to an hour. So it might be 11:30, quarter to 12 before I get that thing up on the website. But I think it'll be very interesting tomorrow night with the Flat Earth. But go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, Flat Earth. I'm excited about that one too, Doug. I'm glad we're part of a team now.
Father God, we come before you so humbly at this time and give all.
Who claims who is their Flat Earth expert? Does anybody know?
Blessing that you give to us.
Mariah said someone told me to look something up. I didn't see it, guys.
Thank you. We're so thankful, Father, for the opportunity we have to have a platform to be able to help reach the hearts and minds of our brothers and sisters.
Drive that Tesla med bed on over.
The spiritual protection, a shield to the men and women. Amen, amen, and amen.
Amen, my brother. What a great show, folks. Like I said, we might decide to do an earlier show tomorrow. It might even be earlier than 7. I'll keep y'all informed through Twitter. Of course, don't forget on this video, if you like it, subscribe and get notifications. You will be notified if we go live, no matter what. You'll get notified. What a great show. What a powerful show. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Love you. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through this or not. Ratings wise, I don't think they're going to get it. 100. This is their daily averages are still +7, but that's for a month. That's averaging 30 days. Weekly averages are still +49 over 30 days. And then the last 30 days, they're still +200. If 200 is over, I don't know if they're gonna pull this out or not. Does anybody know who their Flat Earth person is? That's what I've been trying to figure out. I went to Doug's Facebook page, but he's not linking back to anybody. Hold on. They said they heard a little bit about it last night. Who did they have on last night? Just a second. Let me finish typing this. Then B. I can never remember how to spell it. Damn, did he fucking ban me preemptively? What's going on? He either got banned or he went ahead and yeah, he either got banned or he went ahead and blocked me. That's what I was trying to find is the Frog News Network page. And let's try this. I don't know if they've got it. I want to know who their expert is. I don't know. I don't think they're going to make it, guys. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the crazy one. They had somebody on. He said we heard a little bit of it at the end of the show last night.
Hey, where's Dave Martelli? I need to get his phone number. He's going to.
He put it on there a while ago. Everybody called Dave. I'd have lost it in the chat.
I mean, I don't know what they say the Earth is spinning, but it's for you. know how to do all that, man. I own a huge company, and I have a bunch of people that
put him back on
the box of rocks with digital stuff.
All right, now let me ask you a question. How
Yes, sir.
fast is the Earth spinning?
Oh, that's it. Dave Martelli.
I don't know what they say the Earth is spinning, but it's not spinning. And
Is that flat Earth, Dave?
And I'll tell you how. You want me to tell you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Isaiah 40:22, it said God sits upon the circle of the earth. Let me tell you this. First of all, if you look up the word circle in the Hebrew, the word is spelled C-H-U-G. It means to be carved or it means to be etched out, which is impossible to do on a spinning ball. Now, I got one better for you. Isaiah knew the difference between circle and ball, because if you look later on in the book of Isaiah, he used the word circle, and if you look up the definition in the Hebrew, it's spelled dir, D-U-R-E, and it means circular in circumference. So Isaiah knew the difference between circle and ball.
Yep.
And
Wow.
he said God,
Dude, how are you?
Ah, fantastic, thank you.
Dave, I've never seen this before. Suspension at the top?
Oh, absolutely. What you're seeing here is a culmination of new...
Nah, that's not it. That's like a trade show or something. Let's do Dave Martelli. Flat Earth. Hold on, I just want to see who this is, and I'm going to end the show probably. Professor Dave Explains.
Welcome to Professor Dave Explains. I'm Dave, and this channel is for learning. There are a lot of YouTube channels for learning, but this one is different.
No, I think he's debunking Flat Earth. Dave Martelli. Professor, no, that's not the right one. I don't know. You guys see if you can find Dave while we're off, I guess, till we come back tomorrow. I'm tired as fuck. About to fall asleep. But I'm glad to be back. It's 2 a.m. here. I'm going to go ahead and kill it. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you for, I think we had a couple donations. Thank you for those. I appreciate it. And I'm going to go get some rest, man. It's been a long 3 days. I'm more wore out now than before we left. But I appreciate you guys joining us. Dirth, D-I-T-R-H is Flat Earth Dave. Okay. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. We're going to see you on the next one. Here I'm gonna leave on this video, and then I'll play our regular video. But thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night. Have a good one.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
And
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
Get some office, about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Get some office, about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And yeah. Woo woo. And
Mars in the house.
hey. The song, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed,
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Get some office, about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit.
Weissman's their expert. I'll check that out too. Thank you.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All
these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat.
Thank you guys. I do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Kong, starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby.
Hey, thank you, BT man. That's great. I would say I'm just as excited as when I got the regular song as I am now to have the remix. I love them both. People are gonna get sick of them long before I do. Thank you, man.
It's about to get lit, get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit, get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Round 3.
Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Well, my true believer,
y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set.
All right, guys, I was away for a minute, but I'll see you on the next